Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing scored out. Oh, big shot.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're finally on the other side of 3 weeks of play, 3 weeks of grueling play for all these teams out there in the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. And we finally got to the other side of that 3 weeks. It's finally time for the finals. We're going to find out who takes home $100,000. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm going to be your host here for these next 4 days while we find out who the best team from the West is going to be. But of course, like always, I can't do it alone. We're going to bring in two amazing people to help break down all of these games and obviously outlook me, because I'm not great looking here on camera today with my suit, with my jacket, with my shirt. We got Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. I swear we didn't set this up. Glitter and I just were in each other's heads.
I know. We always match it. We forget to fill Seven in.
I mean, didn't want
the
to.
outsider here.
Yeah. Well, Seven, how you doing today, man? It's the finals, right? We're finally into the last 4 days. It's been a long, or not even not long of a month, to be fair. A lot of games played, and we're going to find out who's taking home the big money here.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see how that first game is going to go. That first game is pretty much just going to set up the mood for the whole for this weekend that we're going to be having here. And I'm excited, man. I cannot wait. I even got a haircut for it.
You're looking
Let's go,
good,
baby.
You're looking fresh. I mean, Glitter was like showing off her lats on Instagram a couple of days ago. Everyone is ready to go for the games we have today. And if you guys missed out on anything leading up to our finals, let's take a look at the format to brush you guys up and get you guys ready for the next 4 days of action. We've had 3 weeks of play, all starting back with the opening matches. I can barely remember what even happened back then, but that was all to determine seeding going into our 5 groups for our first week of league play, where the top 16 teams from the 2 days of play moved through the super weekends, and the points accumulated over the course of those 3 super weekends, where they reset every time we went into league play to find a new set of 16 teams. But we finally made it through. We have our top 16 teams to make it into the finals, and they are playing for so much money. But you know what, Glitter? They're playing for a lot of pride here.
Oh, a ton of pride, especially because a lot of these teams have some bouncing back to do, if you will.
Some teams? I think I know what you're talking about.
We'll be touching on them a little bit later, but there is definitely some pride on the line on top of that cash prize.
Oh, yeah, and I can't wait to see, actually, if those teams we're talking about in particular can do it here. But let's see how they can even bounce back into this one. But taking a look at the points, again, a lot of weight going over towards kills. Every kill you get gets you 1 point. But Seven, I think we've seen a big shift in the mentality of teams where they're more going for the placement points here.
We have, and yeah, and I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about here. It's going to be Kanina Power. We've seen Kanina Power. They used to take full advantage of that 1 point per kill, and they kind of faded away from that, and they started focusing on those 20 points for first place, and then just worry about the kills later. So I wouldn't be surprised if more teams going into this first day especially, they're going to maybe try to do that. We're not going to maybe see a lot of action towards the start of the game, but then towards the end, a lot of teams are going to be alive trying to get that 20-plus points just for getting the chicken dinner, and on top of that, getting some kills.
And I think we're going to see in today, in particular, a lot of teams focused on this, at least in the first day of the finals, right? There's no need to go extra crazy here to get knocked out first. Imagine being that team. You got in 16th place in the very first match with 0 kills. You get 1 point, and you're already playing with like one hand tied behind your back now.
If it does happen, I hope it happens for like a team that we're kind of known to be consistent, or we know that they can have those pop-offs. Because even going off that, I was watching East earlier today. By the way, if you're not watching both of us, East and West, what are you doing? I was watching East, and BTR, Bigatron, Red Aliens, actually, they ended up in 16th place with 0 kills. So they ended up only getting 1 point in that first game. And then after that, I think it was like a reset saying, hey, wake up, and they did so, and I think they ended up the day in 2nd place. So if it does happen for teams here in the West, I hope it kind of happens at the start. If for some reason, I know we're gonna be talking about Cloud9, if they have a bad game, I hope it's the first one that is gonna happen. That way they can just wake up and get back on the roll that we know they can.
Well, let's see why we need these teams to wake up, because there's a lot of money on the line. I already talked about 100 grand for first place. Cloud9, they were in first place going into the very 3rd super weekend. They were like pretty much a shoe-in for getting themselves the 50 grand, but they fell down to, I believe, 6th place, only netting themselves $6,000. I mean, that's still a lot of money, but nowhere near the 50K they could have been earning. But now looking ahead, Glitter, $100,000 in the line, split 4 ways within your team. Unless you have subs, unless you have coaches, that is so much money.
That is a lot of money, and we've kind of, been reminding people as we go, but now we're finally at the point where this is what the teams are playing for. This is what they're fighting for. And on top of that, there still is the available MVP award as well, which we'll be following probably the entire weekend. You know, who we're expecting to try and pull that down. But like you said, Cloud9 was in contention for that $50,000 prize, got knocked out of that spot down to 6th, then Loops were able to take that home. I feel like 7 is trying to hope that those teams we saw at the top kind of struggle a little bit early on here and shake things up, make it a little bit interesting for us right out of the gate.
Well, also it's interesting.
That's pretty much, that's exactly what I was saying. I hope they kind of just rub it off and then just start doing what we know they're capable of doing.
Yeah, I mean, we know they can be amazing, and I'm assuming from what I talked to Bayo about over the weekend, they definitely can. But also, you guys at home, there's something you guys can win going on. We're having a milestone event here. If we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers on the stream across YouTube, across the game, across Twitch, you'll be getting 6 crates for everyone who plays PUBG Mobile. More importantly, there's also permanent sets you can win within these crates. So make sure you get in here. Make sure you get your friends watching as well. Make sure you guys are watching as many places as possible, because that is going to be some sweet stuff just landing into your inbox at the end of the event.
That's right, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be sharing the stream a lot. I know my dad in Colombia watches this, so Dad, if you're watching this, good to see you. Thanks for watching. I'm
sure he said to you, Seven, you and Jason are doing a fantastic job on the show, unlike Glitter's parents, who ignored me completely. I do wonder why that happened. I mean, kind of to be fair, actually, I think it was Tenza. I was doing an MVP interview with Tenza on Monday, and he said to me after, like, so what are you doing with the show? And I'm like, I'm the host. He's like, oh, you're the host. I'm like, thanks, man. We just did a 10-minute interview, and he didn't even know who you were talking to, but that's probably my fault. Anyways, obviously moving on, we have a lot of things to cover. Cloud9 is one of the big ones. I could use the tears, honestly. Cloud9 is one of the big teams that we're going to be talking about here. They didn't make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. They fell short coming into league play in the 3rd week, but it's their chance to bounce back here, 7.
Yeah, and I think this is one team that we definitely have to talk about. Remember, they were so dominant throughout the whole tournament. They were so dominant during league play, especially Super Weekends. When we go back and look at what they did in week 1 and week 2, they were just a team that seemed unstoppable. And then they got absolutely like handbrake. Crazy stuff happened to them on that final week where they weren't even able to qualify to the Super Weekend, and that wasn't even the thing that kind of shocked me. It was how many kills they were able to get. They weren't really able to get that many kills. Rotations were not going their way. Whenever they would get lucky with some kind of rotation, just things wouldn't go their way in some other aspect. And I was talking with even a little bit, one of the players from Cloud9, and I was asking him, what is something that you guys are focusing on? Are you guys just going to pretty much throw up that last week of league play as just bad luck, or is this something that's kind of like staying with you guys? And then he told me that they were just mostly trying to reset their mental state, which is something that I know a lot of us were talking about. Even you mentioned it, Jason, going from being a team that could have won $50,000 to only winning $6,000, that's going to affect you no matter if you had $1 million in your bank account, all right? So that's something that they will definitely kind of just keep of their minds. And they were saying they were mostly going to just stay to their game plan. They have played so well this tournament. Things just didn't work out, and it didn't work out towards week 3. And in a way, I'm kind of glad that happened in week 3, because you wouldn't want that stuff to happen here on the league finals when possibly you are going to end up winning more money if you do end up in 1st place. So for Cloud9, one of the things I'm going to be looking at here, I'm going to be looking at them to take advantage. First of all, we are going to be playing an extra Erangel a day, so we're going to be playing 3 Erangels. I wanted to take advantage of that as we go back and see here some of the team stats that they were able to have, and just look at the difference between week 1 and week 2. And in week 3, they were average almost pretty much 1,300 damage there on week 1 and week 2, and then on week 3 they were only able to get 381. Now that's definitely because they were leaving a lot earlier. They were getting kicked out of the lobby a lot earlier just by things weren't going their way. Their healing even went up higher. You could see that some of the teams were haunting them, and I think we can go back and see some of that stuff as well, where a lot of teams were hunting them down. Even on the last game of Miramar, I remember Pittsburgh Knights, they said, oh, it's Cloud9. They got so excited because it was Cloud9, and they went on for that finish. Yep. And then in regards to the average kills here, Glitter, as we're able to see them, just a huge drop-off. So for this team, the first thing I'm going to be looking at is how they're rotating in the first game, if they're currently still landing towards they used to land, if their gameplay is pretty much the same as it's been before, and for them to not really change that much stuff. Now, if things start going the way they were in week 3, then I definitely want to see like a plan B. I want to see what else they got pretty much on their deck of cards. I want to see what else they're going to be able to do here as this league finals is about to start.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
So you said a plan B. And one thing, so John Allen, Blank, and myself are going to be, have been doing a podcast called the 6X Podcast. If you haven't checked out, make sure you do it on Instagram and on Twitter. We're talking to Ocean Sharma. He is one of the casters over in India who's been covering a lot of the East League. And he was talking about how teams in East League have those plan Bs. They have those positions they'd like to drop, but then they have a backup position that they can use when they figure, okay, that's not going right for us. We need to change things up. Or if we're being hunted, we can go somewhere else. And for some reason, we're not seeing, I think, a lot of those plan Bs come into light when it comes to our Western counterpart here in the World League. And then even talking to Bayo during the 6X podcast, he was saying they're fine. Not a big deal. They're like, yeah, well, we could have won more money. They don't care. They're already looking ahead into the finals. And he was talking to me about something. They're talking about something about how Adder in Team Unique, they had these ingredients for this like really cool kind of strategy that no other team was doing. Squeak. And he feels like that with him at the lead, with him being like the primary chef, he's figured out how to get these ingredients into the right proportions to make them execute properly. So something we like to call the Bayo Mayo now coming out of the team. I think they're prepared to come into this with something completely different. And I feel like Cloud9 will definitely have a strong start that we expect them to have. And I have to say, by the way, I didn't get my prediction in time, so I'm going to give the production crew a heads up now. I'm going to be taking Cloud9 for our first match of the day. But Glitter, Cloud9, this team has had some struggles, but you know what? I feel like they can bounce back. What's your thoughts?
We've seen them perform so consistently well that I think they're definitely more than capable of bouncing back. It just depends on the majority will be their mental state. Will they have allowed it to kind of beat them down over the weekend? If you guys are saying that you were able to talk to them and they're already ready to bounce back. They've had ample time because they didn't play in that super weekend. They've had ample time to work on whatever they needed to work on, adjust whatever went wrong in that final week of league play, and if anything, kind of rest up even more after a very long month of consistent PUBG Mobile gameplay. So there's no reason for them to not do well right now unless
they've gone cold,
unless some
right?
of these other teams, unless some of these other teams just come in hot and they've just been down for too long that they kind of lost that steam that they had picked up.
Something to add on that is just for viewers too that might have not seen that much of week play or super weekends. Cloud9, their strategy is usually pretty much take minimal risks. They like to be one of the teams that are towards the end of the circle, towards the end of the game where they're going to have to be able to frag out. They like to go ahead and put themselves in position. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be looking at here on this first game. Are they still going to be going to that minimal risk game plan that they have and just try to survive towards the end of the game and then start fragging out, as we've seen Adder being able to do, as we now see the comparisons here for the super weekend average stats between Cloud9, Loops Esports, Footballers, and Wildcard Gaming. And you can see Cloud9 was up there in regards to damage, given that they did end up playing 15 less matches than the other ones, but they were still doing good during super weekends. And then you have teams like Loops Esports that were averaging more kills than pretty much anybody out there. Even Footballers, when they were having such an amazing weekend or such an amazing week, Loops Esports was still performing even better than them. So I want to go ahead and see how those teams are going to be coming out, because remember, Glitter, Loops Esports and Footballers, they start slowing down, and then on top of that, you have Wildcard Gaming starting to get hot.
Yeah, and I feel like we talked about it quite a few times over the last Super Weekend. Wildcard Gaming couldn't have timed it any better, right? We watched them struggle for probably the middle portion or even into some of the earlier portion of league play. And then in that final Super Weekend, it's like they flipped a switch and just started playing so aggressively like we had seen them do when we did opening weekend, and they were being very, very successful with it as well. So if they're one of those few teams that can kind of pull that momentum into the finals with them, it's going to work out very, very well in their favor, because we saw the likes of Loops and Cloud9, everybody started to slow down a little bit there, and a lot of those teams that were in the middle or towards that top 10 position were able to really start using that to their advantage.
Can I bring something up here too? because these stats are kind of misleading. Cloud9 was the #1 team at the end of the second Super Weekend. They were ahead by like 40 points compared to Loops. They don't have the highest average damage. They don't have the highest average kills or knockouts. They have the lowest healing. But Cloud9 was the #1 team in the West League. So I think what you were saying, Seven, earlier on about they like to play safe, get into the final zones, and then focus on winning the game is proven true here just off stats alone.
Yep. Yeah, and remember, this is one team that they had a lot more placement points than any of the other teams out there. If we actually go back to those stats, Cloud9 was just smoking everybody out of the water. The only reason why Loops Esports or Footballers were kind of contending is because they had a lot more kills than what Cloud9 did. So if Cloud9 brings that same game plan, if they are able to go in and keep up the performances that they can do, pretty much being consistent in top 5 and then start fragging for Adder and for an event to start fragging out even more, then they're going to be a scary team. We know they can be a scary team. It's just how are they going to bounce back from having just such a bad week in week 3?
Well, some other teams we need to start talking about here is, well, one team in particular who didn't get a single chicken dinner when it came to the Super Weekends, B4, and then also comparing them up against Dream Eaters here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited to talk about B4 because I think they have a lot of promise going into finals here. So, like you were saying before, B4 were the only team in the entire top 10 that didn't pull down a single chicken dinner during any Super Weekend, even though they did play in all 3 of them. Now, when the final standings were all said and done, they ended up in 7th place overall, and they were actually right under Dream Eaters, who was in 5th. Now, Dream Eaters had 5 chicken dinners, and B4 had none, and they were still only separated by a 46-point margin. B4 actually ended up with 4 second-place finishes in the first Super Weekend, 3 of which were on the first day. Then they had 2 more second-place finishes and a 4th-place finish in the second Super Weekend. Then they had 2 third-place finishes, a second-place finish, and a 4th-place finish in the third and final Super Weekend. So, I mean, even when we're looking at the overall stats for B4, they actually were only able to pull down 2 wins in the entirety of league play, and 1 was in the first week and 1 was in the last week. They have just consistently gotten so close to getting that win and just haven't been able to finish it yet. Now, we have seen B4 have started to become incredibly consistent on both Erangel and Miramar. And this, I think, was something we maybe weren't necessarily expecting because we were able to talk to Knight earlier on in the league play portion, and he had said that their favorite map was actually Sanhok, but their performances on Sanhok weren't really cutting it. So we have to take into consideration they're going to be having more Erangels to play on here during finals. That could definitely work out in their favor. And as we see here, we're looking at their stats compared to Dream Eaters. And like I was saying, they were only, separated by a very small point margin. And you can see how almost identical all of their stats are, whether it's damage received, their kills, their knockouts. I mean, I think knockouts is the only one they have even like that little bit of an advantage over. But this is crazy how similar these stats are, Seven.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it over and over again. I think at one point during the tournament, we saw B4 and Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters ended up getting first place, I think, back-to-back days in Miramar, and then B4 ended up getting second place back-to-back as well. So we know these teams can be consistent, but the thing for me is that, as you were mentioning, they just haven't had those, especially with B4, they just haven't had those back-to-back wins, impressive wins that we have seen out of other teams. Especially, we haven't really seen them get that hot. They've always mentioned how Sanhok is one of their favorite maps, but guess what? They just really haven't performed that well. So for this team, I want them to go ahead and pretty much start doing what we saw out of Wildcard and out of Temple Storm in that last Super Weekend. I want them to go ahead and start being a little bit more aggressive, get those skills, get those wins under your belt, and then they can become that scary team, because I know B4 can definitely be a scary team.
Absolutely. From
what I've been able to see out of PMPL Americas and the flashes that we have seen here so far in the World League.
They're so close.
I mean, they're basically Cloud9 without the chicken dinners.
Yep.
Ooh. I like it.
That's what I kind of got. It's like Cloud9's little brother, just looks up to his older brother and then just able to close out the game just yet. But obviously with some age, maybe some years now. Obviously with some games, they should be able to pull it back. And that's really cool to see that they can play for the placements, still get some decent kills, and still have an overall great standing. You imagine if they have 100 extra points because of 5 chicken dinners, would they have actually been in first place? You know, that's a big upping in prize pool. It's also a big upping in reputation as well. But you know what? We're getting ready here with our first match of the day. And as you said before, Seven, there's an extra match to be played when it comes to the finals. Let's take a look now at the schedule so you can see where everything will be going as we start the day off over on Erangel. Head over to Vikendi, but then head right back to Erangel yet again, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. So as you can see, 6 matches a day over 4 days. If I can do my math correctly, that's 24 matches in total. And that means you only have 24 matches to prove you're the best in the West.
Yeah, you cannot have a slow day. You cannot start slow. And as I mentioned, if you do start slow, you better hope it's the first map of the day, because you cannot be playing catch up with some of these teams, especially some of those teams end up getting hot. Now with this here, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be Erangel 3 times. Which are the teams that are going to take full advantage of that? Which are the teams that are perform so well in Erangel and can maybe go ahead and transition those good performances into here the league finals? That's what I'm going to be looking at with the extra Erangel that's going to be played.
You know, I'm also curious about a certain team we haven't mentioned yet, Pittsburgh Knights. Ooh. They obviously had Sixless come out, Jagger come in. We've been talking about them maybe trying to get some reps in under their belt when it came to the Super Weekends and league play to kind of meld together as a team. But now as they move into the finals, they drastically underperformed when it came to that last Super Weekend here, Seven. So do they have the potential to bounce back as well?
Oh man, you're really gonna put me on this spot, huh? I with Pittsburgh Knights, listen, it was just such a blow.
It's possible.
It was such a blow losing Sixless, and on top of that, not having Juicy, the sub that they had agreed to play, not being able to come in and replace Jagger, that I think it was just too much stuff right now. I think I hope so. Honestly, I hope so. I know some of the players from that team. I've been following them for a very long time, so I hope they go ahead and put out the performances. But to overcome all of that in such a short time, I don't think it's gonna be a good look here for Pittsburgh Knights. I hope I'm wrong though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to see every team really perform when it comes to the finals, and also maybe see us perform when it comes to our predictions. And I'm going to go ahead and start things off. Hopefully production caught my cue earlier on when I said I was going with Cloud9, since I didn't enter it into the document, since I was running around making sure to get ready for the show. So hopefully, yes, they got my back. We got Cloud9, my pick. Seven, you're wearing blue. Do you got Cloud9 as well?
Yes, I actually do.
Oh,
I have Cloud9 because I want to see a great performance out of them here in this first game. I want to see a comeback story. I want to see them shut the mouths of all the trolls that were in the chat. I want to see pretty much a good storyline this weekend. So yeah, I want Cloud9 to be doing good here in the first map.
Well, since Glitter's wearing red, I'm assuming wild card.
No, I'm saving my wild card pick. I will pick them at some point. I just haven't decided yet. I thought about picking Cloud9, but I kind of wanted to see how they come into finals. So I actually went a little bit off, my normal picks and went with Loops for the first game. See how they come out of the gate.
All right. I mean, like, Loops got 50K under their belt. They definitely, I mean, maybe we could talk about it really quickly here, Glitter. They didn't look like the Loops we expected to in the third Super Weekend with Cloud9 not there, right? We expected them to dominate the entire time, but they definitely had some struggles.
Exactly. They were one of the teams that kind of fell off a little bit. And, there's tons of theories around that. Was it because they knew that they were in such a secure spot that they gave themselves a little bit of a breather? They kind of stopped showing their hand as far as strategy goes a little bit. Is that part of it? Or did they genuinely just start struggling? Was the lobby different, now that Cloud9 wasn't in there playing and they didn't have that competition there? We talked about that being potentially a factor that was contributing to it. Don't really know. All we know is that at the end, they were able to still maintain that lead. They picked it up towards the very end of the Super Weekend and got themselves the first place overall for the league play portion. Yep. So if they can kind of go back into that old Loop style play that we've seen where they're just very aggressive and that aggression is consistent and pays off and successful, I'm feeling good about them.
Okay, well, we got Loops, we got 2 Cloud9s. Now we need to get rid of you guys so we can go get ready for our first match. And we'll check with you guys, obviously, at the end of the first one. We'll bring them back in and break down how that game did go. Gonna miss you guys, but we'll see you later. Not even a goodbye. That's what I'm working with here. You guys at home, though, maybe you can be lucky because I've clearly been unlucky with these guys that saying bye to me. With the lucky draw that's still going on within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit. So if you guys haven't done it yet, you've got 4 days left to do so. Make sure you guys do it. Whether you're watching East, whether you're watching West, just make sure you're watching within the game and within that Esports Center. You can still tweet to us as well at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL. Let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win this first match. You obviously can do it in chat as well, and Seven will be calling out your name if you are correct. And speaking about being correct, we have 2 people we're going to be bringing in who are always correct when their predictions come through. It's Viram and Cameron Davis. And Viram, how are you doing today, man? We're into our finals.
I can't believe it, man. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of play to get us here, and now 4 days is all that's left to determine who's going to be the champions. I'm just ready to go. Let's go. Let's just go. Let's get these games
I like how
going.
you're saving the energy, too. You know, you're just keeping it really mellow right now because when those games kick off, you're going to be getting crazy. Just like Cameron. How you doing, man?
Hi, I'm doing good. I'm a little confused saying how we're accurate at predictions. But let's go with it. Let's try and scrub over and correct history.
Hey, everyone's at 0. Not only the teams, so are we. We start fresh with our predictions.
Yes.
Maybe this is your chance here.
Yes.
Take the #1 position. But let's talk with you guys really quickly about some of the things we mentioned before. I want to start right off the bat talking about the team that everyone's going to be talking about here, Cloud9. Cameron, they're coming into this now with an extended break, we should say, not qualifying through to the third Super Weekend. How do you feel like they are going to be going into this first match?
I don't think that their lack of qualifying for the last Super Weekend is going to be that big of an issue. Even the best teams can struggle at times, and I do think just looking at the way that they played, that it was also almost a little bit of like, we already qualified for the finals, and even if we lose first place, it's not the biggest of deals, but you can argue whether that's good or bad. My bigger concern is the fact that we saw, especially during the 3rd week, the lobby has only become more and more aggressive, and we constantly look at Wildcard, and then even a little bit of Nova, though they haven't been as successful in that front as the examples of that, but it's almost been more aggressive across the board. And so, even though I do suspect that Cloud9 will perform well, will their style of coming in late, big macro rotational focus during the early mid-game, will that continue to be successful when so much of the lobby is a lot more aggressive than it was during the first couple of weeks?
And Viram, do you want to talk about Cloud9, or is there another team you'd like to point out here before we get underway with our first match?
I think we can definitely touch on them a little bit. I think the idea of this last weekend, we definitely felt the power vacuum a little bit. There was definitely a lot more space that was created because Cloud9 was not in the lobby. But to be fair, you're right. They do have a bit of an extended break. So while I do think that C9 is going to step up, is going to get the games in there, get those wins, I don't necessarily know if it's going to be like the first game or even necessarily the first half of today. I think it's going to take them a few games to get back into it. Who knows? I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, speaking about being wrong, I hope you guys aren't wrong here because it's time for our prediction game. And we're going to start with you as well, in Viram, right off the bat. We had 2 Cloud9s. We had a Loops. Who do you got?
I got a different pick. I was looking back at some stats. I was crunching some numbers, and a team that performs well on the first game of the day and a team that performs well on Erangel is Konina Power. So I'm actually going to go with KP for game #1. I know. I am throwing it out there. We're having some fun today. Let's see what you're right. We're starting from 0. Let's go.
Cameron, who do you, I mean, you can't go under 0, I think. Whoever the commissioner is can maybe decide those rules because it's not me anymore. Cameron, who do you got?
I'm gonna go Cloud9. Despite the questions that I raised earlier, they are still a very, very strong team. Will they be as dominant as they were for the first 2 weeks? We're gonna have to see. But they're still so good on Erangel and routinely very, very good on the opening game that without watching any of the grand finals yet, I think they're the safest pick.
Okay, well, gentlemen, let's get underway now with our first match of our finals here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Like I said, I cannot believe it. We are here after all these weeks of play, after league play, after Super Weekend, after Super Weekend, after Super Weekend, over dozens and dozens of matches. It all comes down to this. The plane is in the air. The players are ready to drop. Erangel is waiting. There's guns and ammo to be had. But let's see who will walk away with our first win here. Because you know, Cameron, if we're talking about momentum, if we're talking about teams want to start things off on the right foot, getting a chicken dinner here would go a long way towards that.
Yeah, but you can't let up because we are playing a lot of games. We're playing 24 games over this entire weekend. That's almost twice a single weekend from the Super Weekend. So you can't just like take it. It's definitely a longer format. And so, yes, a good win at the beginning will be a good start for the full day, but that's not gonna secure you in any stretch. We can easily see a team win a chicken dinner and not even place in top 8 depending on how the rest of their games go.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, again, it's all about trying to get consistent placement. You don't necessarily need to win every single game, but being able to place in the top 4 as much as humanly possible, that's really where you're going to start to get into the money in terms of those points. And at least 5 to 7 kills, 6 kills around tends to be what a lot of these top teams are averaging. And if you can maintain that, that's a great way to get into the top position there. But oh my goodness, plane path into circle. Game number 1 is certainly starting off a certain way.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for a number of the teams, but it's going to be an equal struggle. All the teams that landed first have to travel from Sanhok Island, and the teams that landed last, we're looking at Unique, specifically jumping out of the plane path, they actually have a really easy rotation themselves, and everyone else is trying to fly a further distance to the drop point. They won't have to move that far, like looking at Alpha Legends, assuming they're going to stay in Yasnaya, that they routinely do, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to be pretty safe. Wildcard going to Severny. They should have an all right rotation. I saw them stopping. I was worried for a little bit that they're squabbling over vehicles with Alpha Legends, but they're able to find one. It's a clown car, not the most comfortable, but I think they should be okay unless Alpha Legends decide to be get a little sneaky with things. But actually, could be Easter with the micro Uzi trying to get some sprays down. But oh my God, they actually got him.
Oh my goodness. This is absolutely, what a way to start the game. Oh me, oh my. Okay.
Hit him with the car. Just hit him with the car. There it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
They see the other members though. They're all prone behind that tree. Did they spot them? They're going, they did. Oh, wow.
Oh
Maybe not.
my goodness.
So,
Snakes in the grass.
They found them. This is bad.
Oh boy. Here we go. They don't know what they do. Okay, they're just going to get out. They're going to do it like this. Don't get punched to death, Spring. That would be awkward. Okay. Okay, this is one way to start the game. This is one way to start the... Who is driving? Sam? And we're revoking your license. All right?
It's really bad driving.
We are... Look, Sam, really good with guns. Apparently less good behind the wheel of a car. Okay, that's what is happening.
At least Rahman is safe. His corn outfit really making him blend in with the local fauna, local foliage. But that's still really bad because he's gonna have to continue running. I think that UAZ that we saw real quick that his teammate got shot out of should be drivable to the location, though you're gonna want to replace that as quickly as you can. But over here, Vindex, Umbra hiding on a roof, getting pushed or at least threatened by UDR killers. PRZ is there from the distance. I wonder if we can supply some support. But this would be a 2v4 even if he does want to arrive. Does UDR killers know that someone is here? They do. They spot PRZ out.
But at this point, don't really have a whole lot of gear to get this done. You've got the DP, so you can't hit the shots. You've got to hope that they are as little looted as you are. No, not even in this case. PRZ is more than happy to fight. Look at what he's got going on. He's more than happy to get involved. So I think this is maybe a situation where PRZ is going to try and bail out his teammates here. And yeah, I think with the rest of the team rotating, and you can see this on the mini-map, we might see another fight here at Sunken City to start this off. And it is Vindex who's going to draw first blood, putting the Tommy gun to bear.
Ooh, also spotted out Nano. Nano's got to get out of there. I don't know if he's expecting the grenade, but it's a good throw either way. Good. It's actually damage coming out from PRZ. The grenade pushed Nano into the angle. A couple of shots coming in. PRZ dropped very, very low. He's going to have to heal up, but he has no meds before he pushes in. This could be really dangerous for PRZ. I think he's just going to stay there and give information while Vindex arrives. And the rest of Umbra also coming out from the west side, but a nade goes too far.
Oh my goodness, needed another half a second of cooking time. Baking times in PUBG Mobile, very specific. But both of these players on a scrap of HP. But this is huge because they were able to get their down player inside the building to be able to revive him and walk right to his death. Okay, that's a good way to start. The nade does come through, does connect. Now the rest of the team is starting to rotate in from both sides. Pocus did the initial long-range damage to the PRZ, has moved up. And we have the last remaining member of Umbra. I believe it is Sandra. No, wait, is he actually down on the outside here? Hang on a second. This is a disastrous position now for UDR Killers as Umbra is pushing in.
Yeah. Sandro is not going to get revived unless EDR Killers win this fight in the next couple of seconds. But with Nano such low health, and Poku seems to be unsecure on what he wants to do, just trying to peek around the corner, but shots keeping him pushed back behind. And this is going to be a continual squeeze of pressure around them.
Yeah, the jaws are continuing to close in as Nano goes down. He tried to back up and reset. The shots are there. Vindex playing around the angle, pre-firing. Can he get it? No, through the smoke, survives with an HP. PRZ is holding on. Oh my goodness, there's it. All the way, the wraparound. Pocus finally does drop, and that is UDR Killers. Our first team out is more action continuing here. Pittsburgh Knights, Kunina Power going toe-to-toe now. J7 is down. Oh my goodness, Cameron, what is this game number 1?
Yeah, teams are going a lot more aggressive, and this is exactly what we've been talking about this entire time, and they are not wasting a second getting their points where they can. Jagger here, good opportunity onto Rob, but isn't going to find the shots, and the nade doesn't go far enough to connect on the rest of Kunina Power either. And Kunina Power are... I'm assuming that they're the ones that camp this bridge, because they usually loot up Milta, but... Of course, their drop from the plane path could have made things a little more interesting. Still have 4 up. J7 does get confirmed. And the Knights, I think, off of that, are going to look to retreat away from this fight because it's not even for an important area. But spoiler alert, there is going to be a third party coming into this fight from the bridge.
Yep, Footballist is going to be rotating in. This is normally where KP camp, but I always talk about the idea that they sit very far back on this camp. They allow a lot of opportunities for teams to rotate in, and in this case, it was Pittsburgh Knights who did so, losing J7. And of course, J7, the last time we saw him on the server, in our regular league play, he had a bit of a play, but hang on a second. Lutz? Okay. Here we go. He's doing the scouting. The rest of Footballist is coming in. They heard the shots. They know Kunina Power is here. They know what's going on. They are savvy to this, and they have been allowed to cross the bridge unscathed.
They're across, but they're not fully through. Kunina Power, it's still a little bit of a road, and unless Footballist want to make a bank alongside the coast south of Milta, but that's going to be directly in the firing line of Kunina Power, so it's more, they just know that they have to take this fight. They don't want to rotate into the west bridge. It's too wide of a rotation. It's too risky of one in their eyes. The shots are trading back and forth. No real connections either way just yet. And I worry about grenades onto Footballist's location, but they're spreading out and they're making sure to try and take land wherever they see an opportunity for it. In fact, Solke pushing forward with the Dacia just to steal it away. Kunina Power are trying to retreat off of this, trying to follow basically exactly where Pittsburgh Knights went, and they have a building to block the line of sight to use as protection, but their vehicle situation is one that I'm not entirely sure about.
I don't believe they have any, to answer that question. There were 2 vehicles here, 2 buggies that PK moved with. Oh, they have a single buggy. Well, they're very fortunate, though, because look at this next circle. They don't have very far to move. So they do have a little bit more time, like you mentioned before, but the grenades are going to be coming in. If there's any team that I don't want to be receiving grenades from, it's got to be Footballists, but they were able to push their way through this, played that so well. I got to give props to both teams, actually. Neither one going down, neither one losing a single player. Footballists make their way through. They do not want to stay there. They do not want to stick around. They do not want to tunnel vision into Kunina Power here. And I think that's a very mature decision coming in from Footballists. They're feeling good so far today. They could definitely be a team to watch out for in this first game.
Yeah, they basically walked up to Kunina Power and said, hey, move. And Kunina said, yep, you're right. Yes, my bad. I was in your way. I apologize. Let me, this is your sidewalk. I'm sorry for stepping in your line of sight as your personal space. And just let them cross. And Footballists, they're taking the path. You said the circle shift went down towards the southeast, and Footballists have open area because so many other teams are going to be coming in from the west and the northwest around Yasnaya. We're watching that rotation right now, real quick in that picture-in-picture. There's a lot of teams that are be crossing over that Yasnaya fields. And that, in a way, sort of tightens up the areas that you can sit at. And the amount of aggressiveness we've seen from a number of these early teams, we could continue to see fights as teams are fighting over even phase 2 locations.
Yeah, because there's a lot of open ground in this particular circle, but there's only a little amount of good open ground. There's a lot of these weird, like long hills that come in that if you find yourself on the bottom end of it, if you're not up on top of that hill, you're not feeling very good about it. I'm talking to the area like northeast of Prison, sort of southeast of Yasnaya. There are a couple of compounds there that you can play with, but if you're not being cognizant of your lines of sight, if you're not making sure to check your angles, you could have a team just long bomb you, get the down. Even one kill at this stage could be disastrous for these teams because keeping 4 members alive is so important. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, these long-range fights that we're seeing, trying to vie for what little bit of cover they can find.
Good shots coming out from B4 to keep Unique pressed down in that dip. Only 2 members of Unique here, and the other 2 I see just a itty bitty bit on the minimap trying to group up. But group up to where is the question? But a good shot coming out from Milky Way. B4 were actually the ones trying to leave, thought they dealt enough pressure to find their way out, but Levi's gonna go down. That's gonna be a point for Unique and Pedro.
No, it's not. It's not, Cameron. G-Fan stole that. Where is Nova? I don't know, but he stole that kill. What a crazy person. As we're now seeing a fight break out between Yala Esports and Loops. Carrillo goes down. Carrillo is confirmed by Lord, and Kayowski goes down. Wait a second. Yala Esports is in the server, and it is Lord. The rest of his team, we saw them step up over this last Super Weekend, but he was the original star of this team. And now potentially another down on a Fede Erangel. Hang on a second, he's pushing in point blank range with the DP. Lord wins another fight, and that is Loops down. Hang on a second, the Lord of Erangel is here, and he is from Yala Esports. Hello.
Loops going out in 15th place is not what anyone expected for the very first match of the Grand Finals. Where's the next shift going to go? Teams are not afraid to fight, and it's a hard shift. This is going to force those fights because it is a big, giant hill coming from the west side of the circle down towards the east. I wonder if anyone's going to try and bomb into the Plovka. We haven't seen a circle end in this area in quite some time, if ever. And I personally haven't seen it in this area for quite a while, just in all of my PUBG watching days, with B4 driving directly up into Footballists who have surrounded Prison.
Oh my goodness, this is a very uncommon spot. We talked about this last week. I'm like, why does nobody hang around Prison? Well, this is the answer, because if you try and rotate in, you just get absolutely demolished. What a bad day for B4 to start this off. They have been, just getting shot at from every single direction. And Cameron, this is the area I was talking about. This area outside of Prison, just west of Lipovka, just southeast of Yasnaya. This is like the danger zone. If you do not get in a position early, if you do not have a proactive rotation, you will get absolutely messed up. And a team that's looking to mess somebody up right now, it's Footballists pushing into Nova.
This is an aggressive maneuver. They lost one, and they didn't just leave him up to the dogs. They're going in, they're saving Private Ryan. HCL does go down. And Lutz is
a better combo.
From the side. It's a full
better combo than Soul K jump shotting around a corner with a micro Uzi. I'll wait. There isn't one. It looks so good. As now it is G-Fan, basically the last man standing here, but he is able to confirm the down. Hang on. They are trying to do some damage back. G-Fan is holding strong for the team, but no, too many angles to deal with. And that is Nova Esports out. The send from Footballists gets it done, but they do lose one in the process.
If you poke the bear, you better be prepared for it to come at you with full force. And they're going to be able to remain with only 3 alive. They did lose one in a little bit of a I'm just going to say it, sloppy push, just out in the open like that.
Yeah.
But they have 5 kills, and they have a very, in fact, probably the best compound in this circle. So that, I think, is a valuable trade, losing Soul K for this purpose. They are going to have to worry about the high ground coming out from the west side where they just retreated from, but it's good that they left that area because a lot of teams are coming in from that direction. But over here on the northwest side, a compound that's not even in the circle, we're going to see a fight between the remainders of Alpha Legends, the 2 survivors from the early game fight from Wildcard and them. I say fight, it was really more of a bullying.
Yeah, it was them getting
Queso.
It was them getting slapped around a little bit to start this game, but we'll see how long this fight lasts without a third party coming in, as Umbra is also rotating down, so we'll see if they opt to join in the fray, as Rayman is trying to survive against the push of Axel and Ayala. Nades are coming in right through the open door. Rayman getting absolutely bopped, jumps down to try and find the... Whoa, my goodness, the fancy feet from Raymond there. Up and down over the rail, able to dodge out that grenade. And I think he's going to be able to get the first aid off. He is. So hang on a second. He is able to hold on just a little bit longer, but Kato is in a rough spot. I cannot believe how long Raymond is surviving through this as the blue pushes in and will put a timer on this fight.
Yeah, but it's mostly a timer. Oh, Marco, enough damage for the blue to knock him. This does alleviate a little bit of pressure. Now KSO need to decide if they want to go for their own revive or not. He's dealing a lot of damage and actually not taking much in return. I say that.
Wait.
What?
And that was the third party I was talking about. Umbra from distance. I talked about it, Cameron. How long is this going to remain? Both teams are down. I mean, so much damage done by Raymond. I cannot believe how well he did. And the PRZ and crew just comes into the end, cleans up a couple of kills and says, thank you very much. We take those.
I don't know how many points Raymond was able to get for Alpha Legends, however. He did a lot of damage, but I think it was mostly Umbra and Blue to get the final blows. So even though, yes, it might have seemed exciting, he had zero time for celebration before he in turn got taken out by Umbra, but also not even any points for the leaderboard. They're sitting at 2 overall off of that.
Again, but still, if you're Rayman, you could not have played that better. You were a one-man wrecking crew. Rayman, Lord, the names we're starting to see so far in this game number 1. Definitely players you should be keeping an eye on. And Memphis is looking to add himself to this list. This is facing down against Konina Power, who've rotated in from the south. They played on the edge, but a team that is not... actually is fighting for this edge, the new edge they've been constantly forced to rotate. Of course, it's Pittsburgh Knights. They lost one member early, but Meku maybe has some eyes on Raven. Can't find the shots.
Good spread here by Dream Eaters. And they're in a position in the circle that rotations from the south, because this was a hard shift towards the northwest. Shouldn't be too much of a threat, but it's wide open area. Also here on the east as well, there's a lot of open area still in this circle, and it's one big hill that we're seeing here on the southeast side that Unique is trying to control, but they're being contested. A good little run over kill to secure Konina Power that, but Zana wants to take this shack.
Yeah, but they're getting, bit of a third party. No. Yell is actually, Zana's going to go down. It is actually Wildcard getting involved. There's a lot of third parties happening right now. Team Unique, Konina Power, Yala Esports, Footballs. Everybody is in the southeastern area. There's like 5 teams on the screen right now, and everybody is vying for the top of this hill. They want the best lines of sight. As Robdini is looking to get some shots downrange onto Frozen, but Milky Way is a lot closer. I don't know if he necessarily realizes a player that close. Milky Way with the prone position does not win the fight. Robdini gets it done, and Frozen is in shambles. Gonzo from range with the vehicle explosion, and now this is Team Unique in a terrible position. Konina Power pushing in, making their power felt here on Erangel in game number 1.
Unique tried to take control of this hill, and they left. I don't know if they left Memphis out there on his own on purpose or just a slow rotation. Either way, they immediately got attacked by Yala and Konina Power, all who had their eyes set in on this location, and they just weren't prepared. They weren't ready. They didn't give them enough time to actually set up shop and get established, and Konina Power just rushing forward. They had their eyes on a vehicle. They don't know for sure that Memphis is behind. You can see Gonzo here checking multiple angles, but I think they know now. They saw a smoke grenade come out from behind that vehicle, and the blue pushing is going to force Memphis to move out into the open. But Lord, also, last surviving member of Yala by himself back here on the west side. Dream Eater still hasn't gotten any closer to removing Pittsburgh Knights, but they haven't had to because the circle is not a threat to them right now. Where is the next one going to move?
We do actually see Lord get confirmed there, and Memphis is going to go down as well. Konina Power, they have been able to take this over. This is the exact hill I was talking about, but Cameron, they cannot hold it for long. Look at that circle shift. Tempo Storm is still in a great position, but Wildcard, who always rotates in through the north, not only did they get the drop, but they also have a great position going into this next circle. But of course, C9 also in the mix. I would not expect them to be anywhere else. They want to come in and have a great start to day number 1, and you've talked about their macro rotations. They are exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, they are in the best spot in this circle. That building that they're hanging out, it's technically, I don't even consider it part of Mansion because it's so separate from the rest of it that they can just see almost anyone and anything in the circle right now. But Football is what remains of them. 3 members up, still pushing in. I was worried about this hard shift really affecting them. The previous circle putting them on the edge, and this next one's still going further away, but they're just hard sending it in. But the question is, where do they even send it to? It's so open here. Football is having to deploy smokes all ready to keep themselves alive, and that is before Dream Eaters or Pittsburgh Knights peek over from that west side.
Ooh, and Levazin's taking some shots from Rain because Tempo Storm is still involved. Tensa with the headshot, able to get the down there. We're seeing vehicles just sending it on through. Pick your poison. Who do you want to get shot from? Mixera's just trying to stay alive after the disastrous start for B4, but football, as smokes are being deployed, but the shots are still coming on through. It's Acer who finally does clean up B4. But all of these teams on the outside looking in, everybody just trying to take some sort of position, but the teams that were able to get here first, were able to hold ground, are doing so with ease. It is everybody else who is just trying to find a spot. This Pittsburgh Knights is looking to push in here onto Umbra. Cameron, can they find the shots?
Yeah, they just bailed from the Dream Eaters fight. They want to go through Mansion for whatever reason. It actually is able, it does allow them to isolate themselves from the rest of the circle while they take this fight. But Raven going down, doesn't even drop Pro Lord as a trade, and it's all up to Jagger to crawl in and take this 1v2, but the smoke's gonna make that incredibly complicated. He's able to find one, but a lot of damage. An immediate trade out by Vindex.
Oh my goodness, Umbra started this game off right. They took a great fight up against DDR Killers, and this teamwork, this cohesion, we're still seeing it apply now. The second one of the players goes down, the other player from the off angle, from the high ground, from the vantage point, able to get the shots in and help support. But the team that needs support right now is Dream Eaters. They got the utility out and about, but they are taking so much damage from range. Everybody is shooting them. It's Fish in a Barrel, it's C9, it's Tempo Storm. NA is here to play. Dream Eaters, get out of here.
They're not even in the circle. That tree isn't even in the circle at all. This is disastrous for Dream Eaters. And they're going to go out. Yeah, 6 teams left, and they're all the ones that moved faster. They were so focused in on the Knights fight that when Knights left, they just weren't ready to make an immediate decision, and I think that ultimately will punish them. But the circle shift a little bit towards the northwest, and it's centered on Konina Power, but they also don't have a compound. They have the circle, and they have a couple of rocks. But what can they do when they have a number of teams that are going to be pushing in onto their position? I suspect Konina Power are in a great spot to pick up good kills on wounded teams.
The problem now becomes, if somebody full sends on them, do they have the manpower? They're already down 1 player. All these other teams, Tempo Storm,
Doesn't matter.
Wildcard, C9, they have all 4 members alive. That's now the question. Can they?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
But they're protected by everyone else who also is able to shoot out of full sets.
True.
So they can just hang out and they can wait because they know that the other team's going to have to deal with each other before they deal with them. And that's what I mean by they can take kills off of wounded teams. They won't be in any sort of 3v4 or 3v3 engagements, but the first team to send it is going to be Wildcard. Does Tempo have the line of sight? You see a little bit of damage. Oh, the vehicle throw. It's like bowling.
Oh my goodness, they're just trying to, can they get the shots, sending it on in? Can Wildcard survive? Tixie's got the shots, but they're continuing to go down. Sam, the last man standing, he has the angle into Axe, so the drop shot is there, and he gets it done, just barely. Konina Power goes down, but oh my goodness, that was so close to disaster for Wildcard.
Cloud9, you saw them watching that fight. They didn't really want to get involved. It's almost like they were an audience at an arena event watching Wildcard take out Konina Power because they knew by doing that, that would be whoever wins. That's still 1 less team. And Tempo Storm, they backfilled a little bit behind Wildcard. And now Cloud9 trying to inch forward a bit by bit as well. But the smokes have all dispersed onto Wildcard's location. But Tempo are currently distracted by Cloud9 and Umbra as well. PRZ does go down, and even a spray onto Tempo Storm. This is a wild finish. And wait, that's a fifth team out in the blue. How long can football stay alive?
Yeah, it is. Lutz just way out there, just trying to heal on through, has already out-survived 1 team, but oh my goodness, Umbra, they don't have the best position. The smokes are there. Bayo with the shots from range. Tensa looking to clean this one up as well. Vindex just getting smacked around. Hang on a second. Like I said, I don't know what's going on right now. Tempo Storm and C9 seem to be on the same page because we constantly see teams taking damage from both of them simultaneously, but finally they will go into each other. It is Uneven that finds the shots onto Spec. It is about time these 2 teams get involved because, let's be honest, they've been making pain for everybody else in this circle so far. It makes sense. They're finally going to deal with each other as footballists eventually go down.
Tempo Storm setting up shop in the southeast of the circle. They're going to lose Spec, unfortunately. Try to take a little bit too much area, and you can't knock the attempt. Umbra also go out. We're looking at the top 3 teams, Cloud9, Wildcard, and Tempo Storm. This is United States all the way. This is North American PUBG Mobile. USA came here to play.
Well, Canada, too. Let's get that in there. For the record.
America's hat! America's hat!
All right, America's hat. You know what? The only hat these teams want to be wearing right now is a crown. They want to be declared kings of Erangel here for game number 1. Who will make the claim to that throne as Sam is out here in the middle? That was the send into Kunina Power that I was worried about. And you talked about everybody else just stared on. It was like the Thunderdome. It was like the Colosseum in Rome as the Gladiators fought it out in the middle. And today, Wildcard came out on top. But they now all have to move. Nobody really has the circle here, Cameron. The question now becomes, how much utility do they have left? How many smokes? How many grenades? What do they have in their pockets?
Tempo Storm, they might be out of it because there are none bloomed on their side of the map. Tensa, he's in a sneaky prone position trying to get a knock on a Cloud9 and a little bit of a push by other members of Tempo using Cloud9 smokes against them. But Cloud9, no matter what, have the high ground, and that in of itself is an advantage. Sam sneaks forward, finds a crate, and that also gives him a little bit of cover. And there's another vehicle move as well. Beowulf taken down very, very low, but they're giving it to Tempo. It's just 24 left. What can he do? A lot of damage, knocks at her.
Well, hang on a second. HH24 found himself a down in return, but both of his teammates are in a rough spot. Tensa is going to get confirmed. HH24 is going to continue to put the shots down range. They can't quite see him. The snake in the grass, more like the snake in the boot of C9, as Pyra is going to drop as well. HH24 finally goes down, but he gives so much pain over to C9 before he does. They've got to get Pyra back up and in the fight. Adder was able to be recovered, but Sam and Spring are going to look to push in. Sam gets the shots onto Adder. Hang on a second. They might be able to capitalize on the damage that Tempo Storm did, but Uneven is still up and involved. Pyra goes right back down into the ground. Hang on a second. Spring is here. Sam is pushing in. Spring is going to continue to give him cover. Can he put the shot? Sam is going to do it. Hang on. Wild card might be surviving against all odds, but Bayo wins the fight, confirms the kill. The vehicle is going to go down, but Spring is still standing. This is not functionally a 1v1, Cameron.
Beowulf has an opportunity to get a revive, but Spring is hopping into the vehicle, rushing forward, trying to surround Cloud9, getting onto Uneven's position, using Cloud9's vehicles against them. But this is a potential 1v2. It is a 1v2. Adder was revived, and the information coming out from Uneven is going to give those Cloud9 members a little bit of an advantage. A grenade does come through. A solid attempt at the end there by Wildcard, but it's going to be Cloud9 back from their vacation, winning game number 1 with 10 kills.
A 10-kill chicken dinner to start the day. Welcome back, Cloud9. Good to see you again. Our team that came out on top week number 1, week number 2, saying, look, guys, you know, we stepped out for a little bit. We had to give other people a chance. That's really what it was all about. You know, had to give them an opportunity to look good. But you know what? We're back now. We got our dress clothes pressed. Our shoes are shined and ready to go. Let's dance. That's what they were saying to the other teams here in that final circle. And despite a fantastic series of plays from Wildcard, Bayo, the IGL, the player we always talk about from like a pure decision-making standpoint, was hitting his shots. My goodness, he did not want to go down. They were playing angry, Cameron, and you'll love to see it.
Not just them, the entire lobby wasn't even the first couple of engagements, because it's not uncommon to see a few, not hot drops, but a little bit of squabbles. But the fights kept happening throughout the mid game up until the end game. North American, or Western rather, PUBG Mobile has definitely turned up to 11.
I love it. I love it. I didn't want to start the weekend off slow, and clearly neither did our teams. But that just means more fights, more action for our analysts to break down. So let's send it back over to them.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, if there are any questions about whether or not Cloud9 can bounce back after not qualifying through the Super Weekend, all I have to say is, 7.
Just shut them up. Let's go, baby. Shut up, all them haters that were saying, oh, but they didn't get first place. That was awesome, man. Listen, something that really actually impressed me from Cloud9 here, besides the win, was the way they were rotating. This was vintage Cloud9 that we have seen in this tournament. And something that I even enjoy most is that they weren't getting lucky with the circles, and they still were able to perform. They were still able to get kills. They ended up with 10 kills overall. And some of the players, I saw Uneven at one point, I think he ended up with 2 kills. That is good for that player. That's one player that, honestly, he hasn't had the best tournament so far. So it's good for him to be hot right off the bat, too, being able to provide some kills for the team. I'm just happy, man. I'm happy they came back and they got that win. This is going to be great for them.
Well, not only did Cloud9 play well, we had some other teams play well. Let's take a look at our standings from that first match. You guys can see exactly what I mean. Wildcard Gaming coming through in second place, but it's the third team, Team Umbra, with 8 kills. Typically a team that likes to play positioning and play placements. They came up on the scoreboard off the bat here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I don't know, this is necessarily what we were expecting. The casters mentioned it a few times. We saw all of these teams just kind of going at it from the very start of the game. The fight started early and they just continued on through mid-game and into the late game. And Umbra with those 8 kills. And then Konina Power also with 9 kills to their name. This is a team that we've seen be playing more conservatively, going for those placement points. But now they're able to start backing it up with those kills. And that's going to bode very well for them if they can do this throughout all of finals. And then moving on down the list, we see Tempo Storm having a very strong first game. Footballist up in the top 6, but I think a big surprise to me is Yala making it into the top 8. We saw them have a fight that we're going to talk about a little bit later, but this is another team that just came out swinging in our very first match here, 7.
Yeah, and for me, one to mention was Konina Power. I think we will definitely have to talk a little bit more about them here as we go to the second page with B4 Esports, 4 points. Pittsburgh Knights, actually happy that they were able to at least get some placement points there. Not that many kills. Nova Esports, 3 points. And then if we go more towards the bottom, guess who we see here?
Yeah.
Oops, Esports. And this goes to, this is something to what I was saying earlier. If you're one of the top teams and you're looking to have a bad match, might as well make it the first game, and it was the first game for them, and it was against an unlikely rival in Yala. Yala just pushed the action to them. This is maybe something that Loops is not used to seeing so early in the match. Other teams being aggressive with them, and I've been noticing this more and more. When teams turn the tables, when teams are the aggressor against Loops Esports, they tend not to perform well. So I wonder if this is something that other teams are going to be able to take advantage.
Have you noticed that Yala have been playing so much better? Once, I think it was Kevin, came on the show for an interview with Glitter. How much better they've been playing. Some motivation for the team. Let's take a look, though, at Cloud9's stats from that last match. They had 3 kills going into some of these final zones, and they bumped it up all the way to 10. And, of course, Bayo, we heard Environment Cameron talk about with the lasers he was shooting out. For me, I think he was just whipping up his Bayo Mayo here because he really put his foot down and closed out that game.
Yes, he did. And I think for me it was the 10 kills. The 10 kills was very impressive for me as well. Just the overall game, the way they were able to play, and also for wildcards, I think they did so good as well. How about for you, Glitter? Which one was the impressive side here for Cloud9?
Well, we got something.
I mean...
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you got it.
But now I'm intrigued what you were about to do.
Okay, well then I'll just
hold
do
up a minute.
I'll just go for it. We have a nice little flashy new addition to the show, courtesy of epics.gg. We have some sweet little player cards coming in to show our top 4 players from the last match. We got Tenza, we got Sam, we got HH24, and we got Beowulf. But now here's the real cool flashy thing. Who's that MVP? Show me. It's Beowulf, getting himself the MVP of that first match. We're going to dive into some more information about these players. But honestly, seeing 2 players from Tempo Storm 7, especially HH24 there, is phenomenal. Yes.
I'm so glad you brought that up because remember, especially with HH24, he was one of the players from Temple Storm that just wasn't performing that well in comparison to his teammates. And to see him here, I think it's just so good for him. And then especially to still have Tensa here in the top players as well, that is great for them. Then you have Sam. Sam, I know, was being an absolute laser. At one point, me and Glitter were just screaming, oh my gosh, how did he get that kill? And then in regards to Beowulf, I mean, what else can we say about this man? He is the IGL. He can get kills. He's been playing this game for a long time, and I'm just I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him that he's able to perform to this level and still get better and pretty much secure the first win of the league finals here for him. And HH24, once again, happy to see him there.
Well, you know what? I want to talk about here this sweet little epics.gg graphics. We can see the cards because you see the numbers on the bottom in relation to where they rank across everyone else within the West League. You can see, for instance, Tenza, 91 points when it comes to kills, 97 points when it comes to damage, and the entire lobby from that game was 210. You can see how they compare to everyone else as well.
That's crazy.
Kills, assists, and if you're like Max over on the East League, you got to catch them all, and you got to pick up every single one. Maybe get your a holographic Beowulf card out and try to sell that to someone for some good money. I'm going to be getting mine as soon as possible. But really cool to see some nice additions, and also, for instance, Beowulf, Cloud9 in general, bouncing back after being on vacation, taking some days off. Definitely were obviously practicing going into this, but to do it in the first game of the day, I think they really put their foot down to everyone else out in the lobby saying, yeah, we may have been out to the third super weekend, but we're back. Give us that respect we need. Let's take a look at some of our do-the-do moments, though, from that last match. And I can almost certainly guarantee here, Glitter, off the bat, we're going to be seeing probably Yala and Loops go head-to-head.
I mean, and that's definitely something we're going to be looking at a little bit later on. We're actually jumping on board with Wildcard as they are trying to chase down Alpha Legends. And we did see Alpha Legends go out pretty early there. They had a little bit of a rough start. But Wildcard, we need to talk about them a little bit for just their entire gameplay this first time around. We're seeing them here using this card, obviously rushing the player because this is super early on, so they know he's not looted, right? However, they didn't stop that momentum throughout the rest of the game. They used this same strat many times, and I'm sure we'll see it later on in our do-the-do moments, but we saw Wildcard absolutely rush and then destroy Konina Power. They just completely committed to it, just full sent everybody in. And then we saw, like you mentioned earlier, Seven, we saw Sam with just these laser beams going on to Cloud9 there in that final zone. With those fights to the point where I thought that between him and Spring, they might have been able to close that one out. It was close there at the end. And this is the wild card that we were hoping to see coming into the finals here after the performance we saw out of them in the final Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I think for me, with along the lines of wildcard, I think I'm just happy to see Temple Storm also being able to carry that performances that we saw in the last Super Weekend here into League Final, because guess what? We wanted to see different teams. We've seen teams that have been very consistent throughout the whole tournament, but it's also nice. It's a great storyline, especially for the viewers to be like, hey, yo, this team's stepping it up. Hold up a minute. This might not be just as one-sided as we thought or as four-sided as we thought in regards to some other teams. So it's great to see that. And then with Nova, remember, this is one team that we were wondering what they were going to be able to do. They do have Cat on their squad. Just a bad start. I hope they bounce back from this. And in regards to some of the other teams as well, Glitter, you mentioned in Konina Power being able to get 9 kills. Remember, going back week one, just to give you a quick little recap here as we watch the do moments. Konina Power was super strong week 1, and then they just kind of fell off. And then towards week 3, they started stepping it up in regards to placement points, and slowly, you kind of saw them adding that fragging power that we know they're capable of. You saw them starting to pick up kills, and here for the first match to be able to get 6th place, 9 kills, this is huge for them as we see Tensa and Temple Storm here, Glitter, being able to collect some extra points there for his team.
Yeah, and like you had said, you know, we were hoping that this is also a performance we would see out of Tempo, right? We saw them pick it up in the last Super Weekend, just like Wildcard did. And we were hoping that that could continue into finals because they're a team that we have seen some stellar performances come out of. We always see Tensa putting out tons of damage as we're watching his perspective here. And he's just able to, yeah, go for it.
Sorry, I'm trying not to interrupt. I'm so sorry about that. But I remember talking to Tensa in the MVP interview, and we talked about that 1v1 he had up against Soul K from Football. If he won that 1v1, he would have been able to get his team back alive. This was in the final game of our 3rd Super Weekend, and they would have passed Wildcard and gotten themselves in 2nd place. I know he's really down on himself, but to see him perform in the first game of the day really shows how strong of a mental attitude he has coming into this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we knew that they were capable of it. They just kind of had to find their groove. And now it wasn't only Tensa, right? You guys had also both touched on the fact that we saw HH24 also in our top 4 players for the match. These are the players that we were expecting to have good performances, and the fact that they're able to do so here in the very first match of the first day of finals could potentially bode very well for Tempo.
Just cooking up that Bayo Mayo now. I mean, considering he was in like a one-on-one situation, because Sam was able to push up and just punish them so heavily here. That first kill he gets was by himself, which was massive to keep their hopes alive. He eventually, gets the res onto Adder. He actually moves away from the UAS as well in time before it blows up to keep himself alive. And then the nade to come through to close it out. Bayo, I mean, he basically did it all himself at the end there,
nade.
7.
That nade.
He just picked people apart, man. Nothing faced him. I love seeing that finish. And that nade, that's right, Glitter, that nade was nasty.
Let's take a look at our total damage from that first match. I'm sure we'll see Tempo up there. I'm sure we'll see Wildcat up there as well. I'm hoping to see Umbra up there as well, too, considering they've been a team that have definitely struggled when it comes to fragging power. And, we're not seeing them with that much damage, considering they have 8 kills. But Kanina Power, again, that's a team we talked about. I think Virum has them as a pick, but they definitely stepped up when it came to the damage and kills here.
They did, and I think this is something going into league finals, especially, I know all of us watching closely, this is one team that we're kind of hoping that would start hot, and guess what? They're able to follow through. Now they're getting the placement points, and now they're starting to add the fragging power. That's going to be a scary team. And then with Futbolis, every single time they're able to stay within like 5 kills per game, that's one team that impresses me because that's their average. That's usually what they're able to get no matter what happens with that team. So it's good for them to at least get that. And then with Umbra, as you guys were mentioning, 8 kills, 728 damage. It couldn't have gone perfect for them here as we go see some of the other teams, and then we end up seeing Loops Esports with 0 kills and 246 damage. That's one team that we kind of saw them slowing down. I've also seen, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen them whenever the other teams are aggressive at the start towards them, they kind of don't respond well to that. So I wonder if more teams are going to start doing that. If they do, how is Loops Esports going to react to that? Because it's too late to change your mindset here. It's too late to change your gameplay. Are you going to just be fully aggressive, as we know Loops Esports has done before, and just kind of stop being as tactical as they've been recently? It's interesting. It's only the first game, though.
Yeah.
So anything can happen here. Only the first game.
That's kind of where I was going with UDR Killers as well, because they definitely stepped up when it came to the third Super Weekend. They stepped up when it came to league play, but here in the first match, they had a very, very rough start. But we've been talking about Loops, and I think there's a certain clip we want to break down here off the bat, 7, between them and Yala, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, and why not? Let's go ahead and kick a person down whenever they're already down. So here we go, Loops Esports against Yala, and I know this was interesting. Like, Loops was actually the aggressor here. It was one player of Yala. By the way, Yala Sana, that's some balls on you for being able to just get out of there. But guess what? He was able to distract that team, and then Loops Esports started getting knocked from the other side from his team. They kind of give him a different angle, and I think this was good, especially for Lord to be able to pick up some kills. And then you kind of see some of the other players too from Yala starting to push up. You see them start to be aggressive. This is something that we've not seen before from some of these teams. Usually if they get knocked, they kind of just run away from it. But for Yala to be able to be like, yo, you know what? Let's take on this fight. Let's see if they got what it takes. And then guess what? Lord being able to knock people down, and then you also see him being able to kind of knock down that in there as well. This was huge. I think this was so huge for me, and that's why we're giving Yala at the start some confetti, baby.
Yes.
You know, maybe Kevin will give me a thank on Twitter instead of just you two next time he tweets about us. No, really great to see. Like, not only did we saw on the push there with Dean, like, he was like half HP before he even got the car planted against the rock, and then he gets out. You had Federal, who was low HP, already away from him as well. Just a really kind of, I think, bad fight overall taken by Loops, but a great capitalization, especially with Zana going down so early. But if Lord doesn't get those 2 kills behind the rock, who knows what would have happened. And now, as we talked about our results so far in the first match, let's take a look at our results when it comes to our predictions here. And you know what, 7, we definitely would be chest bumping right now if we could.
I don't think I'll be able to reach. I'm too short for that, man. I will need my Apple boxes to stand on, and then we'll go for it. But I might end up getting knocked out. Nonetheless, though, first win. Heck to the yeah. Hey, Cameron Davis won with us too? Hell yeah. This is a great start for us. And then you have Glitter with...
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
Oh, I knew it was there. You could. I mean, are you really making fun of me, though?
Or are we making fun of Loops?
Jason.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to move past that. We're going to actually take a look at the next match because speaking of loops, I think some of us might have picked him in the next game. Let's take a look at what matches we have left today. And like we said before, there's 6 matches coming up every single day of the league finals. And you're seeing here, moving over to Vikendi as our second match, going over to the Icy Storms. That will be bringing us hopefully another chicken dinner. Hopefully you can stay warm during all of this. And that leads me to wonder what teams can perform when it goes to Vikendi, because we had teams like Loop step up when it comes to this map. We've had teams like Football step up. I even want to say UDR Killers have had some pretty good results when it comes to Vikendi. But with what we've seen in this first match alone, if you had the ability now, I'm not the commissioner anymore. I don't know who is. Maybe Dave is. If you had the ability to change your pick now, Seven, after seeing Loops in that first game, assuming you went for a team like that, would you maybe change things up, or do you think they're that good on a map like this?
Ah, man, it's Loops Esports. It's just the first game. I mean, like, this is about to happen. You saw it happen in the East earlier today. You saw Bigatron pretty much end up with the exact same thing. Out first and then 0 kills, and then they came back and they ended up in second place after that day. By the way, if you haven't watched it, make sure you watch East and West. There's some great performances all around, but I think Loops is just so strong here on Vikendi that whenever we get to predictions, you best believe I'm gonna go ahead and pick them.
Well, you know what? We're in predictions.
The next game.
We're in predictions. So
really?
let's just hear it from you then.
Tomash, my boy, put up the Loops logo there for me. I got Loops winning this next game. They're just too strong of a team. If they prove me wrong, though, might have to rethink some choices for the next couple of days.
I mean, you know what, Seven? I might need to go on another run after the show because I feel like we're going to be feasting well today because I went with Loops as well here.
No.
I need to get my cardio in, you know? Need to work off all this chicken. Glitter.
Great minds think alike.
I mean, you got your rowing machine. I got, some running to go do. Glitter, what about you?
I actually went with Footballist.
Okay.
Or at least we're sticking with the green theme. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a reason? I was always waiting for more.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm waiting for it.
So like you had said, they have been one of the teams that have managed to be successful so far on this map. Obviously, Loops, I think, is probably one of the most successful teams. However, I already used my Loops pick, and Football just started off the day pretty strongly. So I'm hoping they can kind of continue that momentum going into the next match.
And to add a little bit extra to that, with Footballist, it is a much smaller map in Vikendi. And they usually tend to do good, too, in smaller maps because they use their grenades so well.
Yeah.
That's something that I'm going to be looking at Footballers here. How much grenades are they throwing? Because they're just such a beastly team in regards to grenades.
Yeah, was it Lutz, who had like 21 and was the leader, clear from everyone else out there. And also, there's something at home we should be talking about for you guys. We've been talking about there's lucky draws going on. There's also a milestone event going on as well here during the show. If you guys are watching at home and we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers together here on the West League, everyone in PUBG Mobile, not just for watching, anyone who's ever made an account who's playing PUBG Mobile will get themselves 6 crates where you can get a permanent set if you are lucky enough. So make sure you guys are watching. Make sure you tell your friends. I don't really have many friends, and if I do, they're already here watching the show, so I'm just going to go home and cry after this. Seven, you can obviously post this out for everyone else out there, right?
Yeah. Tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your grandma, tell your ex-girlfriend, your ex-boyfriend, your ex-wife, whoever it is. Just go ahead and tell them, man. You want to go ahead and get some free stuff. And on top of that, I heard that in those 6 crates, there's a chance for a permanent outfit. So you best believe I'm going to be sharing it. I want a permanent outfit.
So don't ask your current boyfriend or girlfriend, just your exes is what Seven's saying, which I don't think their current significant other would be too happy about still having contact with your ex. But anyways, we'll check with you guys when the second match is done, and we'll break things down because it's getting really awkward now. Oh, get out of here, please. Anyways, I'm not going to be messaging my ex-girlfriend about that, but we are going to be talking about how you guys at home can be watching and earning points throughout this entire event. You've been doing this, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. So if you haven't started just yet, well, you better start right now because you are running out of time. And not to mention running out of time, we are running out of time to get ready into our second match, but you guys can still have time to tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Let us know your thoughts on who you think's going to win. Obviously, let us know in chat as well as Seven. We'll definitely be calling out names for whoever does predict it correctly. If you are the first one, you should probably predict Loops with us since we were right on the first match. And who also was right on the first match, Cameron Davis. How are you feeling, man? You got yourself the first chicken dinner. You got Viram with a Kanina power pick doing pretty well as well. But Cameron, would you chest bump me now from this? You, me, Seven, 3-way chest bump? He would if we could hear him, if he remembers to do that. It wouldn't be the finals. It wouldn't be a show without Cameron Davis muting his microphone. So in Viram, Kanina power comes through.
I thought I could. I thought I did.
I need to hear your voice. Just looking at you is not good enough. I need to hear the sweet baritone vocals coming out of you to match the face.
Yeah, that's. I thought I gave myself all the information. I thought I put flashing lights and sticky notes all over my monitor that I was muted. I did.
Like something that shocks you.
We're good.
You know, whenever you have your microphone muted. And then just give it to me as a button I can push here from Poland. So while you're casting, I'm just going to just spam it while you're in the middle of a segment. Okay, so Invariant Clean of Power worked out well, though. They got some really good damage in, and I think that's really promising.
Yeah, no, again, there's a reason that I picked them going into this. They are always solid on game number 1. They are a fantastic team on Erangel. They got I was going to say they got no circle luck and they got a little bit of circle luck, but then my worst fears were realized when Wildcard just did that insane send, just absolutely bopped them. Sam went off, as Sam tends to do. Less good at the driving, more good at the shooting, as we saw from the opening minutes of that game. But still, really, really solid for a lot of these top teams, and NA came to play.
Yeah, 100%. Especially Beowulf towards the end with that nade to finish him off. But it's time to get into our predictions because the second match is right around the corner. So, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you got?
So I was going to go Loops, but that first match didn't really give me a lot of confidence. So instead, I'm actually going to go Tempo Storm.
Okay. I respect it.
It's just intuition, honestly, at this point. I don't have any very specific stats I can bring up for this reason, but they played very, very well, and a close quarter combat focused team generally has more success on Vikendi, so we'll see.
Okay, and Virum. Last but not least.
I'm gonna go Loops. I'm gonna go Loops. They've done well for me on Vikendi every time, basically. So I'm not gonna rock the boat at this point. I think they just ran into a Yala Esports that was feeling pretty hot. Lord that was not gonna miss some shots, and sometimes that just happens. Like Seven said, it's just the first game. Things happen, but this is still Loops. This is still Vikendi.
All right, well, our second match is ready to go. So Environment Camera, I want you to take us straight into Vikendi with our second match of the day.
Oh yes, the chill breeze in the air. You can feel it. We're back on Vikendi, which has quickly become one of my favorite maps to commentate because, like that last game, there is a lot of action here. Tons of great compound fights. Teams constantly looking to breach and defend and hold and fight over tiny patches of ground, which makes the mid game in particular super stellar to watch. Cameron, you ready?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's go. Another imperfect playing path. But nonetheless, we're hitting it. That last game, that would wake anyone who was playing up. And maybe it did wake Loops up. Maybe they weren't expecting the aggressiveness. I know that I personally wasn't expected for the teams to just turn it up to 11, turn it up to 12 even, right off the bat, because we do play so many games, not just over the course of the weekend, but we play more games in a single day than we have during the entirety of PMWL.
Vikendi!
Okay, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Let us do this. This is going to be great. I don't know what it is about Vikendi that it loves to give us circles, phase 1 circles that are half water, but we get it again. And it's also a different part of the map, so we get a little more variety as well. Is Dino Park going to be a big position? Is the winery? Is everyone going to have a party at the winery? What are we going to see?
Oh, look, all I know is this is the first Vikendi of it was Super Weekends. Now, of course, we're in the finals. I would expect nothing less than a total circle shift that's mostly water. Look, you know what? Yeah, that's what we're all about here. And now we're going to see, we always see this, teams with the early send all the way down to the coast. So we'll see if that holds true once again as Unique and Yala Esports. We saw Yala step it up in the last game. Can they carry the momentum over? And they can, as Anas is able to get the down there. The headshot, 0 though. Not a whole lot of HP, but Zana's in a great position. They've got the SMGs. Let's see what they can do with them.
Ooh, Memphis spotted this out. Also got his first aid kit rolling. He has a gun, but he's just trying to make his way out of there. Found a quick little vest, quick little helmet and backpack, but he's getting pushed aggressively. Gets a little bit of trade damage, but the knock, of course, is going to go the way of Zana. So that's a 2 for 0 in favor of Yala.
I love it. I love it. I've been on this Yala hype train for a while now. I love seeing how scrappy this team is, how unafraid they are to take these fights, and we're seeing it here. They don't care if it's Loops Esports. They don't care at all. They don't care if it's Team Unique. They will scrap with anybody, and it's that kind of confidence that is going to find you success in the final weekend, because you cannot play scared. You have to play with confidence and surety and aggression.
Well, Unique, I think it's fair for them to play scared at this point. Just trying to get out of there, trying to find somewhere else to loot up on. Luckily, they have a coast so they can just travel down. Hopefully, they don't go too far into Cloud9. But right now, Umbra also in an early game engagement with the Knights, who are as well trying to rotate away. And it looks like the Knights still have yet to find their loot position because there's no way that they full looted in this amount of time and are just trying to make their way into the circle. But you can see on the map, where are they going to go? Are they trying to make their way all the way to Armory? There's a little bit of loot on them. It's like they looted up a compound or two here or there.
But yeah, they still got to wait. I mean, Raven's got nothing.
Nothing.
He is the, the skin he dropped in with, and that's about it. But the question now becomes, again, traditionally when we've seen these circles around Dobro, they've just rotated. Everybody's rotated to Dobro. It's a block party. Milnar is now in play, but Milnar is not the same city. There is a lot less to work with down here on this southwest coast. And already I'm looking towards the mini map, and oh my goodness, Konita Power, UDR Killers, Footballists, C9, Team Unique, Pittsburgh Knights, everybody is looking to get involved and get into position. We are going to witness a traffic jam.
This is really, really fast, and I don't know how looted up they are. Knights, virtually not looted. UDR Killers, I don't think they're very looted as well. And the Konita Power, I know for a fact that they are not looted. I think too many teams thought that this was free because it was. But then when everyone makes that same decision, when everyone tries to go fast, it's a self-correcting meta in a way. Rome there, he did have a fair bit of loot, but yeah, Konita Power, nothing on them. Gonzo has nothing, hardly, not even really any HP to speak of either. I think this early game is not exactly going the way that a number of these teams expected it to. Sometimes playing fast is good. Other times playing fast can be maybe a little too fast.
I think it's the expression, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. You know what I mean? You gotta be smart when you're making this call. And we know this kind of fight is gonna happen. We know this rotation is gonna happen. I don't think Nova or PK knew this was gonna happen though, as they have run into each other. This is the traffic jam I was talking about, but PK is getting the best of it right now as AZ is dropping. HCL is gonna fall. There's the third party. UDR Killer is coming in too. Nova Esports. Oh my goodness, G-Fan's down as well. I think it's just the last man standing. It's just Cat. Oh my goodness, Cameron. Another disastrous start here for them as all of these teams are getting involved, and now Konita Power and Footballists might be the next ones up at the plate.
Yeah, they heard the shots and they want to go for it because I think they're some of the most looted that we've seen in this early game engagement, and the send there doesn't actually connect. Gonzo does go down. I don't think he had a lot, so perhaps the kamikaze drive. Maybe not the worst decision to try and at least alleviate a little bit of pressure for the rest of Konita Power that are at least grouped up amongst themselves. Hopefully they're aware of Cat being a solo player in that position, but Soul K eyes directed towards Raven and UDR Killers as well. We saw on the northern third party during that initial fight between PK and Nova. But are they going for this? Are they are wanting to, they want to clean up anyone and anyone. This is wow,
compound.
Okay.
They want this compound. I mean, look, this has already been a bloody mess. Nova has fallen here. PK has lost 2 members already, and now Footballists with all 4 up and alive. Watch for Soul K to be jump shotting around corners. They've got the initial down. There's the confirm. Who is left alive? It's Carnage. What a surprise! Off in the Dacia, driving into the sunset. But where will he... Wasn't this the last Vikendi? I feel like we've seen this already, Cameron. I'm getting a profound sense of deja vu.
Whatever we saw, it wasn't this early in the game. Remember, we are looking at like 5 minutes in the game right now. Almost 7. Time is fake right now because this is not following the same pacing that I am so used to in my years of watching PUBG and Carnage. It's not exactly what he's wanting either. So low on HP, driving through Umbra, trying to find some place. Shots, dodge a break the left side.
This man is just too pretty to die. Okay, there you go. Carnage gets away with it. And he's got 25 bandages.
I don't know.
Hallelujah.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I have no clue what's happening in this game right now. And what's hilarious is that the blue has only just now started to close, and we're seeing 2, maybe 3 teams that have yet to rotate in. And they're almost gonna arrive, or maybe the entire time they've been watching the kill feed, Loops and Tempo I'm looking at specifically, who are coming in from the north, they've been looking at the kill feed and be like, what is going on? Did we miss a memo? What is happening? We still have 16 teams alive. So that's something to lean on right now.
Look, Cameron, it is. Look, it is. And look, if you're at home, if you're a fan, if you want to see more of this action, tell your friends. You just saw it pop up on the screen. You can win 6 crates, 300,000 viewers. That's the goal right now. And why would you not want to recommend this to your friends? Look at the action we have been seeing. We see it in the kill feed. We see it on the screen. Get everybody in. Get them involved. Tune into the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 finals here over the next 3 days. Let's smash that record. But right now, the only things that are being smashed, truthfully, are the dreams of some of these teams who are left with only one player standing. Cameron, we knew they were all going to early rotate. We knew that as casters. Why did they not know that?
I didn't know that they were going to rotate this early. Everyone was so jonesing for the coast. That's honestly what it was. And
young man.
I'm looking at the map, and all the teams in the circle are in the dead center. No one is playing edge. No one is even playing soft edge. They are all playing around the one city on the coast. And that's where we saw so much of these engagements, because everyone in this round, in this very particular round, because of the playing path, because of the circle, and because of Vikendi, put so much priority on that location. I wonder if things are going to get a little... I'll be interested to see how things change in next games, Vikendi or not, off of what a lot of teams just experienced.
Yeah, I mean, again, if Erangel started off with the amount of action that it did in Game 1, Cameron, I had zero doubt in my mind that Vikendi was going to follow suit and then up the ante even another notch. Our amplifier is going to need a bigger dial because we're starting at 11, and it's only going to continue to go up from here. UDR Killers was able to get Ulysses back up in the fray. Them and Footballists trading some shots at back and forth, but at this range, anybody is going to be able to confirm that. Of course, at this point, they're really just trying to wear down the armor, wear down the helmets, wear down the meds of their opponents.
Yeah, it's a little bit of quiet. It's significantly quieter from what we experienced a couple of minutes ago, but it's because everyone's set up shop. They haven't found the opportunities to take those kills. Phase 2 is not going to make much of a difference because Phase 2 and 3 and Vikendi don't really close all that much. And so we might be hitting a quiet phase of the game. Traditionally on Vikendi, even with this much water in play, even if there is fighting at the beginning, it's a big lull during the mid game because of how small the circle shifts, but also because fighting from compound to compound is incredibly difficult to do unless you get 1 or 2 knocks even. And with the amount of compounds on Vikendi, that's really what you come to expect.
Another thing you have to keep in mind, too, is how teams prepare their vehicles. This isn't something we talk about a whole lot, but teams literally need to have their vehicles in a position. You can see Meku. He can just jump in and get out. They need to be protected enough that you save the tires, but if they do see their opponents across the way, a couple of neighbors, unhappy neighbors, if they get a couple of downs, they need to be able to jump in their vehicles instantly to make that push to look and go confirm those kills. So keep an eye on that as well. Preparation for these fights, it's not just about loot. It's not just about meds. It is about setting yourself up to be able to execute when you get that initial knock.
It's not even execution. Vehicle placement is so important for both execution and engagement as well as trying to disengage. There is a iconic series of events that happened on a previous Vikendi map, actually, where I believe it was the Knights had to rotate away, but the vehicle, like Loops, I think it was Loops or Footballists, were right on top of them. It could have been a different team, but I'm going to assume just by the nature of what I remember, it was probably one of those 2 teams. They tried to retreat, but the vehicle wasn't in a good location, so only one of them got out because a couple of the vehicles had to do a K-turn, and that's never a situation you want to put yourself in.
Yeah, 3-point turns. When bullets are flying overhead, grenades are raining down. Not really what you want to be doing. You want to be in a good position to make that great escape. We'll keep an eye on this. And I'm so glad also, jumping aboard with Alpha Legends, Rayman, I got to give him all the shout-outs in the world for his performance that last game. He kept Alpha Legends up and evolve. It was the long-range third party, I believe it was UDR Killers that came, or Umbra, one of the teams, Umbra, I think, that came in and dealt with that. But still, I got to give a lot of props to the lads over on Alpha Legends for surviving a disastrous start in that opening game. And of course, up against Wildcard, that was the team that slapped him around a bit.
A number of teams here are also surviving potentially disastrous starts. I'm still shocked that we were having 16 teams still up. It's a number of solos in play already Looking at Cat from Nova and Carnage from the Knights to be specific here. And actually, we just saw Tempo Storm a couple of moments ago pushing in from the north. Same with Loops. The only teams that really had any sort of reason to continue to move forward because they arrived so late and there's like no one around them. And so they're scouting out that everyone is further and further down towards the south. But Queso scouting out Dream Eaters right now, looking at each other from across the road. Perhaps giving each other rude hand signals while they wait for phase 2 to close.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're just waving. Come on, poke your head out. Peek, you know you wanna. We'll see who pulls that trigger there eventually. As like you mentioned before, these next 2 circles are not going to cause a whole lot of panic or discomfort for any of these teams. None of them have had to move. It's so funny too because like Loops and Tempo, because everybody else rotated early, they've just been able to like just wander in. It's not been a problem for them. Now they're fighting up against Yala Esports, though, I believe.
Wait a second.
Hang on. We're seeing Unique Yala going back and forth here on the mini-map with Loops as a potential third party. So we'll see how this is going on here. Fede Rowell and crew, I think they want a little bit of redemption, a little bit of revenge for that last game, and they are going to continue to send it on in, try and find the angles. But the last time this happened, Lord did his work, and he's doing it here once again. Tons of damage already on the side of Loops, but there's only 2 members here, and Lord will go down. He does down the Dean before he does only the additional trade, and that is going to be it from long range, finishing what they started. Unique take out Yala Esports. They got pinched, but still, Lord, before he goes down, he doesn't go out quietly.
There's a little bit of damage, but Loops should be able to survive as all 4 up. I don't know if Unique have an angle onto them. I don't think they do. Dean is now revived, and Yala go out. That's also the danger of so much action in the early game. Yala might not have been aware that there were teams slow creeping in from the north. In this case, it was Loops. They lost, I believe it was Zero, who was just outside of the compound. We were looking at the map, so I didn't see who got that knock, whether it was, Loops or Unique, but Loops confirmed the kill, because we saw that in their team kill count. Either way, you need to be aware of all of your angles. There is a real chance, just off of what I know, that they were so focused in on B4 and Unique down to the south of them that they were just unaware that there was any possibility of a team coming in from the north. And even though we're in a quiet period, that's just a sloppy play. That's a what we like to call an unforced error.
Yeah, that was just something that nobody's forcing them in that position. Nobody was making them push out like that. They were just trying to get some intel and not respecting the danger. There be bears in these woods, Cameron, and they're from Brazil, as Loops Esports. Does Brazil have bears? We're going to assume yes. We're going to assume I feel like yes. We're going to go with yes.
It's large enough.
I feel like statistically there's bears in a lot. Anyway, you know what? There's bears in Vikendi. Their name is Loops. I'm going to move past this analogy and talk about the fact that Loops was not punished at all for moving in late. Tempo Storm wasn't punished at all for moving in late. I don't think you're going to be punished for moving in late. Teams, you don't need to make these crazy early wild sends here necessarily. Yes, you want to get set up, and yes, if you are able to get set up unscathed, you're going to be great for at least 3 circles. But at the same time, Loops and Tempo have now put themselves in a great position where they can just breach compounds, and those are 2 teams who've identified it time and again. They love taking those close quarters fights, so I think it actually works so well for them.
It's because they're also benefiting from the fact that this part of the map, like many parts of Vikendi, this isn't, of course, unique to this Miramar area, is very rocky, and it means that you're able to approach in, and it's not a big, wide open field like you see on the west side of the map, but it's here it is. Here's when the game really starts, and it's going to be off of a hard shift down towards the southwest. This is why everyone was really trying to get onto that coast. And so we're looking at a number of teams forced to fight in. Wildcard, they're starting it off big, or whether maybe it's Cornita Power. Either way, Alpha Legends are eliminated.
Wildcard finishing what they started at the beginning of game number 1. Sorry, Alpha Legends. Oh, boy. That was the send. Yeah, I don't know if another team might have gotten involved in a little bit of third-party action there, but Wildcard certainly the one to finish it. They just dealt themselves a straight flush and just knocked them right on out of the server. 2 teams already down as the fights continue to break out. This time it's Footballists and B4 taking fights in multiple buildings. Raum and crew are pushing on in, but Lutz is there. The Molly is down. Maxon is backed into the corner. Can they flush him out? But he's slowly being burned alive. That's one way to cook in a kitchen.
Yeah, just set the entire place on fire. I wouldn't take cooking lessons from Paul, ladies and gentlemen, but Footballists, they are giving E4 a lesson on how to play this game because they're constantly rushing, grenades coming in, Levi peeking outside with a big wide window. He's going to get knocked from it, and Levazen going to secure that kill as well for themselves. There's now only 2 remaining. A counter grenade doesn't find a lot on the football list. And what do Pedro and his last remaining teammate, I'm blanking on the name, do?
Oh, there you go. I mean, that was, yeah. And Mixer and Pedro, they are just going to try and retreat. That was actually nice. You saw Levazen instantly respond to the audio cue of the nade being thrown in. And that's something we don't talk about enough, I don't think. The idea that sound is so important. Footsteps to track where your opponents are through compounds beyond, in buildings in the area around you. He instantly reacted to that nade being thrown in, which is why he wasn't down by it. He's able to put a little bit of distance between him and that grenade and able to reset a little bit there. So bad spot for B4, a great spot for Footballists, interesting spot for Umbra, who are down here on the edge. I say interesting because there's a team coming up behind them, Cameron.
Oh, it's Carnage. It's not a team. It's a solo player, and Carnage is going to go out. A novel attempt at trying to sneak into the circle after such a bad start for the Knights. But again, going on 14th place. I believe there's only 1 point for them because I don't recall if they got any kills off of the early scrapping, and now they can use this ridge as an isolated engagement against Wildcard, but maybe a little too far forward because PRZ goes down, not prepared for Sam.
Sam and Spring at range. Yes, please. We take those as Acer is there as well.
In the blue.
Oh my goodness, they're just being forced in out of the frying pan and into the fire, and here comes the send, the aggression, and this is what we have come to expect from Wildcard. Spring on the hard flank, Sam is there as well. This dynamic duo continuing to put up the pressure. ProLord is trying to survive, but he is getting absolutely shredded. Throw him into the wood chipper, and that is the end for Umbra as Wildcard with a flawless execution, the full squad wipe.
Loops also making a send onto Unique's X position. Milky Way forced into the water. I believe he's the last remaining player of Unique, and Loops are just going closer and closer towards the circle. This next circle centered up, but it's still a fair bit in the water. About a third of it is water, and Milnar is now the only compound really positioned in play. Milky Way trying to swim away, but it doesn't matter because Loops, they're zeroing in on his position, trying to spot him out in the water. Are they going to shoot him, or is he going to drown? Because I don't see any other way out. Yeah, they're sending in a scout in the water to call his position out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Did Federal...
Where'd he go?
Oh, where'd he go? Oh, he's out there. Oh, they're seeing him. Hang on, he's taking damage from the blue. He's from the water. They're roughly aware of what's going on. They know he needs to come up at some point, or he's just going to deny himself. It's one of the two. Actually, I think he's able... What? That is the soggiest chocolate bar, but I am all for it. Milky Way survives, but I think they heard him. They heard the footsteps come out of the water, and they know exactly where he is. He's going to try and get off the med, but it's not going to happen. Oh, my goodness. Good try, though. Really solid attempt.
You're always going to go for a James Bond or a Metal Gear Solid reference, but you just throw in soggiest chocolate bar, and my mind blanked. So kudos for that. Thank you.
Well, he's not Pierce Brosnan, man. Let's be honest. I guess Daniel Craig also would have been acceptable. Let's get back to the game, though. We'll see if anybody can have their 007 moment here and totally take over. Personally, if you want to step up and look for some action here, channel your inner John Wick. But let's get into the fight now here between, once again, it is, of course, Wildcard and Konina Power this time going toe-to-toe in the close-range fight. And it is Rob getting the better of that exchange. Acer does drop, but Slicky continuing to be there to back him up. Wildcard is all about it, but a team that's not about it. Wait a second, Tempo Storm goes out? So much action, Cameron. It does not stop on Vikendi.
Yeah, I missed what happened to Tempo Storm, but the last remaining player was Spec, and he, well, tries to rotate in from the blue and gets taken out. But Nades continue to come out, continue to try and stall the Wildcard push. This gives Rodini an opportunity to retreat. Nice. Teammates shepherding him through. He's able to break line of sight, hide behind a wall, take a painkiller before he continues his run. The Wildcard, they're just going to take over the rest of the building and continue to put shots out towards the rest of Konina Power because they need to continue to move forward, get through Milinar, and make their way into the circle because the circle shifted heavily away from them, heavily away from the city. There's maybe an itty-bitty compound that Footballists and Loops are going to be fighting over the next couple of moments. Everyone else is going to have open field to play with.
And of course, way out there with the high ground, with the circle, who is it? Oh, it's Cloud9. What a surprise! As now we are also seeing all of these teams, like you mentioned before, they have to rotate out of Milnar. They've been here for so long. They set up roots, you know what I mean? They're regular at the local coffee shop. They finally now have to say goodbye as they're all pushing out. We talked about the fights going back and forth. You can see the kill feed of Footballists and Loops going toe-to-toe, but now it's Mekki up in the high ground, being a third party here onto Wildcard. They don't only have to deal with just Konina Power. Dream Eaters is here as well with all 4 members alive. They've got eyes on Spring. Can Meku hit the shots? Not able to get the down, but what a surprise. Sam is pushing in, and he finds the shots on Diversit.
That's not even where he was pushing. He just gets distracted, finds an easy kill, and then continues to make his way inside the building. He needs to listen for footsteps, though. Meku trying to punish another surrounding rotation. Of course, Spring goes out into the blue to try and find this off angle. Wildcard are playing aggressive, but as long as Meku's on that rooftop, they're not going to have the freedom to focus on Matic and Toffees.
Spring perfectly times the first aid, is able to get it off, but still pushing on through the blue. Meku knows he's there, though. They're both trying to buy time. Spring, I don't think he still knows he's up on the roof. Wait a second, you have that intel. Your teammate is in the building. You knew that, Spring. A misplay from Wildcard. The drop shot does not get it done, though. Spring is going to go down as well. Sam confirms the kill. I don't know about that one. Wildcard able to make something happen, but Matic is still up and in the fray, but it's a 1v3 situation in the building, able to get the res, but Wildcard continuing to try and push it in. Can they find the shots? Close range, able to get the down on the Toffees, but hang on. Wildcard is still in this. The blue is pushing in. Matic on the flank. Can they find the shot? One going down. The shots seem to be perfect. Sucky needs to be there, but Matic is still pushing in, and Matic gets it done.
Oh, they're not out of it just yet, though. So much damage coming out from the blue. They might not be able to make it in, but same with Konina Power, same with Queso. The fights lasted way too long in the city. People didn't retreat when they should have, rather, because the threat of being shot in the back was too much, and now Konina Power also go out. I'm looking on the map. Verset, I believe, had a vehicle sent it in behind a rock. He's the last chance for Dream Eaters right now because Matic is bleeding out, in the distance. And Cloud9, they have had to do nothing. They picked up 8 kills, and now they're just straight chilling.
All right, welcome back, Circle Luck. Cloud9 here. Missed you in that last week of league play, but glad to have you back on board, as they have just chilled on the high ground, and the circles just keep on coming. But speaking of inexorable advances, Loops, Footballists, 2 teams who have been known to send, continuing to play footsies as they're making their way further and further up this hillside. They've gotten downs back and forth. Neither one has been able to confirm any of them, though, but they're slowly wearing down at the armor, at the meds. You can see it there. Solke, he's definitely seen some action this game.
Loops, I kind of think they should have had a more aggressive send earlier than now because time is not on their side, but Queso also having to send in. It's the high ground from C9. What else is new? They always seem to find it. And they're also taking over the circle. It's a 2-2 split. You can see them employing. They're taking a little bit of damage themselves, but wow, I say that. Loops, they crossed over towards the west side of the circle and not even surround footballers. They're just landing on the shots. Now it's all into Solke. I blinked, and Loops pushed in. Only 4 kills to their name, but they're back to pick up 3 and likely 4 more.
Oh my goodness, Loops on Vikendi, hitting headshots. You saw it in the kill feed, and now Solke, the last man standing, won't be standing for long. The smoke is the only screen, the only thing keeping him and his team in the game, but who will get the kill? Will it be Axel? Will it be Loops? And it will be Axel. All right, Team Queso, there you go. It's anticlimactic.
They steal a kill from Loops. That's maybe something. 6 kills, and I think Loops, was that 10 that we saw, or 10 for Cloud9? About to be 11 as they pick up Ayala. This is Cloud9's game to lose. If they lose this, they either make a grave mistake or Loops just are clicking heads,
Cameron,
in inhuman ways.
Cameron, what are we about to see? We are about to see 4 members of Loops Esports and 4 members of Cloud9 face off once again in the final circle of Vikendi. This is the second time we saw this. The last time around, D9 did not come out on top. Loops was able to win the straight-up 4v4 exchange. The last member of B4 is going to tick out in the blue here. It is Pedro. Give him props. Survived and heal stratted for so long. But this time around, the difference maker is that Cloud9 has the advantage. Pedro is not able to get an initial knock from the blue, so Loops is still very much up and involved. But this time, let's see if Cloud9, the full redemption arc, this is real-time anime action you're seeing here. We're past the training arc. Let's get this going. Can C9 take down Loops? That's the question.
They absolutely have to. It's going to be way too easy. They have the circle on their side. They have the high ground on their side. Loops are employing smokes, and that's all that they can use. Okay, if they continue to cook grenades that terribly on Cloud9's side, then maybe we'll see something. And there's a couple of Molotovs coming in as well. Adder dropping down. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but up close and personal, Loops trying to take the fight, but uneven, just ducking up and below this ridge.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. might not actually be 3 members of Cloud9 now that I'm seeing it, as the shots are going over. Dadine trying to cook the Molotov, gets punished by Pyra for it. As Pyra is up here, Adder does rotate down all the way from the flank, taking the shots. Carrillo is there, look at that onto Adder, that's absolutely massive. That was the huge, the one they needed. Adder was the one on the flank. Hang on a second, Cameron! Hang on a second! This could be Loops getting involved, but underneath it still has a ton of HP to work with. Multiple members, so Loops are down. They still have the high ground, still being able to play around the third-person perspective, able to try and land these shots. Pyra and Uneven are here. They have the high ground, they have the advantage. Dadine is still down. Can the nades go through? Can they find them? Is Uneven, though, that finds them. The shots, Pyra on the flank with the shot. Hang on a second! But Carrillo is still there. Your multiple-time MVP wins the fight! My goodness, Loops Esports on Vikendi are just too good!
8 kills for Carrillo, and I said that Cloud9 had the game. That was without considering how good Loops are when they push aggressively. They got through that wall of smoke that they set up across that road without a scratch onto them. I would have expected a little more damage to come out from Cloud9 at that moment. But either way, Loops get up to that rock, and that whole strategy just falls apart for Cloud9. And then Uneven coming in on the flank doesn't even get any bit of damage before he's taken out and makes this a 2v4. It ends in a 1v1. But Carrillo, he wins that 9 times out of 10. You got to give it to him. He's multi-time MVP, and he's proving us why that is.
Absolutely unreal finish once again here on Vikendi.
I think they modeled that video off of Carrillo, because this man is a Terminator. This man has not missed shots and shown exactly why he got 2 MVPs in a row in 2 super weekends. He is scary good, 7.
This is what we expected in the finals, man. This is exactly what we expected. Drama. Loops doesn't do well in the first game. Well, guess what? They come back the second game, and they absolutely smoked everybody. And on top of that, we get the fight that we wanted to see. It wasn't necessarily a 4v4 there between Cloud9 and Loops Esports, but it's still, C9 had the advantage. And for Loops Esports to be able to push across that road with the smokes and still win that engagement, that was huge. And as you mentioned, Carrillo, we've seen Carrillo almost clutch, and he has actually clutched stuff like that before. And to do it here towards the end as well, oh, if that's not the MVP, I don't know who else is going to be. That man is just money.
He almost had a 1v3 against Team Queso in our final match of our 3rd super weekend. If you think back to that one on Erangel. Let's take a look, though, at how many points teams did accumulate, because there was honestly a lot of kills for a lot of different teams out there. Loops Esports, they get themselves 11 kills for 31 points total. But Glitter, you see Cloud9 and Wildcard both on 10 kills or more apiece.
Yeah, this is just impressive. One, Cloud9 showing that they can come into the very first day, first few matches, and show us a ton of consistency that we were used to seeing from them in the first 2 weeks of league play. This is super strong for Cloud9. Queso managing to get themselves some extra points, but like you said, Wildcard, another strong showing. 10 kills to their name this time around, almost keeping up with Loops and Cloud9 at the top of the leaderboard before doing well with their placement points. And then moving on down the list, we see Footballs and UDR Killers having a much better match this time around.
Yeah, and I think it's no surprise. It's kind of giving flashbacks there, looking at those teams. And as you were mentioning, Team Queso being able to get third place there, that is huge for them here as we're going to the second page. And shout out to John K watching on YouTube, because he actually picked Loops Esports to win that last match. So congratulations, man, on getting the right pick. And then Konina Power, going back to Konina Power, guess what? They just haven't been as consistent as we would like them to see. And then we just keep going down the list. We see Yala Esports with 2 kills, Nova Esports with just 1 kill, Umbra 1, Temple Storm, not exactly sure what happened there. They were only able to get 2 points, and then Pittsburgh Knights as well, 2 points here. But I think the storyline for me here of that last match was just Carrillo being able to clutch up when he needed to. And then Cloud9, they didn't have Beowulf, so that's definitely a huge hurt right there, as he was the MVP for the previous match when Cloud9 won. But it's maybe aside of what we might see in the future, we might end up seeing more Loops Esports versus Cloud9, and I hope some of the other teams also step it up, because I would love to see some team that we don't expect it to do good start doing good as well.
Well, I mean, Seven, we can only pick a team once a day, so I'm really hoping some other teams step up, because we both already used our Cloud9 and our Loops Esports pick. But speaking of Loops, let's take a look at some of the stats they had from that last match. 1,900 damage done. Not really like amazing out of them. However, I do want to maybe talk a little bit, Glitter, is that for me, it felt like Loops was playing similar to Cloud9, where they played really slow in the beginning, just played safe, and then when they hit some of these final zones, they really just kicked it into the next gear.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a point where Seven and I were watching them, and we thought that they were going to make a push up. And at one point, Seven was like, no, back off. They don't need this right now. And they did. They actually played it a little bit safer. Like you said, they're playing a little bit slower in that early game and not necessarily taking as aggressive engagements as we're used to seeing. And it worked out very well for them in this game, because, you know, they ended up being able to take home the win this time around.
Yeah,
and they're kind of like Cloud9. If they're able to have all their fours there, all their 4 players towards the top 5 situations, they become that team where more than likely they're going to end up winning, as we're seeing here at Cloud9 stats. Wow. The amount of healing there, 271. They were just taking full advantage of the circle that they had, and fair so, because they ended up with a height advantage. That's why I was so surprised. Even though they only had 3 players, I was so surprised they allowed Loops Esports to push in on them like that, crossing that road. And it gives, I think overall, it gives more credit to Loops Esports too, winning that match. Having to cross that road with the amount of smokes and the amount of Molotovs. We saw a lot of molly used there as well, Jason. Pretty much stopping Cloud9 from getting different angles and killing the Loops Esports players. Overall, what a great match. What a great back-to-back matches, man.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our top players with our sweet epics.gg cards we got going on. We got Sam yet again in there, Glitter. We got Carrillo, we got Acer, we got Pyra. So we get a couple of new names coming through, but Carrillo, I mean, just looking at his picture, he's angry, right? He's kind of upset they got knocked down in 16th place, and he came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, he definitely did. And Sam is just having a day. And of course, Carrillo ends up being the MVP out of these 4 right now. But Sam having a very strong performance again for Wildcard. We also, like you said, see Acer making his way up there. Nice to see Pyra from Cloud9 as well.
I'm just looking at his numbers, right? You got 99 for kills. You got 99 for damage. You got 100 for headshot, 88 for survival, and 96 for knock. I mean, he's basically the Michael Jordan here of the West League.
Yeah, if the survival 88 there is because he's so aggressive on everything else that he just doesn't allow himself to kind of like stay alive that often. But overall, wow, I love that card, by the way. I definitely want that card. Yo, PUBG Mobile Esports, please email it to me. You got my address. And then we see the kills there, 8 kills too. I mean, that's impressive out of him. Only 1 assist. And then the survival time, even though we mentioned about survival time, he was one of the only players there standing towards the end for Loops, and he was able to clutch it for them. And then as well as you were mentioning there, Glitter, Sam is having a great day here, and hopefully Wildcard Gaming is able to take advantage of that. As long as we don't see Sam driving, and as long as we see him shooting, Wildcard will be good.
I mean, you got a point. I mean, I think, something Glitter was saying as we take a look at our do moments is that we really kind of hope Wildcard isn't going to run out of steam too early in the day now, because they've had 2 back-to-back games with a fantastic performance.
Yeah, and I think we have seen them have days where they are able to be very, very consistent, but I feel like it's typically on the top half of the second half of the day, or they kind of bookended it. They've done that before as well. So we're looking to see if they can now figure out to have this level of aggression for a full 6 matches, because, everybody needs to keep in mind we have added yet another match to the day when they were previously only playing 5. So they do need to kind of work on that endurance as far as keeping that successful level of aggression throughout an entire game. And there we actually saw Yala taking some shots onto Loops. I thought that fight was going to happen again. That was when we thought Loops was initially going to rush up there 7, but it didn't work out that way. Lord was able to put out a decent amount of damage into Loops, but I believe at the end it was Unique that was able to kind of finish off Yala in that scenario.
Yeah, and overall, I think it was very impressive seeing Loops Esports being able to be a little bit more passive, not be as aggressive if you didn't need to. We saw them, as Jason was mentioning, as I know we were talking about it during the game, they were just playing really, really passive. They were trying to see what was going on. They were trying to see who they could third party. And guess what? Cloud9 was doing the exact same thing, especially after they ended up getting that circle. And then Sam has just been such a laser here. Honestly, if it wasn't for the zone, in this situation, more than likely Wildcard would have ended up winning
yeah.
this because they would have been able to readjust. And Axel, I know that's one player that has been performing throughout the whole tournament, even though Team Queso hasn't performed to what we expect him to. I think it's great for him to go ahead and start having a hot day in a way here as well, being able to pick up some kills and being able to pick up some extra points here for his team. And we see why Carrillo was an MVP. Carrillo just didn't give a damn. He kept pushing on people, he kept knocking people, and this was just so surprising for me here that Cloud9 allowed them to cross that road. I thought they were just going to be firing a lot. And then from Carrillo, look at his health. Even he doesn't care about his health, and I know you love this part too, being able to see him get that thirst right there, Glitter.
Yeah, that was big, that he just was not going to allow Cloud9 to have the opportunity to get Adder back up. As soon as he knocked him, he re-peaked to make sure that he not only got his team that extra point, but that he really, really put Cloud9 at a disadvantage, and that kind of gave them a little bit more time because then Loops backed off a little bit, Carrillo healed for a second, and then they were able to just finish out the fight.
I mean, that's the power of Loops Esports, right? We kind of question what went wrong with them in the first game. As you said, Seven, if you're one of these top teams and you're going to have yourself a bad game, you better make it your first one and your only one, as Loops have bounced back completely from that last match. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage, actually, from all the teams. We had Cloud9. If I'm not mistaken, they did out-damage Loops Esports, even though Loops did take home the chicken dinner. But there's some other teams with some massive damage coming through. Even, yeah, again, Wildcard, 1,700 damage done.
I love to see that.
Keep on talking about it, because I know you're impressed by Sam's performance so far today, Glitter.
I mean, it's nice to see, because how many times did we kind of get on them a little bit for falling off during the league play portion when we knew how much potential they have on that team? So they're coming out of the gate strong here. And I think that's also really important because we know Loops is going to be successful. We know Cloud9 is going to be successful. We watched them be successful for all of league play. You know, it's about the teams that we saw that were towards the middle of the group. Can they step up? There's so much more money on the line now, right? We're in finals. This is the best of the best at this point because it was the top 16 out of the top 20 that have made it through. So the fact that Wildcard is really adjusting their play style to be significantly more aggressive, and it's working out this well for them so far, if they can continue this through finals, it will just completely change where we viewed them in the overall standings from the league play portion.
I mean, we had Slicky on the show being interviewed, right? And he talked about how, or we asked him the question of, why is it always the last match of the day you guys seem to play well? And he said, well, we kind of, you know, just say forget it. We get frustrated after the first 4 matches. And they said, just screw it. Let's just go for it. Just be aggressive. And in the Super Weekend, they started to do that more often, which is why they had more and more success. So I wonder if they carried that strategy. I mean, I don't have to wonder. We've seen them carry the strategy over here into the finals. My question is where does that potentially end up? Where does that place them overall? Because they've had 2 back-to-back game nows with some really good performance here, Seven.
And I think for me, it's exactly what you said. I hope they continue with that attitude. It's like, hey, let's play every single match like it was our last match. And it's not only Wildcard. We have seen that from other teams as well. I remember when we interviewed Kevin from Yala, he said the same thing. They just started carrying less and just pretty much focusing more on the gameplay, just doing their thing, doing what they love to do, which is just play and frag out. And for Wildcard, it's working wonders here. And something that I'm impressed by what they were able to do here is that they were able to carry it on to a different day. Wildcard usually tends to have those days where like they're really hot, and then the next day they just absolutely fall off. So to see Wildcard perform so well in the last Super Weekend and to kind of bring that into this league finals, I think it's impressive. Even though they didn't end up with the right placement there, they ended up in 9th place. They still had 10 kills. That's impressive on its own.
Yeah, I mean, that made up for the placement points they unfortunately didn't get. But fortunately, as we move through into further on into the show, we have another segment you wanted to break down here, another little clip for us, Seven. Who is it with?
And it's going to be with Carrillo. And I mean, we kind of have to, right? We have to see this last fight one more time because everybody's been waiting for it, especially with Cloud9 not playing that last Super Weekend. This is something that we all wanted to see. And this is something that I love. Just the way they were able to go ahead and use this smoke path right here. What I was thinking they were going to do, I thought they were just going to go ahead and put smokes all over the place, kind of giving different angles. Because I figure, hey, guess what? If C9 only sees one line here, Glitter, then more than likely they're just going to go ahead and start shooting at it, but they decided not to, and that allowed Loops Esports to go ahead and push up.
Yeah, I think I was surprised as well, especially because I think Cloud9, you know, obviously they know that they're down a player, right? Yes, they have the height advantage, and they did have at least relative vision because, like you said, Loops had to push across that road. So, I mean, I think potentially that level of passive play, allowing Loops to get that close to them, even though they did have the height advantage, was just the final nail in their coffin. You see on the side there that Carrillo is able to get the knock onto Adder and does not allow Uneven to even try to get close to him to go for any sort of a res. He instantly thirsts that kill and then backs off and is able to heal up a little bit. And then that's all they needed. At that point, you see a couple mollies come out. Uneven does try to get an angle there off on the side while Pyra pushes up, but it just does not work out in his favor, and Carrillo is able to clutch up there at the end.
Can we
something that I love here, and I wanted to go ahead and kind of point it out for people that might be new to PUBG Mobile too, is when you're taking a 1v1 fight, give it a different angle. Usually what people tend to do is drop shot. What Carrillo loves to do, he likes to jump and shot. He does it there against Pyra, and then if we fast forward a little bit more, you're gonna see him do the exact same thing here with Uneven. Obviously he kind of has to because of the car, but it's just it's becoming a trademark of him, becoming that jump man. Being able to jump up, get that shot, and overall, you know what, before we even go back, I gotta give my boy some fire because he was an absolute fire the last match, and I cannot wait to see what that team, especially Carrillo, is going to be able to do in the next matches.
Further in this?
Yeah, I can go back.
I want to point out really quickly, because you talked about the line of the smokes they threw down. One thing we didn't really mention is how lucky Loops was that Cloud9 didn't have nades. We saw one nade go through that was cooked improperly, it was blown up into the sky, but look how close they are together, and with this line of smokes, they can kind of guess, all right, they're generally gonna be in this area. If you saw 3 of them throw in a couple nades each, or just even 1 nade each, that could have been a completely different story, Seven.
Yeah, and I think it kind of leads to more of how passive C9 was playing, maybe with not having to take any close engagements. They weren't maybe able to have that extra loot. So it is a great point that you have there, and it is something to keep an eye out on. Maybe they also couldn't shoot as much as they wanted to, just kind of do that suppressive fire because maybe they were running out of ammo. Because I know in the last match, I got a text message from Uneven saying on that last fight, I actually ended up running out of ammo. So it could have been something that, that was going on there with C9.
When you got 11 kills, you got to run out of ammo somewhere, right, for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our prediction scores, though, since we have to kind of round things out for us. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm hearing from production, we're 2 for 2 so far in our chicken dinner, Seven. I'm getting a little full. I don't know about you.
It feels so damn good, man. Back-to-back wins. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see the next game.
Though?
Can what?
Can you three-peat
Well, we can't pick Cloud9 or Loops
to find
anymore,
out.
so probably not.
Oh.
What kind of... Man, come on now.
Let's take a look at our overalls, though. I think that's what it's all about, right? This is what determines who takes home the $100,000. And Cloud9 currently is going to be sitting in first place here, Glitter, because obviously they took first place in the first game and second place in the second.
Look at where Wildcard is, sitting in second, able to really take advantage of the rough start that Loops had here on day one. Football is, of course, a team that we've consistently seen in the top 4. No surprise there being in the top 4 again. But I think it's nice to see Konina Power here in 5th. That's gonna be good for them. They struggled here in this second game, but had a strong first match. So this could be a nice start for Konina Power. And then moving on down the list, surprisingly, we have Team Umbra doing well. This is a great start for them. Tempo had a much better start in game 1. You know, as long as a lot of these teams here can keep this up. I mean, right now, if you recall back to the overall standings for all the Super Weekends, we're seeing a lot of consistency from the typical first page of teams that we've seen, right, Seven?
Yeah, we're starting to see some flashes of bringing up their gameplay with Konina Power. And something I also wanted to mention in regards to Cloud9 is just look at their placement points. I mean, they got first place the first match, and then on the second match, they go to second place. And that's something that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, of how consistent Cloud9 can actually be in regards to placement points and how much they had an advantage over everybody else whenever they were actually doing good during league play and during Super Weekends. As we go here towards the second page with teams like Alpha Legends, Pittsburgh Knights only having 6 points and then 3 points respectively. Also Nova Esports, Team Unique. Team Unique for me has been very quiet. I don't know what happened. I think they only got in 1 chicken dinner and that was maybe in week 1. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with those teams, but something you want to start keeping an eye on is as the days go by, especially as the matches go by, if you are one of those teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you might end up getting picked on. Remember, it happened to Cloud9 whenever they were doing bad. We saw team after team just trying to go ahead and hunt them down because they know they were just in a bad stretch. So I wonder if at some point some of the other teams that are kind of middle of the pack that need those extra points to get a little bit closer to the first 3 if they're going to start attacking those teams that are currently sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Or even maybe some of the teams who are at the bottom start hot dropping some teams to maybe get some early kills, because clearly the placement game isn't working out for them. But let's take now a look here at the schedule as we are approaching the halfway point of today. Now, typically we'd be going into Miramar now because that would be the 3rd match. But since we have 6 matches in total to play throughout each day of the finals, we're going to be heading back to Erangel yet again. We already saw Cloud9 pick up a victory where Loops fell very short. The question now comes, who's going to show up when it comes to the second plane of it, of 3 in total today? Temple Storm had a good first showing. Wildcard had a good first showing. Kanina Power had a good first showing. It's a lot of teams that we could potentially pick for going into our predictions, but I don't know which ones you guys went for here.
Who do you want to? You know what? Glitter, go first for us, please.
Okay, I'll go first.
I want to see what you got.
I'll go first. So, I mean, I was planning on picking them at some point today, and I don't want them to lose the momentum that they've got right now. So my pick for this next Erangel match is going to be Wildcard.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
7.
All right. Jason?
7.
Jason.
7.
I'm going to go ahead and go with Wildcard as well. Here, I'll go with Wildcard as well. They have been impressive. We keep talking about them. And I think they're that team that's going to get the next chicken dinner. Is going to allow me to get 3 chicken dinners in a row. Because why not?
So I think you had Footballs originally. Did you change?
Huh?
I think you had Footballs originally for that second match. Did you change? Or third match? Did you change?
Oh, yeah. Earlier. Huh? That was a lot earlier, though. You're missing out. Come on.
I'm just checking, because I was going to kind of make fun of you with my prediction. But now that we both have the same team, all 3 of us do, I went wild card as well. So I kind of have to hush.
Oh, no.
We can do well. Though in the past, it doesn't work out for us, does it?
No, we just jinxed it. What have you done, Jason?
Well, I probably
wildcard. Hey, it's a good pick though. It's a great pick. If we honestly look up how they performed so far today and how they performed in the previous Super Weekend as well, that's a team that's bound to get a win. And why not? Let's go ahead and do it the second map of Erangel.
Well, let's see actually how likely we are here to win this one with our pick of Wildcard, or how likely they are to take themselves to chicken dinners. You take a look at our map chances here from some different teams, including Wildcard. And, well, Wildcard is not bad. 5 chicken dinners. They've tied Footballists. They've done a significant amount of less damage than Temple and Footballists, but not bad overall.
I think we're looking pretty good here, especially with all of us having the same pick. Wildcard, consistent in regards to damage, consistent in regards to kills as well. And as you mentioned, 5 chicken dinners, that's not bad, Glitter.
No, I'm happy with this. They have more kills than Tempo. More chicken dinners, even if they do have a little bit less damage. So maybe they're, being a little bit more efficient with converting their knocks into kills. So I feel good about this.
I feel confident. And for everybody watching at home right now, please let us know who you guys are picks as well. If you guys get to pick it right, if I ask a question in chat, whether it's Twitch chat, YouTube chat, or Facebook chat, and I ask you guys who you got winning this next match, and the first person that actually gets this right, I'll go ahead and give him a shout out in the next segment. So let us know who you guys got for the next match.
I mean, I'd feel a little bit more confident if you were wearing a red shirt with us, 7. So I don't know if that's something you can change into during this next match. But obviously, we'll see how things do break down when we get back to you guys after the match has completed. Maybe we're going to be a little bit sad. Hope you're not angry at me, though, for picking Wildcard as the 3rd and final choice. But you guys at home, well, you can be happy for yourselves because you still have chances to win prizes. The lucky draw is still going on as long as you're watching within the game. Within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit. You still have 4 days in total left, including today. So make sure you guys try to pick that up right here, right now. And you guys can still be tweeting to us as well. You talked about, in chat, you can let us know who you think's going to win. You can also tweet to us and let us know who you think's going to win at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. And I think now it's time to get even closer to our 3rd match, with it right around the corner on Erangel to bring our commentators another time. We got Cammy D, and we got Invirum to join us yet again. I almost want to just try to come up with a new name for you every time, but I feel like I'm going to run out of what was that? What were you doing?
I'm posing.
You got to hit him with one of these, Got to hit him with, you can't really crouch when you're sitting down. Anyway,
yeah, that's true.
Well, he just dabbed.
Oh, it's full cyclical. It was cringe, then ironic, and now it's getting cool again. So we're good.
I'm so sorry you have to cast with him when he's dabbing on air the whole time.
The lifespan of a meme just happening before my eyes. I love it. Thank you guys for this. Appreciate it.
Well, hey, you can be happy because you had Loops last game and they won. They looked damn good. Carrillo, again, playing like he always seems to play. But let's talk about maybe some other teams here. We saw Wildcard, again, continue that momentum forward. What's your thoughts on that, Manviram?
I think they've been looking so solid. I think Sam and Spring, the way they play as a duo on the flanks together, so fantastic. You've got Slicky and Crew to hold it down in the back. And that to me is so cool. It just feels like we've really seen them grow into this aggressive style. And I feel like over the last week, we've really seen them refine it. They are taking less and less casualties when they do these crazy pushes. And I'm super excited to see what they can do in this next map.
Well, another team that looked good, at least when it came to the first time we saw them, was Tempo Storm, Cameron. Though in match 2, when we went to Vikendi, they seem to have tanked it there. Do you think there's something missing within the team? Do you think it was just maybe one bad match out of them? Do you think we could see that consistency come back?
So we talked about the benefits of coming in late to a circle like that, where they entered the first couple of phases for free, but then the downsides is that you had to push through so many different teams and their particular angle that they were on. We didn't see what happened in the game, unfortunately, but looking at their area, it was not really much of a shock that they struggled trying to push forward off of those coast directional hardships. So I don't think that I think that their success in the first game is a lot more, it's a better example of what we're going to see this week.
Okay, well, let's get into our predictions as well here, Cameron. I'm going to start off with you this time. Who do you think is going to win match 3?
It's got to be Wildcard. They've looked so good both games so far, and they've been looking better and better over the course of this entire league.
Okay, I'm getting a little nervous now. If Environ picks Wildcard as well, I'm going to feel like we're not going to win this one.
I'm not.
Okay.
You're good. You'll all lose together. It's fine. No, I think no. Look, to me, it was a 50-50 shot on this one. I do have Wildcard slotted for our last Erangel of the day, but this time I got to go with Footballist. My gut's telling me Footballist. They've taken some smart fights. They kind of got wrecked by loops in that last one, but I think they got a little bit caught out, not really watching that flank, and they've just been performing consistently well over the course of the day. So I'm going to go with Footballist.
All right, well, we'll see how these two teams are going to do when we get into our match. It's kicking off right now here with Environ and Cameron Davis.
Another Erangel. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Jason. Go disappear into the ether, into our lovely set as we get.
Hi, Jason.
Game. Bye, Jason. See, we say bye. We
Yeah.
say bye to him. I know, look at us being all considerate. But yes, another Erangel. 3 today. And that's something, actually, Glitter touched on this during the break, Cameron. It's something I really wanted to talk about. The idea that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Playing 5 games back to back is already difficult. Now these teams are playing 6. Talk to us about what goes into this, from a mindset standpoint, to be able to play. That's 5 hours of PUBG Mobile.
Listen, if you're not prepared to play this amount of games in a day, then you shouldn't be at this level. Or there's no way to even get to this level of any game, much less PUBG Mobile. And players, from what I've talked to, seem to like more games during the day because the lower you get, a number of teams, they don't intentionally use the first round as a warm-up round, but it still can take you a little bit to get your feet set under you, which is why it's so good that we see teams like Cloud9 and Loops generally start off so strong. There are more teams, I think, like Footballist, that take a couple of rounds to really warm up and get into things than the other way. And that's maybe one reason why Cloud9 is so successful. One of many reasons why Cloud9 is so successful. But so I think over 6 games is actually going to make teams more comfortable, and we're going to reduce the amount of flukes that affect the full leaderboard. But this next circle, pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't actually that bad, though, all things considered. I mean, this was for the playing path. Now going into this, I think this is honestly pretty fine. I think teams aren't going to have too much of a problem. We did note that B4 did opt to shift from their military base drop. Football still went to Novo, but we do see B4 now moving into Lipovka, so they're going to be in a solid position here for this. And, this, I don't think that was talked about, the idea of things being you have a plan A and a plan B about where you want to drop, where you want to set up these games.
Some teams even just have plan C's and D's and everything. And I don't think in this lobby, no team comes to mind for just completely rolling the dice every single plane path. But over here, Yasnaya, it's another standoff that we've seen. Yasnaya is the Volnova of Erangel, and by that I mean when there are 2 teams involved in the city in the early game, you don't really expect to see a lot of fights unless there's someone caught off. And I'm looking at a member of Alpha Legends who is caught between 2 members of Dream Eaters. It's Chasser there between Meku and Matic. The double M's.
Oh boy, that could.
Yeah, it's sneaky time.
Yeah, it's time to be very, very quiet. Pans out. if you had one, but you don't. So just be regular quiet as you sneak your way through. Yeah, Matic on one side, Meko on the other. Like you mentioned, this is not the M&M you want to deal with at this point. It's not very tasty. In fact, it's going to give you a bad time to start off this game. And given Alpha Legend starts in a lot of these games so far, they need to shift that around. They cannot have another rough opening here. They need to make it to the mid game with all 4 players alive.
What we could see is that Dream Eaters, they only have 2 players actually in Yasnai. The other 2 are looting up the south side, which is not uncommon. So Alpha Legends should be aware of this, or at least aware of the idea. And then if they're watching Parachutes, which you absolutely have to be if you're at this level of competition, they should know there's only 2 players in Yasnai, which means that they could actually go aggressive onto Matic specifically. I believe that was the player on the north. Using Shasser, giving the information out. Looking at Wildcard here. Eyes are on them, especially from us commentators, because so many of us predicted them to do well this match. And they've done so well the first couple of games already, and they've only been getting better and better throughout the course of the league. I've been celebrating their progress personally for the past couple of weeks. I love how aggressive they're getting, but Loops right now, they're getting... Who is shooting at Loops? Is that the Knights?
Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh... PK, don't do this. Don't take silly early fights, okay? I don't know if this was Loops just collapsing into you or what's going on, but not an ideal situation there for Pittsburgh Knights. Loops have put themselves in a position, and Jagger's just got to try and survive. Dadine is going scouting for him, but Jagger has been able to reposition enough, at least for now, to sort of get himself out of the problem there. And I also want to make a note. You saw it pop up on your screen for just a second there. The idea that you watching this stream right now, you can win prizes just for watching. If we get the stream to over 300,000 concurrent viewers here for the PUBG Mobile World League West, you will win free in-game crates, 6 of them you will get your hands on for watching this. Everybody likes awesome free stuff, and you're being rewarded for being an awesome fan here of the PUBG Mobile esports scene. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Tell your friends all about it, because the action so far has been insane, and it is only going to continue to heat up as we get over the course of the weekend, because Cameron, we still have 3 more days of action to go.
We do. The Knights still have a lot more days of action to try and clean up the early game, and they're able to get Jagger out of there, which is good for them just in the nick of time, because I think we saw, I believe that was Umbra, maybe get a little sassy there with Loops, but no, it's going to be Yala who's going aggressive on UDR Killers. A little bit of damage, no knock just yet, but Yala, they are sending it in, and ooh, Sandro on the roof. That was an opportunity, but instead he's going to find the opportunity against Zano. Yala need to clean this push up.
Oh my goodness, what started looking so well for them is a disaster. They lost 1 player early, another one is down. This is a 2v4 situation, but there's any players that are going to get it done right now, right here. It is Zero and Lord. Lord going in on the flank. He finds the shots onto Sandro. Yes, he gets it done, survives. Great tomb shooting there. Zero with the headshot, able to clean that one up. Ulysses pushing all the way around the outside, and this is huge. The flank from Ulysses will be absolutely massive, but I think they did spot him out. Now they've got to play fancy feet around the outside of the wall, but the shots from Zero are there once again, being like there's not just one superstar on this team. It's not all just the Lord show. And I am going to step up for my squad. Zero was there to clean up the kill, confirm it. Lord hang on to the other flank, but he goes down. Nano survives.
Just barely, though. A lot of damage coming out from Yala, even though they're taking all the downs against them. Lord needs to get revived. Is Zero going to try and go for that attempt, or is he going to go aggressive? Nano and Poku both healed up, both meted up, and the revive is happening. I don't know if that grenade is going to find its mark. Multiple grenades going in and trying to get their way into the building, and it finds it. It nails it. X marks the spot. X marks Yala's grave.
Oh my goodness, Nano. There was nothing small about that play. That nade threaded the needle in through that tiny little window, but it was enough to knock out Yala Esports as the 16th team. They did it to Loops in game number 1, and now they're getting it done to them here in game number 3. Sometimes Erangel just be like that.
Yeah, teams getting more and more aggressive. I mean, we're not talking about early game Vikendi, Coastal City, Phase 1 aggressive, not just yet. But there was a quote that I loved to see come from a player. I've been saying it for a while, maybe not as concise, maybe not as beautifully, but it was Vindex that said that teams are realizing, or the good teams at least are realizing, that teams should focus more on opportunity over safety. And that's what we're seeing here. Sometimes it can go a little bit too aggressive. Maybe that Yala push was one of those examples. But we're seeing teams focus on making their own fate rather than waiting for the blue to make decisions for them. And that is what you do if you want to be a real winner in any sort of battle royale, especially PUBG.
Yo, Vindex, I'm gonna need you to like be quiet real quick and not with the. I want to keep my job, and if you keep saying stuff as good as that, like there's no chance for us. There is no chance for us at all. Balancing safety and opportunity, I could not have said it better. And I love the fact that teams are aware of this because there's as much as we are students of the game, they are the professors. They are out here teaching classes. It is not an accident that they have made it here to the PUBG Mobile World League West. It is not a coincidence that they're playing with some of the best teams in the world. It's because they are the best teams in the world. And I love it. And it just goes to show how much focus teams are putting into getting better and better every single week.
Love this. Look at football this year. They're scouting out ahead of themselves. The last Erangel game, remember, they got into a little bit of a scuffle with Konina Power, who were a little wounded or distracted by the Knights setup, the Knights engagement, so they couldn't fully gatekeep. But either way, football is making sure that Konina Power don't want to do that a second time. And you can see on the map that they were pulling away slowly from the bridge. Circle shift doesn't affect them too much. It's a little towards the south, but B4, they're being affected. They're being affected by Unique. Frozen securing the kill. 2 kills for them so far. And the surviving members of B4 trying to drive away, but to where can they go?
Well, they've got the outskirts of Yaz to work with. That's about it. They are able to escape. Well, I mean, there are a couple teams here. I mean, luckily nobody's locked down that side of the city quite yet, but there aren't a lot of good places. And they're not even really, they don't have the numbers to even try and gatekeep Unique on the other side of this. So they're in a rough spot too. Oh my goodness, B4. And this is one of their best maps too. B4 loves Erangel. They love Miramar. They are comfortable on this map. But I don't know what has been happening so far today. They have just not been able to get into their rhythm.
It's not even today. They've been on a little bit of a slide the past couple of weeks, especially we constantly look at them on Miramar because that is a... I mean, we're looking at Erangel. It's got to be the Cloud9 show. And Loops are also... There are so many teams that are good at Erangel. Miramar is one of the ones that it's harder to find the team that's like the expert at it. But we're looking at B4 and Dream Eaters, and B4 started to slow down a little bit. And I wonder if they're getting affected by the faster speed of a number of these different teams. I was talking to them at the very beginning of the league, actually, how they said that from the Brazilian region, that's generally more aggressive teams, but they like to temper that with a little more of the macro focus, rotational focus compared to their countrymen. And maybe they're just not adapting to the more aggressive meta. They're not prepared for it as much because they seem to be, we've seen them retreat from situations like that routinely the faster, the more aggressive these games have gotten.
Yeah, and I almost kind of want to jump back with them because if you saw another down in your kill feed pop up, that was Unique continuing to chase down the kills. It is Milky Way to start this off. Milky Way who came in that last, Levi. Oh my goodness, just like a glove, just barely. But yeah, Milky Way came in during that last Super Weekend. He subbed in for the team and has been looking just absolutely fantastic. Just looking so good for this squad. Levi, this is the outskirts of Yaz like I was talking about, but he's going to have some neighbors. Levi is just trying to survive. He's going full carnage.
Yeah, I think he just wants the hope that the circle doesn't end around Yasnaya. Unless, okay, if the circle shifts towards Yasnaya, if it stays there, he has a chance. But if it goes towards Yasnaya enough to bait multiple teams inside and then it pulls away like it usually does at the end game of a city finish, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble. So it's a weird situation for him to be him, but his vehicle is also in ruin. So at this point, I don't know. He's going to have to like pray for a miracle, I think, in order to climb his way into single digit placements at this point.
Yes, indeed. Just got to try and hope. Just got to try and hope that the circle favors him like it's been favoring Cloud9, who are almost dead center in the circle right now. They have themselves a nice little compound, one of these L compounds. They've got some walls to play with. They've got a little bit of elevation, but there are hills around them, so teams are going to have an angle. Luckily, there's enough to play with in these compounds that you're not as likely to get shot in the butt.
Yeah. Everyone's just looking around them at the moment because the phase is about to close. A couple of rotations. The teams on the outskirts looking at Knights and Loops and a little bit of football to send Unique, but where is the shift going to go? Everyone is ready for the vehicle send, and it's going to be a medium to hard shift towards the southwest. C9, we called them out. Really good spot still. School is in play. We might see a couple of teams bomb into there, but Tempo and Konina Power, they have opportunities to pick up rotational kills because that's where I think most sends are going to go. You're not going to drive into Cloud9 compound, but Cloud9, they're not even going to stay there, actually. They're trying to go towards Tempo as well.
Oh my goodness, the teams from NA are going at it once again. This reminds me of the finish from game number 1, Tempo Storm and C9. It's like they played enough scrims, they played enough games together here in the North American region. They have a sense of where they want to be shifting and rotating, getting involved, because Pittsburgh Knights is there as well. Nova Esports is there as well. The NA teams seem to have the read on it. It's going to come down to the teams from the rest of the world, like Team Queso representing from South America and the teams from Mexico as well. Reverse that. Coming on in, getting the job done, but this time they're going up against Umbra and PRZ. He's in a world of hurt.
Umbra have an interesting spread, but I don't think it's to their advantage. They might have just been caught out on their push in. If they can find their way behind cover, PRZ could maybe survive. Finds another little dip, prepping some more grenades. But what is Vindex doing? Is he just prepping his vehicle, waiting for Queso to peek over? They have a building, but it's just barely inside the circle, and so Queso could keep them pinned inside, keep them from really getting any map control. The downside is, though, Queso could get shot from the back, and no helmet on a Mystic already. They've been a bit, I don't know if it's the loot that's a problem, or they've just been in multiple fights so far.
Oh my goodness, that is the question. I cannot believe that PRZ. They're not. I mean, but I don't hate this decision. Yeah. That's a wide open field, hard cover in the hands of Umbra, and as we're seeing Team Queso taking shots at every team that comes their way. We got tree meters on one side, and they're finding the shots onto Versus. Well, not gonna be able to finish that up, but still, any damage that you can do to the meds, to the armor, to the helmets, it all adds up. It makes a difference in these long, drawn-out fights. And that is going to make a difference here for Team Queso. But a team that's looking to make an impact in a big way. Those bombs are going boom, and that is Dadine dropped and down. Pittsburgh Knights committing so many resources to taking out the lone member of Loops, who they now know is Loops.
Yeah. They shouldn't be too surprised considering where Loops rotated in, the fact that these two teams met each other only a phase ago. The rest of Loops, they're slowing it down. They lost their positional control, and they hear Wildcard also on a long wrapping rotation from the north side coming in just to their south. And so Kayowski with a good little Wookiee suit, a bush suit, hiding in a bush to see if anyone gives him information. They don't have to move because they're in the circle. And Loops, I'm not too worried for them because we know how strong they can be on the push when they know what they're pushing into. But it's still not the best position for them having to push uphill like they might have to at this.
Yeah, that one's going to be a little bit rough for them, especially now that they've already lost one player. Part of the reason that Loops is able to get away with what they do is because of how aggressive they play in tandem. They know that, look, I'm going to go down here, but we're going to trade positively because my teammate's at my back. You can do that less effectively when you have one less body to throw at the problem. So keep an eye on that, how they're able to traverse their way up this hill. But football is also in a pretty decent spot. They've been quiet so far in this game. No early fights with Konina Power. No early fights with anybody on the south side of the circle, but they're not in a bad spot. But of course, they're facing up against potentially Wildcard to another one of the teams that we slated to do so well this game.
Next circle is a medium shift towards the west, and so we're seeing multiple sends because of it. Queso versus Dream Eaters all trying to take the exact same area. And I don't know who's coming out on top on this one. The trades seem even enough, but Matic needs to go back and assist his teammates. He finds another knock.
Yeah, Versus here as well, though, trying to find the shots on Ayala. Everybody is going down. What a nightmare. As I can't believe it. Wait, Matic and Versus survived the late send from Versus on the flank, was able to do the additional little bit of damage. I thought Queso was winning that. I was talking with them earlier. The team from South America, they were looking like they knew what was going on. They had the position, but them and Dream Eaters in unison pushed in onto that compound. But it was Dream Eaters that came out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, Team Unique is looking to put another team in the ground. It is Alpha Legends who have been able to get nothing going here so far today. Not legendary play from them. They're slowly fading into myth.
And Unique are also really stepping up. That was a team that we had a lot of eyes on at the beginning of the league, but started to slow down. And they're trying to bring the attention back onto them, and Milky Way with a nice shift over. There's a revive that comes out for Unique Legends, but Milky Way is here to stop it. And Frozen also trying to get up close and personal. Kaito goes down. It's all Unique all the way. Ooh, smoking a little bit too soon.
But that's still them going down. Frozen does drop, but oh my goodness, a spicy play. Just drives the vehicle in right through the smoke. If the vehicle doesn't do the work, the bullets will finish it up, and that is Alpha Legends out in 13th place. As we're jumping now on board once again with Umbra and C9, the teams, the very similarly colored names. I'll be honest, it's definitely given me a moment of pause in a lot of these games because they've been side by side a lot, Cameron.
Yeah. I will say it's not as bad as UDR kill as an Umbro that both start with U and are both in similar enough color schemes.
Yep. Definitely made the mistake earlier today.
Footballists and Loots who have similar playstyles and similar color schemes.
Yes. But I love the fact that we keep them the same color. We keep them the same color every game, which definitely does help, though, to be fair. So props to our admin team for that. Props to them.
If it were random, that would be
a disaster nightmare. Yeah. As things are getting quiet, this is so fun. This is apps. This is classic apps. Because everybody is just, well, I have my building, and you have your building. And unless the circle forces us, I have no incentive to change. Why would I?
Really, actually. Umbra, Manifest Destiny, they want to take more. It's full on British colonialism inspiration here. They have 2 of the apartments now as well. Apartments, they're not the... It's interesting to have to hold apartments, especially around the school area. It's wide open fields around you, so if you do get pushed from the outside, like from where, who was it, the Dream Eater is actually one that engaged with the Yellows. Never mind, doesn't matter what I'm talking about, because Kingdom of Power are in another fight, get dropped, and is that a full confirmed kill? Yes, it is. I think it's going to be Soulk that secures it. Axer trading back onto Unique.
You're not allowed to make good, succinct points here, okay? There's action to be had. Come on. I know you want to flex the big brain on these players, but they're just flexing their shots on us as they're continuing to put damage down range. It's going to need power that loses one. Football is continuing to get involved. I think maybe getting a little bit of poke back from that last game because, of course, those two teams on the bridge to the southeast, they always like to have a bit of a tango.
And Konita Power, or no, Unique just got their way into the circle and it shifts away from them once again. It's towards the northwest. It's just around school. And where is everyone else going to go if you're not already inside the apartment buildings? We'll see how well these teams can hold it on. But Konita Power, it's Mad Max time right now. Shooting vehicles all around them.
Oh my goodness, everybody is trying to send it into apartments, but the teams that are already there have a great position. Everybody is trying to go on in. This is more than this is full Mad Max right now, Cameron. Everybody's getting involved. Wildcard was able to make it in. Slicky is going to go down. Gonzo is in the mix as well, but C9 have been able to keep up, I believe, all the members. I got this right this time. There are 4 of them in this fight as they are trying to hold on, but Umbra is on the flank. They lost 1 member, did go down, but I think Halls will be able to get the revive, but Konita Power is pushing in from the other side. Cameron, in trying to take over multiple compounds, multiple apartment buildings, they might have bitten off more than they could chew.
I don't know if they were prepared for the full send that this circle demanded from a number of the other teams. Prolor is able to get back to the rest of Umbra so they can keep 3 in one building, and maybe Vindex can find some way to either keep himself alive, maybe stab Konita Power in the back, or perhaps at some point get back to his teammates. But Tixie, more grenades, doesn't want to allow Umbra to be comfortable at all. And this was the worry. A lot of windows that you can deal damage from in apartments, but if they get up close and actually get to the building, then you're in danger. But yeah, Prolord. Open shots onto Dream.
Oh my goodness. I think Tempo Storm actually did confirm that, but in either case, so much firepower just being thrown left and right. Tempo getting kills on the football is fighting with Nova Esports. Everybody is either trying to control apartments or control the high ground. Prolord unable to find the shots onto Milky Way. Finally, he goes down. It is Halls, though, who picks up the kill, and that is 2 now over for Umbra.
Unique do go down. Unfortunate send for them. But they picked up a good number of points at the early game, so it's actually a pretty good game for them, all things considered. And now if you're one of the teams that is not in the apartments, what can you do with things? Dream Meters also go out. Their time was definitely ticking down to a close. And Tempo Storm, Southeast Edge, HA24 and Spec had to push in just a couple of inches. And Rain is trying to usher them in, but AZ gets a couple of shots. HCL also up close and personal.
We are seeing the shots. You can see it in the kill feed. Footballist is getting punished from every single direction. Cloud9, a wild card, Tempo Storm, and Tempo Storm, we're feeling the storm right now. The hail of grenades coming in from Nova Esports. They were so focused on the shack in the back. The HCL came in, caught him out unawares, and that's going to be Tempo out. Lightning does strike twice, but this time it is Nova Esports cleaning them right on up, pushing out of the circle to get it done.
HCL, good job there playing the, what's the opposite of an anchor position? The flank, okay, it doesn't matter. Either way, he's the one that was outside of the safety. The other 2 members are giving him cover. Yeah, and he just pushed forward and cleared them out with the space that he was able to use. But where can they go now? The shack is inside just barely, but can HCL group back up? And actually, An angle is found from C9 in through those tiny little windows.
Adder just sticks his toes out, or sees a player stick his toes out. They're just chopping it right off. Nowhere for you to go. Loops is trying to find a place to go, trying to utilize the smokes that are already down. But look at the kill feed. Everybody is just going right in. It's a battle in apartments. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Loops pushes in. Pittsburgh Knight pushes in. Cloud9 is here. Federal's trying to find an angle. Korea's trying to hold one as well. Everybody's just trying to take a room. Forget a building, Cameron. You take one room. It's like we're back in university. These dorm rooms are crazy.
This is the party dorm.
Yep.
In school, in the university apartments, in the university dorm rooms. And you saw Pyro on the ground floor when Loops and Knights bombed in. He just said, I'll let you guys fight it out. I'm going up to the top floor where I know it's safe.
How did SoulK get in here?
I don't know.
Okay, what are you doing?
Just sends. Just sends. You have so many windows to look out in these buildings that if you're looking at the wrong one, they just sneak in behind you. Nothing you can do about it.
I can't believe that Umbra has been able to keep all 4 players alive through all of this. I got to give them so many props. Them and Cloud9, they were here first, and they have fought off all comers. The bottom of their building is slowly getting taken over. It's like Monster Train. You know, you just got to keep moving on up. We're finally taking over the roof here. Uneven has been holding things down for the team. I actually think that ProLord snuck that out from underneath him. So Uneven and crew, they're just trying to find any angle they can. But Cameron, this is just bedlam. How do you cast this?
I don't know. You just got to read the kill feed essentially at this point. Good nade onto Sam coming out from Cloud9. So even though they're in different buildings, they just don't want to let them be comfortable at all. And wildcard, really rough spot there. I don't know how. Oh! That is really good from Acer. That could give them an opportunity to push in, especially if Uneven doesn't watch the cross if he tries to go for the revive. Wildcard might need to push off of this because the blue is pushing in onto them, and I think they might have a small corner. Yes, they do, and the circle does pull away. This is what Nova were hoping for. They have an opportunity to do to all of these teams what Cloud9 were doing to them, basically deal damage or they're running out in the open. And look at Konita Power ready for the push from Umbra.
The question now, ooh, that nade almost made it in. I still gotta get props. That nade from Acer hit Bayo flat in the face. That is not ideal. It bounces off and then instantly explodes. Just a right hook to the jaw that will be able to get him back up in the fight. But the question now becomes, how many meds do you have? Because I think a lot of teams are going to have to try and heal strat through this, or at least leave one player to try and heal strat through this, because everybody has to go at once. It is going to be the running of the bulls. It is going to be the lemmings just trying to go in there. Acer getting a taste of his own medicine. Beowulf's like, yo, I got some of these too. I know what's going on. And they're going to be able to clean up that one very likely here as the blue is pushing on in. But here comes Umbra. They are continuing to push as all 4. Nobody is healing up from this. It is all charge all day.
It's prep from Kunina, but Tixie he's trying to climb up, trying to get it revived, and Umbra have taken over the bottom floor, but they need to push forward even further if they want to take this away from them. They could just share the bottom floor. There's a small corner of this. Whoa, Uneven!
Even.
What?
Ayo!
We got
Hang
Batman!
on a second. What standing long jump, running long jump champion here. Somebody sign these boys up for the Olympics. Let's go! As they're pushing on in, Umbra, UDR killers, everybody's getting involved, trying to spray, trying to pray, trying to get the pre-fire shots going into the windows. Can they take over the bottom side of this building? Yes, they do. UDR killers is in a terrible position. Footballist goes down as well. SoulK down and out. The hopes of that team are gone, as everybody is trying to get involved, as the slow, inexorable creep of the circle is pushing everybody in. Sam, you don't belong there. What are you doing?
Oh, a lot of damage, but Carrillo there is going to finish him out. Finish the Knights out.
Lights out, lights out. Let's go. As C9 is trying to push in. Pyra is down. Federal is there. The blue is going to slowly start to tick them down, tick them away. But who wants to be the first player out? Nobody wants to be the first player out. There are players up on the roof from Cloud9. Federal sees the angle. Hang on a second. Uneven doesn't know he's there. Uneven. You need eyes in the back of your head. You got to be cognizant of that. Federal rotated around the outside, and now suddenly Loops might be about to sneak out from underneath Cloud9. Once again, a victory that looked like they were in a sure position for, but only Federal is still alive. Konina Power is in this. Umbra. What is this?
I don't know.
What is this?
Each team has their own floor, and then there's AZ out on the side trying to cut down anyone who leaves, but I don't think he's in the circle as well. They're all going to have to run out into the open. I don't know what cover there is unless someone can maybe grab these vehicles and use it for something. But we've seen, again, the problem with leaving cities, essentially, is what we're talking about here, is that if you're the first one to leave, you're the first one to get shot into the back. That crate might be something. That grenade. Okay,
that actually helps AZ. That
helps HCL a lot.
He can move up to the drop. If he can move up to the drop, hang on a second. This is a huge opportunity for AZ. Adder is going to drop. He's just going to go. Axer's going to drop to the vehicle going down. Tixie's going to be the one to heal strat through. They've coalesced their meds. He's just going to fall. He mistimed it. Federal drops as well. Hang on a second. AZ's in a position to do so much work. Bayo was down up on the roof. This is a 1v1 situation. 2 snakes in the grass. I cannot believe it. Hang on a second. Bayo is going to fall. It's a 1v1 situation between Adder and
HCL.
Hang on a second. I think Nova got that. They do!
He did.
AZ with the win! Adder can't get it done. That's C9 out. That is Nova Esports with the winner chicken dinner.
Adder had the angle. He had the sightline on the HCL first, but the flick shot coming out. Nova at the end clutch it out, and I was very, very worried for them. But the minute that the circle pulled away from the apartments, Nova, they had the lifeline, and they utilized it the best that they could. And it was that smoke coming out. I don't know if it was Cloud9 or Umbra that threw it because, same color and all that. Helped HCL out immensely, but it was such a chaotic ending. That's what happens when there's buildings that size in the end game. There is no clean way to play it at that point.
Sometimes it just be like that, There you are. That was one crazy finish to game number 3. That's how this finals is starting. That's how it's going to keep going. Definitely make sure you're having all your friends tune in. They do not want to miss this, but that's it for us on the day. Let's send it back over to our analyst to talk about that wild and crazy game number 3.
Hai, nama saya Yudu Drag. Saya daripada tim Yudu Gang.
Hello, my name is Lord and I play for the
Esports 1 for takes him down. There's a new replica 72. Let's go. There's ready. Next number 2 back to Sanhok as you can see takes on one player. Right now, this is Warren.
E aí galera, aqui é o Carrilho da Lute Esports.
Kills early on, and heck, kills is what they're good at doing.
There is a door, but will it be death? It peeks out.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, it seems like Cloud9 have come back with a vengeance again. Able to get extremely far in this one, but the real story is going to be about Nova Esports as they were able to get themselves so far in the game, coming down to their last player, trying to play for some extra placement points. But you know what? The zones, he gets a little bit lucky here, I'd say, Glitter, because the zone came towards him, and we saw Adder have to push in that direction again.
Yeah, that I honestly, when I saw AZ just hiding behind the tree with everybody else in the building, I was like, this is like a complete 50-50 crapshoot. It's either going to work completely in his favor, being the only person that's going to be safe in the zone, or he's going to be the only person stuck outside of where it needs to be. And, you know, AZ got very, very lucky there, but also played it well. He knew how many different teams were on each floor, including the roof of that building, and he put himself in a safer position, and it worked out for him in the end.
And considering Nova have really struggled in these first 2 matches, that was a really big victory for them. Not to mention the morale for the team has to be shooting up to completely new heights. Let's actually take a look at our standings from that last match so we can talk about a little bit more here, Seven. Because yeah, they only got themselves 7 kills. I say only, they got like the 2nd highest overall within the lobby. But they get themselves such a relieving victory here, beating the likes of Cloud9, beating the likes of Loops.
Yeah, as I mentioned, especially with Nova, the first game, 14th place, 2 kills. Second game, 10th place, 1 kill. It wasn't looking good their way, but this is great. This is a great engine starter for them. And nobody in the chat ended up guessing them. And guess what? Nova Strong ended up surprising them with 27 points in total. And as Glitter was mentioning, once we saw the other teams in that building, we were just like, if AC is able to get the circle here, he's gonna end up winning, and soon enough he ended up working out that way. But overall, I think what impresses me the most here from this page is just how consistent Cloud9 is being. You mentioned it, Jason. They came in with a vengeance. They came in to just shut some people up as they're able now to get a win, 2nd place, and on top of that, 2nd place as well. And not only that, they're backing it up with kills. Like so far, every single match they have played, they have gotten more than 10 kills. So that's really impressive from Cloud9, looking very scary there. And as we go here towards the 2nd page, Wildcard Gaming just having a bad match there, an unfortunate match, honestly, with being only being able to get 6 points. It looks like we ended up jinxing them. And then you got Dream Eaters, Tempo Storm, 5 points, and then towards the bottom, B4 Esports, which today is just not their day so far.
What about Umber, by the way? I mean, okay, well, let's talk about B4 a little bit here, Glitter, then, because that was a team that we talked about a lot, actually. We talked about them on Sanhok, we talked about them on Miramar. They have been just struggling full on today.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a slower start. I mean, to be fair, they did, I believe they had 3rd place. Granted, they only had 1 kill in the 2nd match. However, they did get 3rd place, so they were able to get some placement points under the belt. But this is definitely not the B4 that we know they can be.
Right.
They are capable of much stronger gameplay, especially moving into some of the next few matches here for them. You know, we'll be looking to see what they can manage to do on Miramar, and they have been doing better for themselves on Erangel, so they just really kind of need to pick it up today. But also, like you said, they have told us previously that Sanhok is one of their favorite maps, even if the performance hasn't necessarily correlated with that. Maybe it will here during finals.
Yeah, maybe it will. Obviously, still have those matches come up later on, but let's take a little bit of a deeper look into Nova and, of course, the stats they had behind their victory. 1,200 damage, not too much, but then again, when you're left with 1 player, you can't really expect him to get too much done here, Seven. I guess winning the game is probably what you should expect out of the best moment for him.
Yeah, you expect them to do exactly what AC did there. Just let everybody fight it out. Wait until the end when there's only just 1 player left, as he was able to, and then he was able to become aggressive there. That's something that was scary for us as we were watching. It was like, okay, Adder's definitely going to be able to get this, because Adder got the first shots on him, but then AC was maybe able to connect with the better shots. Remember, with Adder laying down, it kind of allows AC to go ahead and hit some easier headshots just back to back to back, which in terms you might end up winning that gunfight, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were watching it together, and I was like, oh, Cloud9, like, Adder pulled it off. He pulled the trigger first, but I guess the aim wasn't quite on, like you mentioned. I think we're going to take a look at our top players yet again from this last match. And again, Epics.GG with the sweet little cards coming through. And, you know, I think there's a 75% chance our MVP is going to be someone from Cloud9 here, guys.
I think so. Yeah, I think so,
Good
too.
math. Good math.
I'm hoping it's Adder. Let's see if I'm right.
Oh,
let's go, baby. That's right.
I mean,
by the way, I have
got
a delay,
holes
so
in there,
I didn't see it in time.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the same thing.
We got holes in there. I mean, let's give him
definitely
a little credit. Like, we talked about him. I think he was like in one of the last. Yeah, he was in the last match we saw on Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, just laying down on the other side of the road in the Super Weekend in like a 1-on-2. But this is the first time I think we're going to see him, or generally one of the first times we've seen him here in the top 4 performances.
Yep. And I think it is Glitter. If I'm not mistaken, I think it is the first time we actually see him in one of the top players here. Which overall, honestly, 556 damage. That's not bad. 3 kills for his team, 1 assist. I think that you love to see it, and I'm glad that we can actually get a chance to see assists now. As you're seeing with Adder, he was able to go ahead and put up 3 assists, and also with Uneven. Uneven was able to put up great numbers for his team as well.
Yeah, and that's really important because it illustrates their ability. It's about their communication. That's the team shots, right? That's making sure they're focus firing the right people and working together as a squad, and that's definitely going to contribute to Cloud9's consistency today.
Yeah, poor Pyra, though. I mean, he didn't make it into the top 4 there, though he did make it in the game before. Before we actually get into our interview, I wanted to take a look at something we have new to the show here coming to the finals. We've been talking about MVPs the entire time the Super Weekends, but the MVP here in the finals is what matters, right? Because the MVP over the course of these next 4 days will get themselves $10,000. And we have, luckily, a nice little graphic to sort it out to see where everyone currently is across the screen. So I actually want to pull it up just so we get an idea who currently is in the lead here in first place and who's chasing it. Actually will be Adder. Look at that, 7 total kills, but currently, if we were to stop right here, right now, he'd be sitting on 10K.
Ooh.
That's interesting. Now, is this just for the 2 matches that we have played?
Yes.
I mean, all for the 3 matches.
That's how the award is. It's only for the finals. So it's only the 2 matches. 3 matches we've had today.
Okay, well, hey, this is looking great for Cloud9. Look at them. They have 4 players in the top 5 situation, so this is good. And overall, I think Adder is one of the players that we've seen him perform well. If I'm not mistaken, he was one of those players that was actually Vero Carrillo that whole time as well, whenever they were doing good too. So this is going to be interesting in regards to the MVP ranking. I thought it was going to be for the whole tournament, but I guess...
No, it's just finals. So that means you have a chance to get yourself 10K bucks if Adder can keep it up. But we also do luckily have a fantastic interview lined up here for this segment of the show. We're going to bring in someone from Cloud9, and we're going to bring in the Bayo Mayo himself here. How you doing, Bayo? It feels like I just talked to you yesterday or 2 days ago.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you feeling? I mean, we talked during the 6X podcast about the time off you guys obviously had and how it might hurt, seeing yourself drop in the rankings and the earnings coming into the league play. You guys said you're keeping a clear mind. You're just focusing on the finals alone, and I think we've seen it. Is today going exactly how you expected it so far?
I mean, it's going even better than expected so far. Like we did not expect
need to look at the stats to see
strong.
that.
We're sitting on no, you don't at all. We're on a 26 or 27 point average right now, which is just unheard of. So we're hoping to keep it up.
All right, 7, go ahead, man.
What up, Bale? Yeah, you're sticking to exactly what I told you to do in that message, man. Just keep on doing what you're doing. You guys are gonna probably end up being first place here. My question for you is, I've actually seen Uneven stepped it up in a big way. Especially today so far, with Uneven being able to start getting those frags that you guys need him to. Are you guys able to be a little bit more aggressive, or are you still sticking to your minimal risk game plan?
So far, we're just sticking to the game plan, but I mean, kills have been coming our way and teams have been pressuring us. And we've just been winning our fights and been able to rack up a bunch of kills so far. Hopefully we can keep it up.
Glitter.
Right on. And I actually got one more for you, one quick one for you. What do you say to those people that say that Cloud9 plays passive? They play too passive. They play too boring. What do you say to those people that are watching right now and you guys are in first place?
I mean, we're just playing the game our own way, and I mean, it's working extremely well, and I think it's the best strategy right now. You don't need to take these unnecessary fights like some other teams do. We're just going to take the ones that matter and win the games.
Damn right. Thanks, brother.
All right, my turn?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Bayo, it's nice to officially meet you. So we have seen pretty much the same 4-ish teams in that top 4 position. You guys have been battling it out a lot, going back and forth. Specifically, we've seen you go up against Loops a lot. Do you guys have any specific strategies for kind of anticipating the fact that you will be running up against those same few teams a lot of the times on these maps?
Yeah, I mean, we're very confident in all our fights right now, especially when we're doing so well. Everything feels good. People were crashing into our apartment and we were just wanting to be the aggressors and make sure that we could just kick them out of there. We couldn't at the end because there was 2 different teams that were kind of just camping in the first floor. So, but we feel really confident against any team that we come up against right now, and I think we're in a really good situation. If we got the real 4v4 versus Loops on Vikendi, I think we would have won that handily.
Got another one, Glitter, or can I shoot again?
Oh, no, go ahead. You can go.
I'm going to shoot again. I actually just completely forgot the question I was going to ask. No, I remember now. So we talked about in an interview we had a couple of days ago how you guys felt like you were focus fired quite a bit going into the last day of league play. Now, going into this, have you felt like you've been under any extra pressure that you've had in league play before? And if it does happen again in the finals, do you guys have a different strategy prepared this time?
Yeah, we're definitely going to go about it differently. If we go into like the last 2 days and we're in first place, we're going to kind of know that Loops is going to be going to pull some their strats out to kind of help eliminate us. They've already harassed like a little bit where they like shoot tires out from crates and at our like buggy in South Georgia. We had a tire pops. Anything little things that they can do to mess with us, they're going to do it. But I don't expect anything major until the last couple of days. But I have plans for it, and we're not going to let that happen again.
I'm really curious what the plans are.
I love hearing that.
I like it.
All right, Seven, you got more questions?
Hell yeah, man. Go kick some butt. No, just kick some butt. Keep on doing you.
I keep going?
You guys have been going.
Yeah, we will.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another one here. We've seen Wildcard step up massively, as we saw in the last Super Weekend. We see them actually playing extremely well today so far. Where do you kind of rate them against Loops? Do you still feel like Loops is your greatest competitor, or do you think Wildcard is slowly sneaking up there?
I definitely think they're very close. They're definitely going to be like the two hardest fights in the lobby if we were have to 4v4 them. Acer and Sam are doing super well, and they're never going to go down easy.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you just one last question. It's kind of a weird question. You told us how you like to play in bed. Are you playing at your desk now today, or did you get out of bed specifically for this interview?
No, I'm in my bed. You can't see it, but it is down here.
Oh, he's in his bed right now. Okay, that's the dream. If I could work from bed, I would do it.
I mean, it's definitely better than any gaming chair, that's for sure.
All right. Well, Bale, thank you very much for your time, man, and wish you the best of luck going into the rest of your games today.
Yep, thank you so much.
I love interviewing him.
Hi, Bale.
It's always fun. See, you say bye to him. You don't say bye to me, all right? I mean, I know I'm not as good looking as him. I get it. I'm not as good as PUBG Mobile as him. He's probably better at hosting than I am, to be fair. But good to hear some insights in the team, right? He says they're playing better than they even expected. That, to me, is pretty crazy. I mean, they're obviously sitting in first place, but they're looking damn good.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I mean, that's really impressive. And I think one thing that I loved hearing from them, and something that we kind of mentioned at the beginning of the show, is if things maybe didn't go their way, what kind of plan B would they have? And you heard him say it. They have stuff set up for whenever Loops Esports starts to become more aggressive with them. He even mentioned it. They're already starting to be a little bit more aggressive. I know a lot of people in the chat were mentioning, how Loops and C9 always land close in Erangel. Well, guess what? It's something that's been happening for a very long time. But to know that Loops is now starting to harass them in a way by blowing up their tires, doing little things like that, it's good for the other team to have a backup plan as well.
Well, they got that plan B we talked about towards the top of the show, right? Having that backup plan to go to. Maybe Cloud9 didn't have it when it came to the league play, but they definitely seem to have it here. Let's take a look, though, at our do the do moments, I should say, from the last match. Obviously, there's a lot of highlights coming through, especially when it came into everyone piling in those two buildings alone. It felt like a big frat party, or a big, two fraternities going head-to-head in some weird, competition. But we still had UDR Killers come out strong off the bat, already punishing Yala.
Yeah, and I think, UDR Killers is definitely somebody that we will probably be keeping an eye on throughout the entire finals here, because they were one of the teams that were kind of struggling a little bit in the Super Weekends, and then in the final Super Weekend just really started to kick it into high gear and kind of pull some strong performances out of the bag. And we had been asking, are they going to be able to continue that level of performance when it comes to the finals? So I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see exactly what they can figure out for themselves. And then we're actually going to be jumping on board with Unique. And, you had said it earlier in the show, Seven, Unique has been a squad that's been kind of quiet for us so far, and that's not necessarily what we had expected out of them. But then here we go in this game, we finally get a 7-kill game out of them. So maybe they're starting to find their footing a little bit here.
Yeah, and I think it's something that you need out of a team, especially when you're after 3 matches. I guess after 2 matches, you were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Something that you're gonna hear us say over and over again, especially in this first couple of days, is you don't want to play catch up, especially if you want to be in first, second, or third. These teams right now that are in first, second, or third are performing to the best of their capabilities, even better, as you mentioned there, Beowulf, saying they're performing better than expected. So if you want to be one of those teams at the top, you need to start performing, and you need to start performing now. So for Team Unique to have a performance like that, I think it's great. I want to see it in other maps. I don't just want it to be like a one and done type of thing. I want to definitely see it a lot more. As we see Beowulf there just bank that grenade. I think I'm loving the gameplay. I'm loving the confidence too. that Cloud9 is having, and I'm also loving that they're starting to be even more aggressive. We always talk about how Cloud9 likes to play minimal risk, how they like to wait for things to happen, but now if people bring it their way, you heard Beowulf say himself, if somebody comes their way, they're confident that they'll win that fight, and I think it's huge to have that kind of confidence here, Glitter, especially in League Finals.
Oh, 100%, and it's only going to continue going up for them if the games are going to keep going the way that they've been going. The fact that even on a loss for Cloud9, they still had 12 kills to their name. That's just fantastic for them. That's showing that I think they had 10 kills the first game, 11 kills the second game, and now we're on 12 this time. So not only are they increasing their kills, they're increasing their aggression, but they're still being consistent across the board in a top 2 position every single time. That talk about bouncing back, talk about confidence building. I feel like right now they're kind of unstoppable.
And they are, and I mean, you see it over and over again, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe in the next match we end up seeing something along the lines of 13 kills with the performances they've been having so far.
Can as the previous commissioner, can I revoke that idea? We can't pick the same team more than once, because I think I'd be going Cloud9 the entire way at this rate. Let's take a look though at the total damage and see who really was up there in terms of the DPS and who else really has some notable mentions as well here. We did obviously have Cloud9 pick up a lot of kills we mentioned before, and they are #1 on the board. Look at that. Wow. A 2,500 damage done, and Loops, unfortunately, a really quiet game for them here, 7 with only about 700 damage.
It was a quiet game, but guess what? Something that I loved about here in that previous match from Loops is that they were still able to get third place. Usually when Loops doesn't do good in regards to damage or kills, they end up in 16th place and other stuff like that. So you can tell Loops has actually adjusted their game plan a little bit to kind of worry about more of those placement points. They have noticed that they have a disadvantage there. They have noticed a weakness, and for them to be addressing it right now, I think it's huge, and I think it speaks volumes of that team as we do go down this list. And I know you kind of wanted to talk about this one, Jason. Team Umbra. Team Umbra has been performing pretty well too. The match in Vikendi, I think that one was just kind of like a bad match for them. They ended up in 13th place with 1 kill, but so far they guess what? They ended up with 4th place and then 6 kills. Team Umbra is starting to get kills, and this is huge for them.
I mean, in their first match on Erangel, they had 8 kills, if I'm not mistaken. And this is a team that we've seen typically play for placements. We've seen them take like some of the boats and these really long rotations to just hide within the zones. But I think they also got the memo, like Wildcard did, of, placement necessarily isn't going to be enough. We need to stop playing so afraid. We can compete. We're here for a reason, right? I think all teams need to remember that. They're here for a reason. They can compete against the best of the best, and they need to be confident in their own aim. Just like we need to be confident in our own talent predictions, as we're going to pull those up yet again. And, Wildcard didn't work out too well for us. Only 6 points, but it could have been worse. We could have went with footballists.
Oh, damn. Yeah, we done jinx it, though.
Wow.
6 points. I'll take the 6 points, honestly. And to be fair, we weren't the only ones that didn't guess the right team. I asked YouTube chat, I asked Twitch chat, and none of them ended up guessing Nova. They were all picking along the lines of what we were. They were saying Cloud9, Loops, Esports. Nobody said Nova. So, you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of keep ourselves. I think there was a certain person in our talent prediction game who didn't even pick a team. I'm not going to say who that was, so not a good start for that person. When you already did it 4 times or 3 times in the normal season. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, to see what's coming up next. Again, we have 6 matches. Actually, no, we're going to hold off on that because we haven't even shown you the overall standings just yet. We're going to show you right now to see currently where the teams do sit. I'm imagining Nova has pushed themselves up in the leaderboards. Yeah, there you go. Currently 4th place, but Cloud9, 81 points, almost. You're getting relatively close to doubling the team under them.
Yeah, it's if teams don't start doing something about that, it is going to be scary, especially if Cloud9 continues to improve as we've seen them do it today so far, Glitter, with kills. Usually we look at Loops Esports, and they're the ones that have the most kills. Guess what? Cloud9 right now has doubled their kills and some. So for them to be putting up that performance, it is huge, Glitter.
Yeah, that's what actually shocked me the most is the disparity in kill points with Cloud9 just blowing everybody out of the water. To their credit, Wildcard does have 20, even beating out Loops in kill points, which is not what we would have initially expected out of this lobby. So I'm anticipating things to get a little bit crazy here. And then, like you said, that game for Nova did bump them up the list. And then moving on to the second page here, one thing I did notice is that this is the first time B4 has actually been off of that first page. So this is definitely new for them, looking to see if they can step it up here at the end of our first day. And then looking down the rest of the list, 7, what a surprise to see Pittsburgh Knights here at the bottom again.
Yeah, not for me, not really a surprise, honestly. As I mentioned towards the top of the show, you can go back and rewind. I said they've just been through so much that mentally that team might just not be there. They might just be aggravated with everything that has happened at this point, and they're just in autopilot. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that it's just for today, and tomorrow they come out strong. And in regards to B4 Esports, they haven't really had the best of days here to start the league finals, but one thing that is kind of going their way is that the next match is going to be Miramar, and they usually tend to perform really well in Miramar.
Well, there's also another team here I wanted to mention really quickly, because we talk about Cloud9 and their bounce back for not playing the third Super Weekend. We know there was another team who didn't play in the third Super Weekend. That was Alpha Legends. They ended up placed, I believe, 15th overall after we finished off our league play of a season, and they're currently sitting on only 4 points. So I've been wondering, myself well, we saw Cloud9's adjustments going into the finals. Where's Alpha Legends been? They're currently bottom. They need to get something going for them, because if they keep playing like this, they won't be looking at double digits prize earnings.
Agreed.
And I mean, at this point, you can't really compare the both. The only comparison that they have is that they didn't make the last Super Weekend. But if you go back and look at the stats, Cloud9 was pretty much always in the top 2. And then Alpha Legends was always towards the middle of the pack at the start of the tournament. And then they started falling off. And they're just continuing that trend. So no surprise to see them where they're currently at. They need to start changing things up. They don't want to play catch up. They don't want the whole day to go to waste here.
I was hoping for more, is what I guess I'm trying to say, with the time that they did have off. Like we saw Cloud9 able to really reinforce how good they can be. But now we need to take a look at the schedule, as you mentioned before, and see what map will be coming up next. I think you already teased it a little bit here, Sever. Going over to Miramar. Again, we're having 6 matches a day, not 5 anymore, 6 for the entirety of the finals. And teams really need to be prepared into these long days. Get your energy bars, get your Mountain Dew, get everything ready to go for your day, because you're going to be playing match after match after match until we hit 6 in total. I think it's now time to start maybe talking about some predictions. You talked about B4, 7. My question to you is, are you believing in them enough to back them when it comes to your prediction?
I'll be honest with you. I had B4 before the last match going into Miramar. And then after seeing the performance they put up in Erangel too, a match that they usually perform well on, I was kind of disappointed, and I decided to go with the next best thing. So I decided to go with Dream Eaters. That's my pick going into Miramar. Dream Eaters.
Okay. Well, we can just throw mine in there as well, since 7's clearly copying me, because I had Dream Eaters the entire time and didn't switch. But hey, maybe that means we can get another chicken dinner, a third one for the day here, 7. But Glitter, oh no, did you do it again too? Don't tell me you changed from B4. You both had it. Don't give me this, Glitter.
Huh? What happened?
Who'd you pick?
We're really failing here.
Oh, we're on predictions. I definitely did change to Dream Eaters as well, based off of the slow start that B4 is having. I will be picking them, I think, at some other point, because they have done well in our previous Super Weekends on Erangel as well. And like we said many times, they claim to love Sanhok as well. There are other options to pick them for. However, Dream Eaters is having a better start to the day overall, and I think that we've seen how consistent they can be on this map, and I think they might be able to pick it up.
Okay, well, I'm going to hold you to that, by the way, for B4.
Yeah, and for everybody watching, we can't pick the other teams that we have already picked. That's why you're probably seeing us not pick some of the Cloud9, Sloops Esports, but we already picked them, okay? So that's why.
I mean, whoever wants to be commissioner could change that rule back, because I'm not commissioner anymore. So maybe Commissioner Dave will change that in our favor. But you guys at home who are watching, remember, there's still stuff you can even win at home besides the lucky draw, besides watching and earning points. If we get 300,000 concurrent viewers here in the finals at some point, everyone who plays PUBG Mobile will be receiving themselves 6 crates where you have a chance to get a permanent set from it as well. So make sure to tell your friends, tell your family. As 7 said, tell your ex-girlfriends or your ex-boyfriends or your ex-teachers, whatever you want to call in. Make sure they're watching here, because they can get you 6 crates for yourself and your friends on top of that. I don't know why you said ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends. I mean, I'm pretty sure my girlfriend would be like, why are you texting your ex? Oh, baby, I'm just telling her to watch PUBG Mobile here, World League.
Exactly. Just doing some support. They have somebody on Twitter, Dr. Lunatic, tagging his ex-girlfriend saying, yo, go watch PUBG Mobile. So it worked. Hey, it worked.
I mean, I'm just surprised he's not blocked, to be honest. But you know what? For now, I'm going to block you two because we're going to bring you back after the match so we can talk about things. Don't be so sad. You never say goodbye to me. It's fine. I mean, Environment Cameron Davis say it to me all the time. But we'll check with you guys when the next match is done. Where's my heart, 7? Aw, no hearts left for Jason anymore. Well, we talked about the 6 crates you can win. There's still the lucky draw going on as well here during this entire event. If you guys are watching at home, if you watch within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win yourself a limited time outfit. So there's 2 ways you can win. There's 3 ways you can win. By watching and 300K concurrent viewers, by watching and getting the lucky draw, and by watching and earning points. So there's tons of stuff for you guys to win, not to mention the money the teams can win as well. And you can still tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on that, and maybe your thoughts on 7 saying you should contact your exes. I don't say that's a good idea. That's completely all on him. But that's besides the point, as we need to bring in 2 new commentators for the first time today. We got Hot Jukes. Oh, Hot Jukes, both of you are looking phenomenal. Woo! Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, you have stepped it up here for the finals.
Dang right you did. Of course, how could you not? I mean, the stage is so big here. I'm so pumped up. I'm sorry, I gotta say it right off the bat. Cloud9 with the comeback here. I'm just so hyped to see them going here today. I mean, I'm just straight pumped up for this whole entire tournament in general. Let's get it going.
I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right, Dave? Is like what kind of form Cloud9 would come back with. What's your thoughts on how this team's doing?
Yeah, I mean, they got hunted down. They did not have the opportunity to play in that last Super Weekend. They lost a bunch of money. They're coming in here this week. Like, listen, we got 4 days. We got $100,000 on the line. They're coming for it, Jason.
Yeah, and they're getting ever so closer at this rate, almost doubling the points under them. But we got to talk about maybe some other teams. Loops had a really rough first match off Jukes, but then going into the matches later on today, they started to get better. They've been able to compete against Cloud9 when it came to Vikendi, and they took themselves a chicken dinner. Here, they got themselves relatively far as well. Do you think that was just maybe a one-off slow start for them, or do you think maybe there are some problems within the team? Because we did see some holes in their performance coming into the Super Weekend.
I think that's just Loops in general. With their play style, it's just aggressive, go 24/7. And when you have that kind of play style, I think you're going to just end up with some games where you end up kind of lower on the leaderboards, purely just because of third parties, or maybe you full send it a little too hard into a couple different teams. So considering that, Loops, I think they're still going to be doing what they're doing, and they're a top contender for this tournament.
It's like a battle of gladiators between those 2 teams, except Wildcard are throwing their own sword into the ring. It's time to get into predictions now, gentlemen, and I'm going to start off with you, Mr. Mustache Dave. Who's the team you have to win match number 4?
Well, I picked Loops last game, so I can't pick them this game. If I was able to, I would, because they performed the best when it comes to looking back at the league play on Miramar. So I will go with the second best team. Yes, they only have 2 kills so far, but I believe B4, this is their time to make that comeback here on day 1.
I respect it. A man sticking to his guns, unlike my 2 analysts who changed away from B4. Hot Jukes, who do you got?
I'm going to go with Wildcard Gaming. You know, they had a tough match last one. I kind of like to go ahead and pick teams that have a rough match because I think they have that extra urgency to come back strong. So having said that, I got Wildcard going into the desert.
Okay, cool. Well, let's see how things do kick off while you 2 gentlemen take us straight into the desert, straight into Miramar for our 4th match of the day.
Let's get it going. We've officially passed the midway point of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Play Finals, and we're taking it over to the desert.
No, we're taking it to the desert. We're taking over, Hot Jukes. This is our first cast here of the finals. So sit back, relax, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the plane. Hopefully your seats are back. Everything is nice and comfy. The players getting ready to drop on out right now. Looks like the plane will be starting right on over El Pozo. If you are Cloud9, this is the perfect plane on Miramar.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the absolute best possible setup you can have. They're going to be able to drop off really early, get looted up faster than anybody else, and I think we've said it multiple times over here. This is Miramar 2.0, and I think that with this map, you know, having that high amount of utility is just so crucial going into endgame. When you're stuck out in the open, you want to have those smokes, you want to have those nades, you want to have that extra ammunition to blow up those vehicles on the rotation. So having said that, this is going to be a perfect playing path for the squad.
Want to have those crates too. You want to have those crates. Oh, yeah. I'm still stuck. What was it? Game 1, Cloud9, somebody looted the double barrel shotgun, taking that thing out the end. Oh my goodness, I was cheering, but unfortunate. We saw how that one ended up. Looks like the Knights, they're going to be dropping out there to the RERUN, so they might actually cross paths here pretty early on with Cloud9 and Opozo.
Yeah, I know that Cloud9's got to be pumped up so far, considering their performance. When Bayo said that they averaged 27 points and it was unheard of, that's an understatement. 27 points a game so far, Dave? Are you kidding me? I mean, that is a ridiculous amount to be able to put on early, especially considering that they sat out of this last Super Weekend. So I know that they got a whole bunch of momentum going in here for the rest of the day.
Yeah. They're playing in their zone. And just to kind of put into perspective, looking at their total damage, they're almost at 7,000 total damage with all the games played so far. And to kind of, paint the picture a little better here, as Bob Ross would put it, second place, wild card when it comes to damage, they're almost at 4,000. So it's 7,000 to 4,000. That's the first place and the second place team when it comes to damage. I mean, they're putting in the work here. They are putting in the work.
And I'll tell you what, I got actually the opportunity to interview Beowulf before the finals here.
Oh.
And, he said that, we had a little bit of a hiccup last week. And I was like, okay, hiccup being a little bit of an understatement. They didn't make it into the last Super Weekend. But I told him, what do you have to say to some of these squads coming up? And he said, you know what? We know which teams had a part in us not making it.
Yeah.
And we're coming for them. He said that. He mentioned Loops. He mentioned Pittsburgh Knights, these squads. And, man, I think so far he's been true to his word.
Not only that, I mean, we got 3 more games here to go, and then we're done with day 1. There's only 4 days. There's only a total of 24 games, and at the end of those 24 games, there's going to be one winner, and that winner will be getting $100,000. So, I mean, this is Cloud9's opportunity to kind of make up for that lost money that was stolen from them over there in the league play.
And that's exactly what they want. They want that 6-figure payday to make up for that insane, unfortunate loss for them. I mean, I think everybody in the whole world was surprised that ended up happening. As we see one of the members from Tempo hitting that good old-fashioned, station to get all those energy drinks, just refreshing. So I'd love to see that kind of play style coming out the start here.
Miramar 2.0, you can hit those vending machines. They are kind of scattered here and there, and you can get anywhere between 1 to, I believe, 8 if you hit the little jackpot. And you can just sit there all day. You can just spam that all day until you are full. You're full.
That sound is so satisfying. The sound whenever you get those 8, oh, man, it's like it feels like you hit the jackpot. And I tell you what, in these kind of competitive matches, getting 8 energy drinks just like that is definitely a huge jackpot.
That's it, man. I'm not gonna lie. Just a second ago, I looked at the map and I was looking for the pyramids, the floating pyramids. I've been playing a lot of the ancient secrets here on Miramar, that game mode, because I'm trying to get the X suit. I'm trying to get the skin, man. I'm trying to look cool like everybody else posting on Twitter. I just haven't been able to acquire it yet, so it feels bad. Send me your luck.
Take some time, but hey, patience is a virtue. And you can see Loops right now, and just these squads playing it a little bit, slow right now, keeping an eye out for any team on the rotation. I think they did happen to catch, Team Queso on the move. But yeah, Team Queso, they're out of here. They're just going to go ahead, try to get looted up and get ready for the rest of this match.
They are out of here. And, circle number 1, not too bad for a lot of teams. Los Leones, we have 3 teams, Yala, Umbra, and Dream Eaters, kind of all on top of one another, so we might see them take some pot shots back and forth at one another. I see the Knights going for a wide rotate on the edge out there to the west. They will be avoiding Cloud9 and Opozo. I mean, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Cloud9, they're in Opozo. That's just a given.
Talk about avoiding Cloud9 and Opozo. They got it all to themselves. And this is a major city, one of the most high loot-centric areas in this entire map right here. So for them to be able to get that for free, I mean, that's going to be a huge factor playing into pretty much every Miramar they go in going forward.
I'm just kind of happy for Cloud9 just because, like you said, they sat out. They got pushed out, I guess, of that final Super Weekend. And what a statement. What a statement that they have been showing the lobby here in the first 3 games. I mean, talk about a team that is just awake, just, ready to break free. I mean, that's them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just to consider, 27 points average so far. That's like getting a chicken dinner and 7 kills every single match. And they've only had 1 chicken dinner so far. So they are crushing it on kills. They're doing an excellent performance. Just to give an example, the second place team right now, There's a 34-point difference.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, so that team. I mean, all these teams are going to have to really step it up if they even want to get a chance to catch Cloud9. Now, of course, there's still plenty of days left to be played, plenty of PUBG Mobile, you know, in the works here. At the same time, though, for Cloud9 to be able to get such a huge lead, and considering how strong this team has performed throughout this whole entire tournament, I mean, that's just huge.
Hold up, let me send this tweet real quick. We need some viewers up in here. 300,000
300K!
300,000. I mean, you and I, we send this tweet, that we can hit that. We can hit that because I need my skins, man. 6 crates delivered right on into my account. Yes, please.
Bank. Yeah, take it to the bank right there. So if you haven't already, let the people know. Let them know right now, because this is the best PUBG Mobile you could possibly be seeing played, as Pittsburgh Knights happens to catch the edge of B4 on the rotate, but man, B4 ejected from that one right on time to avoid that engagement. Oh, Mixera stopped though.
Yeah, okay.
He's right behind him.
Okay, for a second I was like, okay, B4, they're going to be debating us for some action here early on, and yeah, I mean, Mixera going to be popping out right behind that rock, and okay, we were debated. Mixera hopping in that buggy and driving out into the distance, and right back to, you know, no action.
Yeah, just say straight up,
Miramar.
He was out all on his lonesome, and he said, you know what? I got my buddies way too far away from me right now. Let's just go ahead and regroup back up and decide to pick our fights later on. I mean, because this is still zone number 1, and no matter who you are, this is why, you know, like, I think Bayo was talking so much about avoiding early engagements, and that's because, I mean, if you were able to win an early engagement, yes, a lot of the times, you know, you'll be able to get the squad wipe, but majority of the times, too, you end up losing a member or 2 out of that, and that is not something you want to be able to do going into the rest of the match here. So I like the fact that B4 said, you know what, I thought we could have had the surprise attack. Let's just go ahead and move on over here and wait to see what happens.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good. It looks like everybody is kind of with the same game plan, trying to send it on into a more centralized position within this circle, just so that they can kind of hedge their bets and be favored in the next one, obviously. But coming into today, everybody, clean slate. Everybody started at 0 points. Everybody has these games, these next 4 days, to, you know, perform to the best of their abilities and really shine. And I gotta say, there's been some teams, you know, putting in the numbers, taking this serious, because they're the top 16 teams in the West, in the world. I mean, This is the cream of the crop right here. So if you are trying to up your game, I would be taking down some notes right now on some rotations, on disengages, engages, everything.
Okay, get that notepad out and sharpen that pencil, baby, because these are the best, like you said, going at it. And I'll tell you what, every single game matters. I don't care what anybody says here. I mean, just going and looking at the Super Weekend finals, going to kind of backtracking to that. Tempo Storm, if they would have gotten 4 more points, they would have won $16,000 more. You know? That just goes to show you how huge this is. We've seen already in this tournament how even 1 point could have made teams actually make it into a super weekend here. So, I mean, that's why you see a lot of these squads just having to go and get it right off the bat. I think there's that one factor, though, that a lot of teams don't consider, and that's nerves. When you got so much money on the line here, a lot of pressure, a lot of people watching on you, and I think that is going to definitely come to play into those early matches. But here we are. We're in match number 4 here. So by that, if they're not gone by now, hey, you know, throw some of that Mountain Dew in your face. Get ready to get going here, because, I mean, man, it's time to get started now rather than later.
Definitely throw some Mountain Dew on your face. Maybe even dunk your phone in it. You know, hit that the Energizer on your phone, because you need any type of advantage you can get right now. Miku, you see in the bike, everybody on the rotate right now. We all got the next zone. It did shift just a little further up there to the north.
Look at this.
Gonna be popping out, taking some shots on a Matic, and yeah, those sprays from the M4 connecting a couple, but not able
Levi
to
switched
get the
vehicle.
knock.
Yeah, Levi just switched into the passenger seat and put some shots down there onto Dream Eaters as well. And here comes Mixera on top of this hill right here. And Dream Eaters, I think they're stuck. They have to take this fight.
A little bit of bang, bang, pew, pew out here. Looks like 2 members from Dream Eaters will be right behind that rock to the right of B4. Meanwhile, still see Matic out there just sending it, trying to find their squad a safer spot. But the thing is, they're all driving in the opposite direction. They're going into El Pozo, which is not in the next zone.
Yeah, they're both out of this circle right now, so I think that they definitely wanted to kind of catch him off guard and then both realize, hey, you know what? Zone's coming up right here. Let's just go ahead and go our separate ways and get going. And like you mentioned, B4, they're heading in the complete opposite direction as opposed to Dream Eaters. So I think Dream Eaters is going to definitely have the advantage going into this rotation. But as we move on, look at this. Alpha Legends and Team Queso. Alpha Kato sneaking up right here behind the rock, trying to be able to catch. Whoa, he's standing on top. Will he get it?
Pressed M4.
Great movement from Ayala.
Yeah, Ayala receiving some shots, but quickly reacting, quickly will be pulling back down. I mean, that level 3 helmet will definitely be helping as well. Axel on that off angle, and yeah, Axel is going to be staying there for the time being. But Alpha, I mean, they only have 1 kill so far in 3 games. They're getting pretty aggressive right now.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what, Ayala just wasn't moving out the way. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, there's a team here! There's a team right down here! And man, I mean, that information coming quick onto the squad, and just like that, you can see Team Queso really spread out right now. I love how they're kind of holding angles for each other. Axel with some really scary nades from across the map right here. One of those connects, that'll definitely get this fight going. But yeah, right now, I think that as soon as Team Queso realize that, hey, there's a squad right here, boom, quick reaction, retreat, and, you know, get ready to start gatekeeping.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty center as well, and they're all kind of spread out for the time being. And I'm curious, you know, once when they get a knock, if a knock does occur, like, will we see Team Queso get a little more aggressive knowing who they are up against? And Axel will be using his smoke, trying to regroup, trying to get a better position onto Kato, and now we start to see some of these pieces start to move.
And it's getting really scary, especially like you mentioned, you know, we're in the center of this zone. A lot of teams are going to start rotating right now. So if you start really starting to get into a scrap and people start seeing that kill feed, you're going to leave yourself open to a third party. So I'm really surprised to see Alpha Legends and Team Queso pressing this so hard right now.
Yeah, Kato kind of spread out from their squad mates. Looks like they're going to be dipping back down behind that hill to regroup. In the distance, we got the Knights all in their own vehicles. Xana from Yala trying to group up as well. We did have that next circle shift, and it did go a little to the west side. And yeah, that fight from Alpha and Team Queso, they're still going to be in the zone. So that's going to be interesting to see, you know, how that one plays out.
Yeah, and you can see right now, Raven, the Pittsburgh Knights, just kind of holding it down here at the south of zone. You see in the kill feed, Footballist, you know, getting the blow up onto Milky Way from Team Unique right here. This is always the toughest part of Miramar, you know, rotating with those vehicles. The second a squad, look at this. I mean, just laser beams from downrange. Raven with a great laydown shots on HH24.
Trying to get the thirst. I don't know if they'll be able to do so. HH, I think, was able to kind of crawl their way on the other side of the hill, and meanwhile, you got Spec trying to provide the cover fire. Lord, doing some scouting, quickly realizing Cloud9 right here, making the U-turn, popping out their truck, and gonna be falling on out right now. That's gonna put Yala in a tight pinch.
You hit that ejection button too fast, but look at that nade coming from Pyra all the way up top. And they're just going to try to get this quick thirst onto Lord. The mistakes were made, and look at that. What a great angle right here from Pyra.
Not only that, I mean, you got Uneven and Adder down there on the ground level. You know, they're so aggressive trying to make sure to capitalize on that knock-in and get that instant thirst. I mean, talk about momentum. They're demonstrating it right now.
Definitely. Zero had some really good shots right there on Bayo, but Bayo with the quick laydown. That's going to buy him some time. You know he's going to be giving that information to the rest of his squad. And you see Pyra. I mean, he's got the complete overwatch, but Zero does end up taking down Beowulf right there. Will his team be able to save him in time?
I don't think Pyra has sightlines on this as well. Bayo was kind of separated from his squad mates. Here comes the support. Yeah, Bayo instantly thirsted right there, and here comes Uneven popping on over here.
Oh, Pyra fell!
Get the knocks. Pyra falling from their perch up there. Only 2 up right now for Cloud9. Uneven. SLR spotting a knock, getting the shots right there, and that's going to even this one out.
Real quick, and yeah, Bayo thirsted out. That's the IGL, you know, and such a strong player for this team. You know, really tough to see him go out like that so early. Great nade right there from Uneven, kind of stopping that push from Zero. Oh,
the bounce! The bounce! Zero's walking back down there.
So close.
Dude, that bounce, I thought it was going to knock out Zero, but Zero's still kind of pinned down right now. The last member that's actually up, Adar, will be pulling back to get that revive onto Pyra. I see some damage being inflicted onto them as well.
Yeah, and Uneven said, you know, grenade corner pocket right there, hit the bank shot. But it turns out, unfortunately, the bank was not open as he was able to, you know, not get that flush onto Zero. That's going to be Zero up alive. You know, Cloud9 down a huge member that is Beowulf. Now, the next zone has shifted all the way up to the north right here. So, Beo, all these squads, Cloud9, PK, Tempo, all of them need to get going and on the rotate right now.
Yeah, and that's why we see Marco trying to
get
their squad mates. Yeah, trying to get their squad mates in the vehicle. Team Queso and Alpha Legends, this fight has been on the cusp of erupting for at least 5 to 8 minutes now. And over here, Wildcard, they've been doing pretty good here today. Sam, looks like they're trying to make the pull-up. Sam's going to be bleeding on out. Slicky tossing some grenades of their own, and 4 members of Loops right now on the defense.
Oh, these are 2 titans of this tournament right here. Wild Card from North America, Loops coming from South America, going at it at the edge of this circle right here. You are seeing UDR killers kind of rotate from that side of the map, and they have to get into this zone. What a great nade from Kowski, and you can see Loops. Oh, the aggression. They want to move right here, but they're also really nervous about getting third-partied.
Yeah, they can't risk it.
Gotta watch out for the... oh my goodness, the nades!
They got the third. Slicky currently pinned down with that molly, and now we see the methodical push using that right-hand side. Here comes all members of Loops trying to get the wraparound right now. Spring is going to be connected on. Acer pushing a little deep, will be getting caught in the mix and immediately spotted, tagged, and bagged. 2 members from Loops will be bleeding on out, but they just wiped out Cloud9.
Ooh, they wiped out Wildcard in a real quick second, just like that. I mean, what an insane push from Loops. Oh, and I mentioned earlier that UDR was coming around the corner, and here they are looking to take out Loops early.
Trying to get the third party, and it looks like it's going to be successful. They're trying to make a statement right now. Grenades just going right on into that pocket like you mentioned. Federal attempting to get the revives. Going to have to force the pull back, and you know,
they need to press harder than this.
EPP lean over there. Polka's tossing a nice grenade. Oh, that's in the bucket. Talking about the shots out here. UDR
out of there.
Loops.
Yeah, just like that. I think there was a perfect opportunity, and I wonder if that hesitation from UDR was just purely due to the fact that it was Loops Esports. But once they definitely kind of centered out that they had, you know what? Oh, we got a huge advantage here. Let's just full send it. They were able to take them out real quick.
Queso looking to finish out Alpha Legends. Ayala getting knocked by Old Man, and looks like Team Queso will be using these little shacks for cover. Alpha Legends, I mean, they're having a rough day here.
Oh yeah, Alpha Legends, you know, just having a really tough time, and we've seen them kind of have that kind of hit or miss strategy so far. I think they're yet to really prove themselves as like a really top contending team with such amazing teams in this lobby. It's so difficult. Cloud9's at 1 Pyro's at 1 HP. He does get knocked to the play zone. And there goes Uneven, try to get this revive. I wonder if Miku, is he going to be able to hit this nade? Oh, this would be so huge.
Looking for the roll down, cooking it just a little bit. It does look like it's going to be rolling down, but that little block, the little side of that cliff, able to kind of deflect splash damage. And Uneven out here, not even concerned with those grenades behind them. Attempting to take some shots. I mean, they're right on the cusp, right on the edge of this next shift, and really the Knights looking really good in their position.
Yeah, I think Cloud9's working in a good position too. They only have 2 members up, but considering where this circle is, I think it's going to be really good. Lavazin had it on the low toss right there, has to switch it to the long toss. Will he be able to get Sandro with this nade? Oh, looks like it's going to be a little too far.
Andrew using that little shack out there in the middle of nowhere for the time being. UDR feeling really good after that previous squad wipe. 5 kills so far on the squad. B4 and Dream Eaters still alive up here to the north. Dream Eaters on the top, on the high ground, looking down right here. Toppy's attempting to underhand these grenades, trying to connect. Looks like the vehicle will be exploding. Pedro forced to lean behind there for cover. 1 member, like you mentioned, was knocked down by that low toss grenade. Matic looking to make the push, looking to get the confirms out here. Pedro able to toss the smoke. Levi crawling their way on 2. Pedro, OG, Levi extremely low. These grenades are not stopping from Dream Eaters.
Oh, no, that's a bad nade. He killed himself. He killed himself.
Pedro.
Pedro said, B4, we're out of here. Yeah, no, sir. Just like that, done. Mistakes were made, or maybe that was the play for them.
Potential.
That was the strategy. Who knows?
We'll chalk it up to intentional, deny the kill point to Dream Eaters.
Tactical feeding. Tactical feeding, that's what we like to call it, I believe. So great, great play. Love to see it. Now moving on over. Still a lot of game left. 11 teams alive. Are you kidding me here? Zone number 5. Starting to get underway. Look at Shifan up top. Got to keep really close eye on those rocks. Don't want to step off of it, but look at that angle.
The AKM, though, the recoil, not the easiest to master.
I think that's why you see him just kind of single tapping it right there. And that could have a factor of considering, look, he only has 26 rounds in that M4. I believe that he most likely doesn't have anything left, and he's just going to use it to laser Gonzo.
Onto Gonzo.
15 bullets left. Yeah, he's single tapping away.
Too.
Done. Konina Power out of there, in 11th place. So Shifan really low on kit, just trying to use anything he can, but he has a huge angle right now.
5 bullets left for the 5-5, and over here, Cat trying to get the confirms with the M16 onto Team Queso. Really low, trying to pull back into the safety of the smoke, and able to do so. HZL, taken down to the blue zone. Looks like AZ sending it for the heal right now. Shifan, though, like you said, the position is remarkable, but the ammunition, it's in a dire situation.
Yep, out of 5-5 now. He has the spot, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find any 5-5 on top of that hill right there. So he's going to have to do it with that AK, and this is what I was talking about at the beginning, how important huge utility is. And look at this. He's just forced to just single tap with this AK.
But he got spotting out Shifan with the mini saying, let me get that. Let me get that. And Shifan, Shifan crawl on down there, probably going to lose a lot of their health. And here comes Nova trying to go for that save, but I don't think it's going to be successful here.
Yeah, definitely not. There is a slight chance considering how much they have left in the zone, but you see a full squad of Tempo. They're trying to push their way up right now. Pittsburgh Knights, Cloud Nina. Look at this. This is all North America right here on the bottom of this hill, trying to work their way up to the top to get this chicken dinner.
Currently, we see Carnage trying to toss out some grenades of their own on top of Tempo. Trying to take them down and out. Carnage with the scar. Here comes the blue zone starting to push Cloud9. Pyro's still up there on the high ground. Tensa popping up to get that quick confirm onto J7.
And look at this. Pyro's the last member alive for his team. He's on the top of this hill, but this zone is so hard shifted away. It's going to be so difficult. But look at Jagger trying to put all the pressure he can onto Tempo.
Yeah, we see the smokes will be providing the Knights some cover for the time being, but it doesn't matter. You got the attention of Tempo. Tempo turning around real quick. Carnage hitting the dirt. Carnage immediately spotted. Only one more up. Raven also taken down by the hands of Tempo.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights tried to do all they could right there, but considering they had no cover, they didn't have the zone. Tempo, who was just an open shooting range for them right here. It's all up to Dream Eaters, though. Trying to get it onto, look at this, HCL.
Oh, scope.
Great shots.
Trying to go for that spray down. We'll be connecting on to Miku. Grenade. Someone tossed the grenade. That looked really good. Matic still going to be alive down here, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. But look at the risk. You saw Matic toss a grenade and it quickly bounced right back down. Tempo right on the edge,
Oh,
HCL with the spray down. Matic, though, saying surprise, HCL.
How much you want to bet I could throw a nade over the mountains, said Matic.
I'm trying to get the confirm. Talk about the arm on Matic right now.
Oh, wow. What an insane grenade right there. That is going to be huge for his squad. And look at this, Team Queso. It's all up to Marco right now. Down and out, trying to get this first aid off real quick. Will he be able to
look right over there?
Will he be able to get it? 1v1. All rain, baby.
With the spray down. Taking down Team Queso. They have a little bit of time to quickly loot all those crates and get that quick heal off, get that quick reset. Matic has been just the thorn in the side of Nova.
Yeah, that was a huge assist right there onto Raid, as Cat had some pretty good angles right there. Shifan trying to be able to get this volley from downtown. Will he be able to connect?
It's on the shack.
It is bright odd there. Just saying, hey, and that actually did some damage right here. We're talking about the most long-range grenades I think we've seen in this tournament here in the desert.
But Nova, they have 4 up. They were able to pick up Shifan from their earlier knock. Tempo, they have 1 up. Rain, right on the edge, just trying to remain undetected, but I don't know how long they'll be able to do that because 4 members of Nova making their way downhill. spotting out Rain, taking down Rain just like that. Matic is still bleeding on out, so now it's up to Nova to get the quick thirst, the quick back-to-back to Verset, and they know exactly where Verset has been because they've been tossing mollies, they've been tossing grenades, and Verset needs...
Is he nade himself?
Oh, is he naded himself too? Everybody's naded themselves.
Oh, yeah, he said, no points for you, Nova!
I like this!
No points for you!
Like this.
We're out of here! Just like
Dude,
that!
what is up? People nading themselves. They're trying to deny these points because you made a great point. When we look back at that last Super Weekend, Tempo, they lost $16,000 from 4 points, right? So you're not trying to give away free points out here. I believe that's why we saw you sell grenades this last game.
Yeah, considering how many players were up, you would have to put just an insane kind of play to get something like that done. And when Nova has a great position, so many members up, and they just kind of been fragging out, that's going to be tough to do. So he just say, you know what? I'm going to throw this nade, get out of here, deny him the 1 point. But hey, you got to give it up to Nova Esports right there with the back-to-back chicken dinners.
Back-to-back. I mean, momentum. We talk about it here, how important it is, and it's real. It is real.
Yeah, and this is definitely, I think, a surprise considering how they performed during the Super Weekend. They were kind of hit or miss throughout, but towards the end, we saw them really start to kind of make a comeback. And here in the finals, where it counts, getting 2 chicken dinners early on, that's going to be huge right here. Can't wait to see how the rest of this tournament is going to play out. But first, let's see what the Desk has to say after this match, right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Nova. I don't know what it is about this team, but they get themselves another chicken dinner and did it with the most kills we've seen today. This team has been playing ridiculous in our last 2 matches, guys.
This was like a completely different win than what we saw earlier. Earlier, they were just kind of trying to survive, trying to hopefully get that win. And in this one, they were just being aggressive. They were trying to get all the kills. They were trying to just knock anybody that came to sight. And that's why they ended up with 15 kills in the chicken dinner here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? I feel like they do this to us all the time where they kind of like they fall off for a little bit and then they just explode back onto the scene and you're like, where was this team? I don't know. Hopefully they can maintain this moving forward.
I mean, they had a really rough first couple of matches, but let's take a look at how many points they accumulated as well as the other teams out there, because Dream Eaters, they got themselves in a second place, as we can see, with 19 points. Not quite the 35 that Nova just got from this one, but we can see down the list, Tempo, Storm as well, Glitter, definitely stepped up when it came to this match.
Yeah, I think that they really needed this too. This is going to not only help them in the points that we're starting to see just how important every single point is, because we've seen quite a few times now some of these players are killing themselves to deny points to these other teams. So this is huge for Tempo. Like you said, with 17 points, 7 kills to their name. Queso also kind of having a strong showing for themselves with another 7 kills. Cloud9, I think this is potentially going to be the worst game for them out of all of the matches here on the first day, and they still managed to get 9 points to themselves. And finally, seeing Pittsburgh Knights and UDR Killers having a much more solid placement and a much more solid game in general here, 7.
Yeah, I think 9 points for them, it's good. Remember, Pittsburgh Knights in Miramar was when they actually ended up defeating their Cloud9. And for me, Cloud9, it seems like they just really don't like Miramar as much. The last week of league play we played was in Miramar and they didn't perform that well, so not surprised there that they weren't able to do the exact same thing that we've seen them do before. And then 9th place, Loops Esports with 5 points overall. You got Karina Power with 2 points. We're starting to see more teams being a little bit consistent, and we're starting to see inconsistency out of a lot of the teams here. I think the good thing for a lot of these teams is that it is just the first day out of 4 days for league finals, and I think having that extra day might give some cushion for some of these teams to kind of maybe have a performance like this and hopefully improve on their gameplay as we go on here throughout the days.
I mean, we had B4 again with a really underwhelming performance. Wildcard, as you said, with consistency really struggling, and Alpha Legends as well in last place, continuing that trend. But we need to look a little bit more at Nova. Again, their second chicken dinner, we have to call them the 2-time now, as they got themselves 2,100 damage and also the 15 kills. That was honestly amazing. What's up, Glitter? What'd you see?
7 knockouts but 15 kills.
Yeah?
Yep. Smacking.
Let them go.
He's slapping. They
were so surprised by it. They finally came halfway off her camera and be like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" I have to really zoom in on this. Get you like a magnifying glass for this next time. But yeah, they definitely showed up. And the question again comes into this, Glitter. We saw Wildcard have a couple of good first matches. Fell off when it came to this one. Nova fell off when it came to the first couple of matches, but then started to play better and better. Can they maintain this kind of pace? Because as Seven's saying, it's only 1 day. It's only the first day, and there's still 3 days left to go.
I certainly hope that they can, because, I mean, wouldn't that be, like, that would just completely come out of left field. We've talked about so many teams as far as the front runners go, who we think is going to be potentially fighting for that $100,000 first place prize. And I don't think that we necessarily gave Nova their proper due in those discussions, but to be fair, they also had fallen off quite a bit. If they can continue performances like this throughout all of finals, they will definitely be in contention for one of those top spots.
Well, speaking about contention for top spots, let's take a look at our top players from the last match. And Seven, I want to give you a question here. Who do you think was the MVP?
For me, it's going to go ahead and be HCL. I'm going crazy here.
HCL?
HCL.
What about you?
How about you?
I was going to say G-Fan, so...
They're good picks.
All right, well, let's see who the MVP was. I don't want to give my prediction, and it's going to be G-Fan. All right, so the man we talked about, who was... Actually, we even talked to him. He said he's the stake of the team, comes out as the MVP. So we've definitely seen that change up in style that we heard them talk about a little bit, even a change from what they said then here, Seven, because he was able to pull out strong, get the 600 damage in and the 4 kills.
It wasn't. Look how close their stats actually were. 637 damage, 642. 4 kills, 3 kills. 1 assist, 0 assists. It's so great to see performances like this, and in a way kind of compare stats from players of the same team. This is good. This is pretty much good news for Nova Esports and all of their fans here. Something that I want to see more out of them is for them to actually continue this trend, carry that momentum that you have. We've heard Shifan earlier in the tournament when we had a chance to interview him. He told us that whenever the team wins, they become really confident. They start being a little bit more aggressive than what they're usually used to. And I'm hoping they're able to go ahead and carry that, because we saw them get a win in Erangel. And then that was, as I said earlier, that was kind of like a little bit off. It was mostly them just kind of camping in a way and waiting to see what happened. But in this one, you saw that confidence rise up out of this team. You saw them going for those kills, taking advantage of the circle that they had and the position that they had. So overall, great performance there. And as we're seeing also some of the other players there from Team Queso and then Temple Storms, Tensa's still a beast.
Yeah, still and will always be a beast as we take a look at our do the do moments. And I think a good half of this highlight reel is pretty much just going to be Nova when they're on top of that mountain, just shooting down at everyone.
I'm glad we switched our picks here, Glitter. I'm glad we didn't go before.
I'm disappointed.
I was going to say the same thing to you.
Your guns, come on. I need to get ahead of you guys.
No, but
the buffer.
That just shows that we're doing a good job with the analysis, because we saw that there's potential for them to struggle a little bit on this map, and we felt like Dream Eaters might be a stronger pick, and in the long run, they were definitely a stronger pick. As we're watching a lot of shots coming out here, now we're specifically on board with Cloud9, and you know, we had just mentioned this was one of their weaker performances, and still managing to get themselves 9 points overall here, Seven.
Yeah, and weakest performances in regards to kills as well. They were only able to get 3 kills, but honestly, out of what we've seen out of them in regards to Miramar, especially going back to week 3 league play, this is good for them. They're still staying informed in some kind of way. And on top of that, I know we're currently watching Miramar's highlights here, but in the next match, we're going to be going to Sanhok, and they tend to perform really well there too. So overall, Cloud9 is pretty much doing what they need to do to maintain themselves in first place. Now with Nova having this back-to-back, my gosh. Oh, that hurts, man. That hurts. I'm so glad we didn't pick him just because of that. Just before, I'll pick you at some point tomorrow, all right? Not today. Maybe tomorrow. But what I was gonna say in regards to Nova is I hope they go ahead and continue these performances because they're the only team right now between them and Cloud9. They're the only teams that have actually won a game so far today. And we continue to see them. It's gonna be a good fight between first and second place here out of them.
Yeah, and I think now we're getting a chance here to watch Tensa's perspective as one of the top players, watching him be able to put out damage, and he's somebody that we consistently are talking about, especially when Tempo's having a stronger day, and today they are most definitely having a much stronger day for themselves than they have in the past. But Tensa is just so consistent in his damage output for that squad. Some of the nades that were actually coming out of Matic on Dream Eaters trying to get them up onto Nova were insane. He actually was able to get a couple knocks, I believe on 2 separate Nova players while he was trying to just dish out some damage, and then at the end there we see Verset actually nading himself to deny Nova that final kill point at the end. And I feel like we're probably going to see a lot more of that the farther into finals that we get, and the more people are really paying attention to those very, very small point margins between some of these teams.
Yeah, as I think Hotjukes and Mustache Dave said, it only came down to a couple points for Tempo to cross that threshold from like 3rd to 2nd place. Let's take a look though at our total damage, and I'm curious to see if Nova can back up their kills with damage. We're gonna see some other teams really just come to light here. We saw Tempo have a really delayed push in towards some of these final zones. They got themselves a lot of kills at the very end. We're gonna see Dream Eaters there, we're gonna see Tempo there, but Team Queso, we haven't really mentioned them too much. They come out 2nd overall here.
Yeah, they had a great game in Vikendi, and then after that, they kind of fell off in 15th, I believe it was 14th place in the last Erangel. And here for them to be able to come back and do this, I think this is good for that team. Remember, this is one team that has been so quiet this tournament. We haven't really had a chance to kind of focus on them and give them the spotlight they deserve. So I'm hoping here in the next couple of days, especially throughout the whole weekend, Team Queso is one of those teams that are fighting for those top spots, that are fighting for that big prize pool money. And as we see also Pittsburgh Knights being able to collect some damage. We've seen more and more damage out of Pittsburgh Knights here, Glitter. I feel like if they start getting more kills, this is going to be a good, solid team that could end up in 5th or 7th place.
Yeah, and that was something that we had said about Pittsburgh Knights a lot during the Super Weekend and League Play portions as well. You know, as long as they find that rhythm, they're a very capable squad, and they can definitely take out some of these top contenders. And then just following up on the Queso point as well, as far as how much damage they're able to put out, we also did see that Mystic was one of our top players in those overall top players with more than a quarter of the team's damage onto himself alone. So it's nice to see some of these Queso players really starting to step up to the plate.
Well, one team we didn't see really step up was Unber there at the end. They had about like 60, 70 damage done. They were able to get, 8 kills in like the first game. They got 6 kills in another match, and we've seen some consistency out of them in getting kills and getting some good placements, but they definitely struggled in that last game alone. But then again, so did so many other teams, right? Let's see in our predictions, though, who struggled, as I think Dream Eaters, getting ourselves 19 points off of this. Hotjukes and Mustache Dave, not off to a good start for them. Only 1 and 2 points respectively, but you know, what can you say? I think we're top 3. Wait, no, we're close.
We're doing great. I feel like I think Jason, we're currently tied in points. Honestly, we're just being on point, picking the exact same
when you're stealing every pick that I go for, then yeah, we're definitely tied.
Wow.
This guy, yo, chat, do me a favor. Hashtag toxic in the chat. Come on, hit him with him.
But we're not talking about your streams. We're gonna be talking about I'm just kidding. Our overall rankings now here, as I'm assuming Nova should be taking themselves a 2nd place and actually getting even close to 1st. They're gonna be down by about 32. Ooh. Actually, not even close. 32 points is a lot of points to be behind Cloud9 still.
Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and be actually 22 points. I think overall here with Nova,
yes. I can't
closing that gap. This is huge for them, with at least being able to get those 2 chicken dinners. We want this team to start hot because they usually tend to like let off the gas pedal as we go into the later days. So it's great to see that out of them. Loops Esports just hasn't really been as consistent in regards to points and also the kills. We're used to seeing Loops get a lot more kills. Right now, it's like a hit and miss. And then as we keep going down the list, we see Dream Eaters go up, we see Temple Storm go up, and then we see Football is one of the teams that we can expect a lot out of. Being quiet here, just not showing the performance that we've seen out of them. And then I know another team that we were kind of talking about earlier there, Glitter, is Kanina Power being in 10th place.
Yeah, and they started off the day very, very strong for themselves, because we had said quite a few times during the Super Weekend portion when we saw their shift to focus more on those placement points, they were averaging around 5-ish kills a match. And in match 1 of today, they were able to come out of the gate strong with 9. And then they just kind of has struggled ever since that match. So they're still getting decent placements. They're just not putting out that firepower as far as kills goes. And then when we're looking here at the second page, yet another, another down, a drop down for both B4 and Unique. But Pittsburgh Knights is able to bump themselves up the list a little bit.
Alpha Legends with 5 points. That hurts.
Yeah, 4 games played, 5 points because they only have 1 kill. It's really unfortunate for them, but again, it's the first day. Though after today, they're going to definitely have to pick up some things here because they are going to be so far behind that first place position. But right now, we're going to take a look at the schedule yet again. Just to remind you at home, there are going to be 6 matches played in total every day of the finals. So now move over to match 5, and we'll finally head over to Sanhok before getting to Erangel for a 3rd time of the day. Now, we talked about B4, really like this map, though we haven't seen them really have greatest success on it. We have teams like Queso, Footballists, Loops, all really have a good play when it comes to this map in particular. But it's time to get into predictions, and I'm going to start things off here. So that way, it doesn't look like I'm stealing from Seven. It looks like he's stealing from me, assuming he picked this team. I went with Footballists. I feel like they can finally have their chicken dinner here in their fifth match of the day. I'm getting a little bit worried now that Seven picked Footballists as well.
I did pick Footballists. I kind of allured to it earlier when we did Vikendi. I said smaller map, those teams that tend to use grenades really well and tend to third-party other teams really well usually end up performing towards the top 3. So that's why I'm going with Footballists as well. I think this is a game that they probably need as well. They haven't really had the performance, as we just said earlier, that we expected out of them here on the first day. So hopefully Footballists, if you're watching this, start kicking some butt.
Are we like twins or something? Can you get out of my head, please? Like, oh man, all right.
Remember, we did tie in the scores last time, all right? We were tied, and that was not like...
Which is kind of amazing.
In any way, shape, or form.
Because we had like 70-something matches played, and we still somehow tied. Glitter, I know you can't pick Footballists because you picked it in game 2. So who are you picking here?
Yeah,
and why is it B4?
It's not. Actually, I'm throwing you for a loop. I haven't picked them yet, and I would be remiss if I didn't pick them at all for the day. And like Seven had mentioned earlier, they have also had historically good games on this map. So this is where we're going to be getting my Cloud9 pick.
Ooh, great pick. I like it.
Okay. What do you like it because it's going to get us more points than her, or because you actually like the pick?
No, I'm just giving her props, man. It's a great pick. If we didn't have the rule that we can only pick just one team,
just one.
Yeah, just one, I would more than likely be picking Cloud9 because they usually tend to perform really well here in Sanhok.
Be the commissioner. Step up. Our talent needs you.
I miss our old dictatorship. I don't know who's in charge anymore of this.
I don't know either. It's definitely not a democracy, which is why I'm going to kick you guys out of here so you can go back and vote later on. We'll check with you guys, obviously, after the next match and break things down. I finally get the heart from Seven. I've been waiting for that all day long. And you guys at home who are watching, you make sure you're watching within the game and with the Esports Center because you can get some points that accumulate over time, and the top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. So again, if you're not doing it yet, well, you better do it right here, right now, because we're getting underway here in just a few moments with our next match of the day. But you guys can still tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL and let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win, because Seven is just waiting to say your name here live on air if you get your prediction correct. And well, 2 people who unfortunately have not been getting their predictions correct so far today, as they're going to be brought in. That's like the worst way to bring them in. They're going to be probably so mad at me. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hi, guys. How you doing?
How's it going, Jason? You doing good today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing about as good as your house tour's doing.
Doing great. It's doing great. Oh, I can't wait to finally release it to the public sometime this year. Yeah, apparently. But yeah, just pumped up here. What a crazy last match. I mean, we're going into Sanhok, the jungle, and I think it's anyone's game here coming up. This is for game number 4.
So
five, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, it feels like 4, right? Because normally we go to Sanhok as a 4th match. But Dave, I want to ask you something here. As we move into the finals now, as we're into a good portion of the first day, have you felt like teams have started to play a little bit differently? Do you think the meta has kind of changed from our last Super Weekend till now?
No, I don't think so, because, whatever got these 16 teams here up to this point, keep going with it. I mean, the only teams that I might want to recommend to make up some changes are those teams that finish like 15th, 16th, and 14th at the bottom of the leaderboards and just barely made it here to the finals. Like, those are the teams you want to come up with a new game plan, and you really got to, stick it to the man up at the top. So, yeah, I mean, if you're Cloud9, if you're Loops, just keep doing you.
Yeah, well, obviously looking Hot Chicks now, I like Pittsburgh Knights in particular, a team that had a lot of success when they're playing with the original fours. They got those reps in. Jagger coming in to fill in for Sixless. It seems like we haven't seen the same team as before. Obviously, don't want to put any criticism towards Jagger at all here because it's tough to kind of come into the team when they desperately need you. But do you think this team can bounce back here? Because they've had a real rough time so far in the first day.
I think it's totally possible. All it takes is a good couple of matches to kind of get that momentum going. And yeah, I don't think it's a really big fault of one particular player. A team synergy is just, I think, an absolute imperative factor when it comes to your success in this kind of tournament. And you look at a lot of the teams that are really, succeeding, they're squads that have been together for quite a while here. So yeah, hopefully PK, they just need a good couple of games and they can bounce back.
Okay, well, speaking about bouncing back, let's get some predictions picked up here. Starting off with you, Mr. Mustache Dave. It looks like you're trying to look into your crystal ball. Who's the team that's taking match 5?
Looking back at the historical data when it comes to league play, I'm going to go with Cloud9.
Cloud9, okay. All right. What about you, Hot Jukes?
Go with Loops. When in doubt, when it comes to Sanhok and you got to push outside of the zone, you want aggression on your side. And I know for a fact Loops has got it. So come on, Loops. Give me some points here in the jungle.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's give Hot Jukes some points here. Even Mustache Dave. Let's see Cloud9 have a good finish as well as they're recovering all the action, breaking it down here in match number 5. Take it away.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Jason. Let's take it over to match number 5. Sanhok, the jungle, where we've said it 1,000 times, the blue zone is king above all of these teams right here. So you're going to see them scrambling, scurrying for their lives, trying to get a chicken dinner and add some much needed points to the leaderboard here early on.
Not only that, the last 2 times that we saw Sanhok, Paradise Resort was just a clown fiesta. I mean, everybody fighting for it. Now, with Cloud9 back in the game, will those squads continue to drop on Paradise? I gotta assume not, but you never know. They might have got comfortable.
I didn't know if you said Clown Fiesta or Cloud Fiesta, considering that, Cloud9 is the team that always goes there.
Fiesta, brother.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look at this. You're going to see some squads kind of head in that direction right off the bat. Cloud9, that's their place, their territory. And it looks like so far they're going to be able to claim it all to the lonesome once again. So I love to see, these teams, they recognize that, hey, you know what? Big Papa's back in town. We got to give them their respect and give them their spots.
I saw a couple people in the chat. They're like, how come Mustache Dave didn't get the memo for the suits today? Hot Jukes.
You had
towards you.
You had this. You had the memo. The memo was there.
I had the memo. It went to the spam folder. It went to the spam folder.
What a crippling blow. What a crippling blow. But you know what? I think that when you come in with your suit, you're just gonna go and outshine everybody. So you gotta give us lonesome people the head start. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. Hey, you get 2 days of suits, and I'll have the last 2 days of suits. So we both, can't wear suits because there's too much suits.
That's true. We got to stagger it because that amount of suit would just, of course, just take over this broadcast. So we got to let these teams shine here as we're starting to see some, Team Queso just hanging out here right besides boot camp, Loops into boot camp themselves. So we're starting to see, just tried and true strategies we've seen across this entire tournament. And this first zone, this is, I think, the most deadly zone when it comes to Sanhok for so many of these teams. Every time it goes off to that one single island, it's just such a difficult rotation. And squads like Footballists, Pittsburgh Knights, Unique, the ones that actually land in that area, I think this is a huge opportunity for them to get a win and some big points on the board.
Not only that, I can assume, Jason was talking about my crystal ball. Umbra, I gotta assume they're gonna come out with the boat plays. They're the ones. They're the ones who wrote that in the book of Sanhok, and we saw a lot of teams during league play kind of start to pick up the boat rotates, and it's only on Sanhok that we truly see that.
And that's pretty insane considering that it is one of the smallest, most fast-paced maps. And look at this though, Jagger.
12.
Jagger.
Well, with the spray down from Annalise on the Vector.
Oh, but he was able to get out. Oh, yeah, his team's nowhere near him, though. That's going to be Jagger down and out early. Carnage. He's talking to him very quietly right now after that thirst. Tough.
Should have went for the revive, bro. Should have went for the revive.
Tough break right there.
The
especially
rotates, the rotates. You were talking about the rotates. The rotates, the rotates. How come we only see that on Sanhok, even though it's the smallest map? That's
I just think the fact that, considering how difficult it is to rotate on this map, like other ones, you're able to kind of get vehicles and get moving.
Woo! Whoa! Dodging it, popping on up real quick. It's okay. See their life flash before their eyes. Did they know Frozen was right there? I mean, you have to assume so. It's okay. It looked like they were trying to get that road kill, but wow. I mean, Milky Way at the very last minute.
I kid you not, man. So okay, let's put it this way. If there's anybody that's got a Matador outfit on, it's him. He dodged that bullet so quickly right here. But as we transfer over, where it looks like we're already starting to see these teams kind of get into it. Loops and PK's already down a member. I think PK has a much bigger advantage when it comes to positioning, though.
I mean, they might have the advantage with that, but remember, they already lost one real early on, so this is going to be a 4v3. Yeah, this is Loops.
Yeah, and I think that this is, of course, because of where the zone hard shifted. Loops had to cross the water from a boot camp in order to get into this side of the island here. And I think this is a fight that we've seen quite often between these two squads. It looks like, okay, we're switching on over. You see B4 and Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends, man, this team has just been having a tough break so far in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of random, just little picks here and there. A lot of people kind of just getting caught off guard on their rotate on foot out here and, passing over an easy point. But, I mean, Mixzera versus, who's that, old man down there? It looked like it was a clean 1v1, and Mixzera just had the upper hand.
Yeah, he was able to just get those shots off right there. And so far, Alpha Legends, I believe 5 points on their total score. You get 1 point guaranteed per match, ladies and gentlemen. So that means that they've only been able to get 1 kill thus far. And, if you're really looking to kind of get into this money, you have to have just major games consistently. So if they even want to have a chance, they need to just be having, basically top 4 finishes for the rest of the tournament.
I think that 1 kill was that grenade on themselves as well.
True.
Charlie,
Yeah,
that's not true. That's not true. I'm joking.
Yeah, tough break so far. Could you imagine? Look at this. Oh, wait.
Yeah, they need to
the kill feed.
Pick it up. They need to pick it up for sure. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, the kill feed popping off right now. We see Dadden connecting with that Uzi onto J7. Carnage, though, putting in the work right now.
You can see it on the bottom here.
2 knocks, yeah.
Loops out!
Wow, they won. They took out Loops, and right here, Unique Frozen getting the quick little knock onto Lutz, and we see Football is trying to work their way on uphill right now. Uphill battle. Memphis going for that reload with that barrel in hand, but Memphis chunked down really low. No time to heal. Popping up, getting that quick 1-tap, but Lavison with that support trying to get the double knock. Frozen, be careful, don't fall down. You're the last one alive right now. Frozen cooking a grenade, tossing that right on top of Football. And that's going to be connecting really well. That was a nice grenade. Let's see, Rome can get the same thing here on the board for Unique Frozen. The last person alive, and they are going to be running away as fast as possible. We see Frozen jumping down the cliffs. Taking a little bit of damage, going for that Superman dive.
Yeah, that was so close. I mean, there was a great nade, but just not good enough right there. If it had just been just a little bit further forward, he would have been able to almost get the entire squad of Footballists. Just like that, though, Team Unique down to just 1 member. Footballists had to lose Lutz early on, and Frozen, he is just playing hide and seek right now.
Hide and seek.
Replay.
I wonder, is this the Loops? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
I mean, talk about the confidence booster. I know a lot of people have been talking about the Knights here today, but you take out Loops, bro. I mean, look at RERUN. That pre-fire right there. That was perfect.
And just to give that on top of that some more perspective, Pittsburgh Knights, that was a 3v4 against Loops. And we saw it in the kill feed. We didn't get to see it in the replay there, but I believe it was J7 who got a double knock onto Loops with just 1 grenade right there. And I think that was the big turnaround for them. And just like that, I mean, yeah, Pittsburgh Knights getting it done. Loops down out early. Oh, that was my pick. That was my pick, Loops right there. So, yeah, tough break when it comes to the picks for myself early on right here, but still plenty games to be played left down the line. But man, look at this, Frozen. He is just stuck in a corner right now.
Rosen stuck in the corner, hoping that we get the 300K viewers so we can all get the crates. The players get the crates. You get the crates. Jukes gets the crates. I get the crates. Everybody gets the crates.
And that's just that's the first time I've seen, you know, that big of a reward out there. So, you know, if you guys, you know anybody, let them know. Let the people know right there. And, you know, Alpha Legends, there you go. Putting some points on the board against B4. There we go. That's going to be an extra, you know, kill. And it looks like from this position right here, I really doubt that Pedro's going to be able to get back to his squad. I'm surprised, though. You see B4, the rest of the squad, just kind of pushing the issue here against Alpha Legends.
Yeah, I mean, they did not appreciate Pedro OG getting knocked out like that. Shator all the way out here just crawling like a snake in the grass pretty far from Kato. So if Kato gets involved with B4, I mean, there's 3 members of B4 pushing right on top of your compound. You have to assume that support is not going to be there for Kato. That's why we see Kato getting out of there.
Yeah, he is out right now. And this is I think Alpha Legends right here. We always just see them just really spread out. And they just get kind of picked apart piece by piece. But you're right. You called it earlier, Dave. You know, they wrote the book, and they are just staying consistent with it here. The boat straps. We've seen this squad get 2nd place in a Sanhok, you know, just from using this strategy right here. I'm going to definitely be keeping my eye out to see, you know, kind of where they place on this match.
And you have to assume, like, at least with what the zone looks like and where they are.
You can see him on the bottom right. You can see him on the bottom right.
That they might actually be able to get all the way up there as well. Ooh, they got the nice skin, too.
Look at that.
Yes, they're coming in clutch with the boat plays.
And that propeller was going full speed, and now it's just parked right on the edge of that zone, and they're just looking to wait it out. Talk about, you know, not taking any unnecessary fights. And at the end of the day, I think it's kind of smart. Considering it's Sanhok, you're not able to cross that bridge. It's just too deadly. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be able to get them into this next zone and try to get some more positional points for the team.
It does look like they were able to get that revive onto Pedro OG, so mission accomplished when it comes to B4. And
wow,
they're going to be pulling back. Yeah, that was a risky one. Talk about being risky. We got the Knights. They're still chilling out there. They got their loot. HH will be swimming on across the river. Meanwhile, providing the support, might be making the call for the other 3 members from Tempo to do the same thing.
And it looks like they're just trying to get over there piece by piece. Now, it looks like by Pittsburgh Knights' position, I don't think they have any sight lines onto that hill right there. They're just looking to play it really, really quietly. Now, Carnage is keeping an eye on that bridge. You really rarely see teams cross that, though. So, yeah, right now you're going to see a good, solid stalemate considering that this is in this circle. But whenever this next zone shifts, you're going to see teams running for their lives.
Okay, I know for a fact you and I have casted a game that was just like this. HH did the same exact thing.
Same spot.
I think it was in the same spot. Yeah, wow, my mind just got blown. Oh my
Deja vu.
Deja vu, yeah.
Deja vu is so strong. I mean, and I believe that we saw, you know, Tempo and Loops kind of go at it prior. So, I mean, one thing goes for sure is that these teams are very familiar, you know, kind of where squads like to get set up in this position. I think that's why, you know, HH just using his experience to kind of take that one spot where he knows there's good cover.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Yala going to be making the push out here in the open terrain, using that blue zone to their left-hand side. They know nobody's out there. Umbra, they did make landfall, so they will not be in the boat anymore. Got UDR last game. They had a pretty aggressive push, and I believe they got a squad wipe. Ulysses going to be proning out here. They're in the blue zone, so they don't want to give away the information that they are going to be back here. Looks like they're going to be pulling back. Oh, scooter time, baby.
Oh, here we go. On that good old moped, you know, and you can just see Sandro in the back just popping some bandages, getting ready for a fight just in case that's coming up. And I think that boat rotation, I mean, it worked out big time for Team Umbra. I mean, they are in the safe zone here on the hardship side. All to the lonesome, got a really good, solid position. Footballist, you know, you like to take these hills right here. And Slicky, he's got his eyes peeled right now, making sure he has a big feeling that there's a squad right on top of here.
Yeah, not only that, like, just kind of an awkward position. We see Acer at the bottom of the hill. Solke looking to make the push-up, looking to get some of his loot, but will they be able to acquire it? There we go. 1 care package.
Level 3.
Solke, that level 3 gear. What weapon did they get? I didn't see it.
Well, whatever it was, he didn't want it. I'll tell you that right now, because he's got that M4 locked and loaded. And there comes the next zone right here. Now remember, Team Umbra, we talked about him earlier. They rotated all the way around in the north in a boat. And look at their position right now. I mean, this is a prime location going into this next zone right here. So, I mean, talk about the 200 IQ rotate from Team Umbra.
Not only that, like, for them to get there, they did not run across any conflicts. You know, they got there free and clear. They got their meds, they got their armor, they got their ammo. Everything is set up in a perfect situation for Umbra to acquire as many points as possible. And, you know, it goes back, that boat play. I mean, that's what set them up here.
Yeah, and I mean, I love to see that kind of innovation coming out from squads, totally different ways to be able to win this. And, you know, you just see Umbra just kind of pulling out another bag from their tricks to get some extra points on the board. And so far, it's worked out. Now, you know, we saw Nova. Look at them right here. This squad, they're in second place right now, doing really well. Oh, we saw the kill feed going off, though. Bayo, you know, Cloud9 and Tempo getting into it right here. Oh, look at this Levi with the angle. Lay down spray.
Rock for cover, opening up the shots. The whole team, the whole squad of B4 making sure to take out Bale, who looked like they were doing some scouting out there. It's going to be bleeding on out.
What an off angle right there. I mean, just a disgusting off angle. Oh, it's Spec. It looks to steal the kill. So that is, you know, another point on the board for Tempo. At every single one of these points, we mentioned it 1,000 times. I mean, it matters big time right here. Carnage gets taken out from Tempo as well. Man, Tempo, they're just in the middle of a whole bunch of teams right now.
Yeah, right there on the edge, trying to make the push into this new circle. You got Cloud9 down there facing off against UDR, so this is going to be the perfect window of opportunity for Tempo. Not only that, they're going to be avoiding the north side of this where the Knights were in those compounds and swapping on over here. Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Waiting. Oh, with the headshot right there. Easy as that.
I mean, talk about weighty. I mean, he was just lining that up, took a picture, and, you know, sent the picture out to Adder's family. I mean, what an insane position right there from UDR. And Cloud9 just realized that, hey, you know what? We're caught from behind. We got to get out of here. They're down 2 members going into the rest of this match.
Comes Ulysses. AKM hopping on top of this rock. And, yeah, the 2 members, yeah, they're in the water. They're sending it. You know, they're going to use this time to send it, but they're going to be swimming right on into the hands of Tempo, so they need to be really cautious. And, oh, we saw earlier on the Knights, they were able to defend against Loops. Will they be able to defend against Team Queso? Team Queso have 4 up. Pittsburgh Knights only with Raven and J7. They have the blue zone on top of them as well. Marco with that off angle on the high ground. Axel will be wrapping around with that pre-fire. Barrel in hand, Raven trying to look for the nose, trying to look for the feet underneath the building. That is extremely 200 IQ. I mean, I love it. The awareness right now from Raven is remarkable.
Yeah, just trying to find any advantage he can right here, knowing that they're at a major numbers disadvantage, and they're also out of this blue zone. Oh,
Ayala popping out, trying to get the quick flick.
He got the 2v1!
Got the double! Oh my goodness! Ayala bolting on out right there, taking down the Knights. That was clean.
That was disgusting. That was just
I like Clip
right there. I mean, yeah, just jumped on out. Say, you know what? I'm tired of waiting right here. Let me show y'all what's up. And the quick turn. I mean, the 2v1. Great shots right there. And they had to do it right then.
Gyro, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, just the quick flicks, the quick reactions. I mean, great shots from Ayala. And right now they are out of this zone. There's 6 seconds left on the clock. This is zone number 4. They got to run into this one quick, but they're going to be gate kept hard by Tempo Storm and Footballist.
Yeah, talk about gatekeeping. Looks like Nova, they were trying to do that onto B4, but they are going to be pushing on up. Looks like they're trying to regroup on top of Cat out there. They're going to be popping in their bikes, but right behind them, B4, they got 3 up. They're going to start to take some shots, and Max is going to be peeking that window. HZL with the lean peek, automatically connecting the dots right there. But Nova stuck in a very challenging spot.
Yeah, they had a great, you know, HZL had a great shot right there. Re-peaked it, and man, when you re-peak those same locations, those teammates, they got those comms out there really quick, and B4 able to get that return knock. That's going to give some really good breathing room for them, but oh, look at Pedro. He's got this nade. Oh, it looks like it is going to miss the mark, though.
So aggressive right now from Pedro, and here comes the rest of the squad from B4. We see out there in the distance UDR as well. AZ right behind this broken wall. HZL still bleeding on out. Cat holding that anchor position, overlooking this one, making sure their squad mates stay alive. Levi tossing out some grenades of their own, and looks like all those shots out there in the distance from UDR, from Team Queso, will be applying some pressure. I mean, both these squads, yeah, they know that there is something on the edge of this one, and that's why we see Nova kind of pulling back just a little further. AZ 1 HP.
The tree with a huge save right there. What an angle right there for HZL. And you know Nova, they want to put some big points on the board now that Cloud9 went out really early right here. I believe they're down around 22 points. So Nova, I mean, wow, in second place right now. If they're able to get a good solid performance here, there's a possibility they could take the lead.
And they also need to play smart, though. And I believe that's why we saw him pull back into the safety of the hard cover into the...
Oh, what an angle.
Right behind him, UDR making the pull-up. Blue zone. They're in the blue zone.
Oh,
definitely catching Levi off guard. And yep, Levi able to get the heal on up. Ulysses tossing out some grenades of their own, allowing Pokas to breach the compound. Right now, Pokas sending it by themselves, but Ulysses is still going to be out there healing on up. Levi and Maxon full on aware now of these squad mates from UDR behind them.
Oh, man. I mean, they're
trying to get the pinch. Nova going for the pinch.
Yeah, they heard those shots, and I think they're looking to take this opportunity. They have to get it done really quickly, though, because the zone, I mean, it's about to start closing right now, and it's headed far, far north, so I'm not sure if this is really worth it for Nova unless they get it done instantly. Oh, great start, though.
Yep, spotting out Pedro. Going to be bolting on into the room. AZ getting that quick thirst. HZL behind this tree. The tree saved them before. Can it save them now? AZ trying to run across the open. Maxon will be going for that spray down. We'll be connecting. HZL tossing a nice little party on top of Maxon, but the third party right now. Oh, Tempo Storm trying to get some points themselves.
And they were up top and just waiting for that. The second they heard those shots, they say, oh, we're coming for you. And now Nova, they're going to have a tough time rotating. This is zone 5 right here. Very difficult to be able to run into the circle because this blue zone, it just stings so hard. And you can see Spec running for his life, trying to find a position to this next zone.
It's like Prez. Okay, yeah, Spec trying to go undetected, but
that's
Power.
That's it.
Oh, not even Konya Power. Lobs in from Footballist. From up above.
Yeah, and this is their game. This is their game 100%. I mean, this is whenever they get this circle, this is football. This is opportunity to put some major points on the board right here. And look at this. I mean, they've got the eagle eye on all of these teams. It's just they're just trying to rain death down onto the rest of these squads and add as many points to their total as they possibly can. There goes Nova. Nova Esports out, and then it's just to the play zone. Play zone's just too strong right now.
Look at the mini map on the top right-hand corner. You see the dark blue? Those are the cliffs. Those are the rocks. That's where footballists are. They have those rocks. Everybody else is on the outskirts of that. I mean, you got
11 kills.
Yeah, I don't see any team being able to successfully survive right now with footballists all the way up there. Pretty much the only team in the zone.
And I love this strategy coming from them. It looks like they like to go ahead and drop in this area because if the zone does shift here, we do see them win, I believe, majority of the time, or at least walk away with a ton of kills. And man, you can just see him putting in the work as Rob is trying to get the kills, but it looks like the play zone took him out first.
Look at that.
But yeah, I mean, look how many kills so far. Football is 11 kills. They are set up pretty for the rest of this match. You got Rob, Dini, you know it's only a matter of time before he goes out. Slicky for wild card, still alive right here in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, Rob trying to heal on up right now. Running out of meds. The blue zone will be chunking them down. You know, Slicky not opting to move a muscle, so it's going to be a challenging time for Rob to at least attempt to get that second place, all those points, because Slicky, the snake god. Right?
There it is. Yep. Yeah, Rob, I mean, I'm telling you, when you try to 1v1 that blue zone, you're going to lose every single time. It's only a matter of time, and hopefully you can just survive long enough to get extra placement points. But hey, that's still third place for Konina Power. Definitely some good points on the board. Can Slicky do it?
Slicky's moving, the 1v3. Slicky trying to get the wraparound, going for that spray. Soke with the Uzi. Slicky immediately spotted. Second place, though. Second place. I mean, no kills onto wildcard. So a second place with no kills, I mean, that's a good game.
Definitely. I mean, good points on the board for Wildcard to at least to be able to survive. But at the end of the day, got to give it up to Footballists. That was their circle. That was their zone. That's, I believe, their strategy. It just paid off perfectly into their hands. And this is just one of those games that you just kind of dream for, when you're just able to just shoot at every player, walk it in. You got the circle. That's what Footballists had, and they executed it perfectly.
I mean, talk about a roller coaster of a day, and it's only day one. You know, every day, we got 4 days, 6 games per day. We will have one more game here today, and we're going to be sending it back to the old school Erangel, tried and true, you know, that comfort zone for a lot of these squads. And hopefully, if you are a team at the very bottom who really hasn't been performing here today, this last match could be that turnaround factor, you know, because ending today, you want to have a nice amount of points so that you're not constantly playing the chase, the race, you know, to make it all the way to the top for that money.
Absolutely right here. And I love the fact that we've seen so many variety of teams now really starting to step up here at the end and get some major points on the board. This is going to be a close one. Can't wait to see, of course, how the last match is going to finish out. Don't go anywhere first. We have to see what the desk has to say after this quick break from our sponsor.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, Footballists have been able to finally do it and get their first chicken dinner under their belts when it comes to the finals, and hopefully for them shoot themselves up the rankings as well. Still Jason Kappen, still 7 Worlds Gaming, and Glitter Explosion to help break down everything that went down in that last match. Our first time we've seen Sanhok, and our 5th game of the day with one left to come. But Footballists, they lost loot early on, but you know what? That didn't stop them from getting kills.
Yeah, 12 kills? Are you kidding me? And at one point, Jason, I do have to call you out on it because you said, oh man.
I know what you're talking about.
He said he's out, the best player's out for that team. I was like, nah. Hold up a second. Hold up. You still got Soul K. You still got the rest of the squad. They could definitely pull this off. And they did. They were impressive, man. And I think this is even, the fact that they did it with 3 players is even more impressive. This is one team that I was hoping they would get a win. I was hoping it would be this time that I actually ended up picking them. And they came through. They ended up getting 12 kills. They were super passive when they needed to be and became aggressive, became that team that we know they can be when they needed to. And not only talking about football is here, we also got to talk about Loops Esports. This is another match for Loops Esports where they're only going to be able to collect 1 point, I believe. And with Cloud9 as well, being able to only collect 2 points, if I'm not mistaken, once we actually go to the leaderboard here.
I mean, you keep talking smack about Loops. Carrillo's just going to hunt you down and stream snipe you in every game that you play. You got to be careful there, 7. He's coming at you. But let's take a look, though. Footballists get themselves the chicken dinner and the 12 kill points, but Glitter look in second place.
I know. That's actually very impressive for all of Wildcard's points to be strictly based off of their placement and still come in second place overall. I mean, listen, sometimes you aren't able to get those kills, and, you know, I believe that they actually, you just had to kind of rat out for a lot of that, which, you know, it worked because all that matters here in the end is those points, those overall standings. So this is definitely going to continue keeping them where they want to be in those rankings. And then moving on down the list, we do see more good performances coming out of Team Umbra, coming out of Quinina Power, making sure that they're ensuring themselves some more points for their overall total. And this is important because they're not necessarily teams that we had anticipated having such a strong showing here on the first day, and then also finally getting a decent game out of Alpha Legends there at the bottom.
In one match, Alpha Legends surpassed the whole points they had for the previous four matches. With 9 points there, I think it was, what was it, 5 points if I'm not mistaken?
Yep.
At 1 point, so overall, great performance there from Alpha Legends, and hopefully they become that gatekeeper team that I know they're capable of, and kind of give a hard time to some of the other teams, because boy, is it gonna make it even more entertaining for everybody currently watching at home. As we go here towards the second page, and look at this, towards the bottom is what's actually a big surprise for me. When you see Loops Esports, when you see Cloud9, and then some of the other teams, Nova Esports as well. Remember, going into this match, they were in second place. What I'm hoping for when we see games like this is that teams, as we mentioned with Alpha Legends, as we mentioned with some of the other teams as well, that they take advantage of this. UDR Killers being able to get 3 kills, 10 points in total. Team Kesso also being able to get 3 kills. This is good for those teams, and hopefully they start taking more advantage of it even more in the future if it does happen again. Teams at the top kind of have a bad performance.
Yeah, I mean, we need to see that consistency out of these bottom teams, especially for Alpha Legends, as you said before, with only having themselves 5 points. Let's dive a little bit deeper, though, into Footballists and the kills they got, and obviously the chicken dinner they're able to accomplish. And again, I don't know what it is about this team, but I feel like when they win a match, they have the lowest healing out of any other team in the West League. 429 coming through again with 12 kills.
They do it in style. That's what they do.
They really do.
They do it in style. It's never lower damage either. It's always high damage. It's always at least within like close to 2,000 damage or over. And it is always with very low healing, and I think it's just impressive what they're able to do. And to be fair, the low healing probably has to do with more of them having to play passive, with having that one player less to work with. But overall, just an impressive game out of them, and hopefully they can continue on this train going on.
You say passive, but they had 11 kills.
I don't passive in regards that they really didn't have to take those close range fights, though. That's what I mean. Like they were picking people apart from far apart, and that's why they were able to just have a lot of damage as well and not that much healing, because you didn't really have to get. They weren't worried about getting shot back.
I was going to say, if that's them playing passive, I don't want to see them when they're playing aggressive. Let's take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match. Again, the cards, amazingly well done by Epics.gg. I love these. I would love to have them physically so I could frame them at home. And we're going to see 3 players from Footballists, and why wouldn't we expect so? The only player missing, of course, going to be Lutz, because he died fairly early on in the game here, Glitter.
Yeah, that's actually an impressive show. Wait, Seven, who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Who do I think is going to be the MVP? I stick to my guns.
Yeah.
Soul-K. I'm hoping Soul-K. How about you?
I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Hell yeah. Jason?
Yes, okay. Yeah, of course. What?
Soul-K.
Sorry, I just probably broke your ear.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
No way.
Wait, hold on. What?
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. To the crew here is now extremely deaf. Shator gets it. All right. 963 damage with the 5 kills.
Yo.
Wow.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why Alpha Legends did so well.
Maybe this is it, and I wish we could see the knocks to see how many knocks they ended up getting. Hopefully we can bring that stat back. But 5 kills, almost 1,000 damage for a team that just hasn't been performing well. This is huge, especially for that player. And then as we look at the other stats as well from football, it's 825 damage done from Soul-K. Once again, being able to pick up the slack if Lutz wasn't in that game, because he ended up getting killed. And then you also see Raum, and then you also see Lovison. Overall, great performances, but Alpha Legends with the MVP, that's impressive.
I mean, maybe that's what it takes for them to start to rise up. I mean, we haven't seen Shator here really too often, and we've seen them struggle so far in their matches, but really cool to see him actually get the MVP from this one. But again, having 3 players from Footballists, we saw it happen with Cloud9 having 3 players in one of the matches they won. Definitely deserved for them. I do wonder if they could have had even more kills if Lutz didn't die early on, but maybe they're trying to avenge their fallen teammates. We take a look now at our do-the-do moments, and probably going to see quite a few kills coming in there for Shator as well during these clips here off the bat.
And for me, what I'm going to be looking at with the Footballists fights, it's going to be how close of an engagement they had to take. Because just to rephrase again, once again, what I meant by passive is they just pretty much had to sit back and just take fights where they weren't going to be able to take that much damage. And we see them do it over and over again. As we see one of the Footballists players there starting to get shot at. And then with B4, remember, they always said that this was one of their favorite maps. They were able to get 4 kills, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that is the most kills they have had in a map today thus far as we move on to Carnage. And this was a huge fight for me here, Glitter. Seeing Carnage, seeing Pittsburgh Knights with Raven, for them to win that fight. And I know this is something that Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave were mentioning. That is just such a great confidence booster, and hopefully they can use that going forward. They can be like, hey, we're here for a reason. We're here taking down Loops Esports. What's going on here? Let's see if maybe we can step it up even more. Let's see if maybe we can improve, because we can win this gunfight.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's very, very important for them. We see Levi putting in a ton of damage onto Cloud9. And Cloud9, one of those teams that we talked about that went out unexpectedly early here on this map. Like we had said before it even started, 7. This is a map that they tend to do very well for themselves on, and they came out of the gate so hot today that I really didn't think the mediocre game in our last match was even anything to worry about. But then they just got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time and go out significantly earlier than I think any of us expected.
Yeah, it happens. It happens, and I'm not gonna say you jinxed him, but you might not. I'm joking. But as we move on here to some of the other fights, V4, we saw V4 being a lot more aggressive. We saw them get into more fights, and then we also saw Nova kind of starting to get into a little bit even more aggressiveness as well out of AEC, and then Alpha Legends. You see them just picking people apart, even when they were in the zone. They wanted to get those extra points. They wanted to get those extra kills added to their tally, and B4 as well, taking out some of the Nova players there. What I want to see is I want to see some fights here from Footballers. I want to see what they were able to do with Umbra being able to take some fights as well. And look at this right here, just 3v1, just easy. That's what Footballers does. They make it look easy.
They do indeed. And it's really cool to see that actually for them to bounce back too, because they had a couple of rough games earlier on today. A lot of teams have been able to step up where we see them have some slow starts. But again, we talked about this is just the first day, though once we're done with today, there's only going to be 3 more days of matches left. 6 matches today. That's 18 if I can do my math correctly. Okay, yeah, I had to double check that one in my head. But also, something we need to talk about here is extremely hype. We talked about the Between the Battlegrounds, episode 1 that was released. We saw the trailer for that. We obviously got to see a little bit about BTR. We got to see a little bit out of, I think RRQ. No, it wasn't RRQ. I can't remember the team off my top of my head. I feel so bad. But we got to see a little bit of the insights behind the scenes of what's going on within the teams. But you know what? I heard there's a second episode being released this Sunday. And luckily for you, we got a trailer to show you what's to come.
Ooh.
Oh, snap.
There it was Illuminate the Murder we got to see last time. We're going to see them, looks like, yet again in the next episode, as well as Morph. So some really cool things coming through. Released on August 9th here live on the show. I believe that's going to be a Saturday, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So you're going to see that one live. We're going to have it premiere here. Am I wrong? No, it is Sunday.
Sunday.
You know what? I give up. I give up today completely. It was Sunday. I should have trusted myself because I remember the 10th is a very special day. But anyways, obviously you can be able to check that one out when we do show it live here on the show. So make sure you guys tune in for that one. I can't wait to see how it's all going to break down and obviously get to see some tidbits from behind the scene and also get to hear John Allen and Blake talk a little bit more about PUBG Mobile. In the meantime, now we're going to take a look at our total damage from that last match in Footballers. If you're not first place, then I don't know who the heck would have been because you had the most kills. I'm expecting Wildcard to be a little bit low since they had 0. Let's take a look though here on the screen and see exactly where teams delay, and yeah, that's kind of what we expected here, guys.
Geez.
Yeah, wow.
Yo, okay, all right, yeah, thank you. Hey, hold up a minute. Bring it back, player. How Wildcard gets 0 damage and then gets 2nd place? They were going for that pacifist title. I see you, Wildcard. I see what you guys are doing. But football is being able to, as we've been saying, being able to step it up in a huge way. Before this, I think they had matches with 6 kills, 9 kills, and 6 kills. So you can kind of see a trend there out of them. And for them to put up those kind of numbers there, and it's not even close to the other teams. Look at Kunina Power. Almost 500, wow. Umbra 628, and then you kind of move on to Temple Storm 848, and then Alpha Legends, I think that's actually impressive, 1300. And remember, the MVP had almost 1,000 damage to himself.
I mean, I think that's hopefully indicative of them starting to figure out what works for their squad and how they need to play as a unit in order to have more successful games here. I literally cannot get over a 0 damage second place finish. That, I think, that has to be...
It's a record, I think.
It has to be a record.
It's a record in my book.
I mean, they're going to be happy about that, right? Because they still got 14 points.
Yeah.
Shooting a single point of damage, they get 14 points, and they keep themselves alive on the leaderboard. But you know what, Seven? I'm feeling a little bit warm right now. I'm feeling like I'm a little bit on fire because our predictions are going to be coming up now on the screen, and I think that's a third. Is that a third chicken dinner for us?
I think it is. We're doing amazing today, Jason.
I'm on a diet.
What's going on with us? I know, 32 points, 3 chicken dinners in one day.
It?
Oh my gosh. Yo.
Who did you pay, huh?
Glitter. 2 points?
Hey, to be fair to Glitter, she was last place at the start of League play as well.
This is my strategy.
Inconsistent. But yeah.
Comment.
Some rough games for Cloud9 and Loops. Let's take a look, though, at our overall rankings and see where currently who's going to be in first place, because I would imagine Cloud9, they're going to be able to maintain it for now, albeit by not that much, as Nova is closing the distance, but so is Football this year, Glitter.
That's good to see. Honestly, we want this to be a brawl, right, for first place. Yep. We want to see some good competition. So the fact that some of these teams are starting to close that gap on Cloud9 and take advantage of some of their slower games here, I think is very important. Watching Football be able to jump up a little bit. This is where I feel like we should have been seeing them from the beginning. We're used to seeing them in around that top 4 area because of the level of play we know that they're capable of. And this is the type of game that really illustrated that. We saw them get multiple 19 kill wins, you know, during the Super Weekend. So this is the Footballs we were looking for. And then moving down the list, we see Loops dropping a little bit, Tempo holding strong, Umbra managing to continue climbing the ranks here, while Dream Eater's Queso dropped down, and Konina Power still holding on right at that 10th place position.
I think it's good for teams like Football. It's taking advantage whenever Loops Esports and Cloud9 don't have good matches. I think that's hopefully more stuff that we'll start seeing here. And Team Umbra in 7th place, honestly, that's an impressive performance out of them from what we saw in League play, and for them to kind of put up those performances that they've done so far here in the League finals, that definitely deserves a standing ovation there for Umbra. Hopefully they can continue the trend they are going. As we go towards the second page here, you see UDR Killers 37 points, Pittsburgh Knights 27, B4 Esports, even though they did have a better match in that last one, still only 24 points. And then we go lower, and now we got Alpha Legends finally passing that 2-point per game threshold. Remember, earlier they had played 4 matches and they had only 5 points. So good to see there from Alpha Legends starting to wake up a little bit.
I mean, that's how far behind they were, right? They got themselves 9 points in the last match, and they still didn't move at all in the standings. That's how much further they were back from everyone else. So if you're Alpha, if you're Yala, we need to see some bigger games out of you in the future, though. We've seen Yala in the very first game of the day. They took down Loops right off the bat and made them get knocked out in last place. So we've seen that they can frag. We saw in the Super Weekend they can get themselves chicken dinners, but we need to see them step up here in the finals, because that's what it's all about. And speaking of that, we're moving now into our final game of the day. Just remind you guys at home, we're doing 6 every day here in the finals, not 5 like we've seen before. So we have 3 Erangels, and our third one will be coming up right here for our last game. And this one's going to be interesting because, at least in our eyes, for our talent predictions, we've all done Cloud9, we've all done Loops, we've had a couple of Tempo Storms in there, we've had Wildcards in there. What team could possibly get themselves a chicken dinner here? And I'm really kind of running out of teams to think about as the ones that I could really back in this one.
Yep. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. All the teams that we've been picking, they perform well, and they kind of tend to perform well whenever we pick them too. And I want to see which other teams are going to step it up. What happens in this next match if Loops Esports again has a bad match? What happens if maybe Cloud9 doesn't perform to what we've seen them perform at the beginning of the day? Who's going to go ahead and step it up? And that's why Glitter, tell us who you got for the next game.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought. Honestly, I told you. Listen, I told you that I was going to be picking them today, and they've definitely struggled. I'm hoping that maybe the last match of the day is when they can kind of start to pick it back up, because I am going with B4 for the final Erangel match.
Nice.
You know, honestly, if you didn't mention again that you said you pick him today, I probably would have let that one slide and not brought it back up, and you could have went with a different team, but I'm proud of you.
I keep my word.
Yeah, you're keeping your word. I respect that. 7, I mean, we're probably picking the same team, knowing us.
Jason, you go first. You know what? I'm going to check real quick with Twitch chat and YouTube chat while you pick your team. Hold up.
Wow, so he actually stepped off his Apple box, so he kind of disappears from the shot completely. I went with Tempo Storm, actually. I think they're going to be the ones to take themselves a victory here, or at least do extremely well. I know they had a little bit of a rough day so far, and that smile on Seven's face leads me to believe that he's going Tempo as well.
I'm not. I'm going to
okay.
switch it up this time. I was going to go Tempo, but then I want to stick to my guns. I'm going to pick Wildcard for this one, which, thinking about it, I think this might be the second time I pick him today.
Yeah.
I got to go back and check.
I
think I got Wildcard.
This is going to give him a goose egg.
Damn, I might get
Should have not.
Hey, Wildcard, get the win.
Okay. Well, I guess chat led you astray here. This is why you should listen to us and not chat sometimes. So a little unfortunate, but you know, all good. It happens. You did it in league play, and you still came out tied for first place, right? So you're bound to do it at least.
You gotta let people catch up, man. We have had 3 wins today. We gotta let some other people catch up. I don't want to run with it. All right. I'm kind of pulling a Loops Esports here.
At this rate, we could probably both pick the same team every game, and Glitter still wouldn't catch up to us for an entire day.
Damn.
I can only say that because she's not here in Polish. You can't kick my butt.
Wait.
So. If she was here in person, I'd be like much kinder. Like, yes, Glitter, I agree. B4, I'm gonna go with you. Your pick. All right. Well, we'll talk with you guys after the last match finishes off and break down the entire day of action, and we'll catch you guys in a few. She would kick my butt, trust me. You guys at home who are watching, you still have a chance to win a lucky draw. There's some limited time outfits you can be winning yourself as long as you're watching within the game and within that esports center. You can still get yourself some prizes if you are lucky enough, and you can obviously still tweet to us as well at esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe let us know how you haven't won anything just yet. Maybe we can fix that. Maybe we can talk to PUBG Mobile and try to hook you up. Probably won't happen, to be honest, so don't hate me if it doesn't happen. But you know what? We got to bring in our 2 commentators because our last match is right around the corner. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hot Jukes, you got to be happy right now because 7 kind of pulled a Hot Jukes with his double wildcard pick.
And he's been crushing it. He's been crushing it, man. What can you say? You know, I think that it's tradition to be able to at least, you know, throw 1 match. It's tactical feeding, something that we know really well. And yeah, hopefully it'll pay off for us here in the finals. It's a bold strategy.
Well, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out. Mr. Mustache Dave, we've seen Cloud9 and Loops now start to struggle in these last matches. Obviously, we've seen the strength out of Cloud9 starting off the day. We've seen Loops can bounce back quite easily. But in your opinion, what do you think is kind of going wrong for the teams at the moment? Because it's only a 4-day event here for the finals. There's only 24 matches in total, and we have 19 games left to go.
What's going wrong for what, teams like Alpha Legends and B4?
No, for Cloud9 and Loops.
I don't think anything's going wrong for them. I mean,
well, the last couple of
they're
games, they've gotten like no points. They've been struggling.
Okay, Jason, you can't win every chicken, all right?
I mean, I almost have today.
7 is throwing. You almost have, but give the other teams the opportunity. I mean, when it comes to last game, I mean, football is talk about being zone blessed. I mean, they got the top of the cliffs. They got the zone. Nobody can even touch them up there. So, I mean, I feel like a lot of it, at least for Cloud9, the last game had to do with the zones. But we're going down to Erangel, where a lot of these teams, they're more familiar with the terrain when it comes to the circles, so it shouldn't be as challenging as the Sanhok map that we just played.
Well, speaking about being familiar, Hot Jukes, I know you're familiar with all of these teams as we head into our predictions. Last match of the day, our first day, who do you got?
Gotta go with Nova Esports. I mean, they have just performed really well so far here, and I think that with that kind of momentum, I gotta give it to them. Gotta give them at least this pick here. Come on, Nova, you won the last Erangel of the Super Weekend here. Can you do it once again? Please, please, do it.
Mustache Dave?
Yeah, I'm going for wildcard. I mean, they dropped Severny. They are the 3rd best scoring team when it comes to consistency on Erangel, so I mean, I already picked Footballist and Loops today, so according to the commissioner, I'm not allowed to pick them. So that's why we
Who
got
is the commissioner? There's no commissioner anymore.
You, bro.
I
You,
retired
man.
from it.
They're not picking Cloud9 all day tomorrow. If there's no more commissioner, there's no more rules.
Well, don't worry.
I'm just gonna
also
put my own
retiring
numbers in the spreadsheet.
I'm retiring from being here on the show because you guys got to take us into our final match.
Well, thank you so much, Jason. Here we go. Final match here of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Play Finals. Let's get it going here. Taking it over, like you mentioned earlier, Dave, to Erangel, the map where every single player, these rotations, they can get them done no matter what right here. So it's time to see which teams show up here in the end.
I feel like teams at this point, you know, they can just drop, they can loot, and they can close their eyes and they can still rotate. I mean, that's how familiar they are. They can, you know, close their eyes, they can find a US, they can get in the US and just start driving. And then next thing you know, they're in the center. They're in the center of zone number 1. So quick note, and we'll get your take on this. I mean, it's a great topic. Erangel. So we got 24 total matches here. You know, at the end, 100,000 for first place, 50,000 for second. But Erangel, this map in particular, 50% of the games being played here in the finals is on Erangel. So how important is it for teams to really up that consistency when it comes to scoring points on Erangel here?
I think it's fair across the board, no matter what the zone is. Of course, there are going to be certain ones that are going to give teams advantages, like we've seen with military-based kind of circles or north-centric circles. At the same time, though, there's just so many areas, different ways you can rotate into these zones. So I think that as far as competitively, I feel like this is the most fair map. I mean, not to mention, of course, you know, this is the team, like the map, that map that every single team has the most experience on. So I think we see a lot of that. This is the map where I think you're going to see the top dogs really shine. And I think that's why we see Cloud9, you know, Loops, a lot of other squads be so consistent here. And with this first circle, I mean, this is pretty much as even as it gets when it comes to all these different teams.
Yeah, pretty even if you're everybody except for Marco right now trying to drop onto that and will be receiving some damage. I am so surprised. Yeah,
he's turning around.
Making that quick U-turn. Oh, this is why we got Axel with the up, trying to get the spray down onto that and in the US trying to drive on away.
We got a runner.
For that quick reload. Will we go for that spray? Dadden able to steal the US, but we're still in a car chase out here.
Man, I mean, they are hunting him down right now, and that was a really big break right there for Dadden, considering that you got to watch out anytime any of these teams are, you know, find a shack, anything they kind of gun they can get. And man, he had no armor at all. Really lucky to make it out of there alive.
If I'm Team Queso, you know, you had to recognize that Dadden on where they were driving. I would quickly get some ammo, quickly get a level 1 helmet and vest, and just, you know, gatekeep prison right now. I mean, there's only one way out of there.
I mean, that's the truth. That's the total truth, and it could be a strategy they come into play. I think now they seem to be kind of looting Mansion, looting those 4 buildings on the side of prison right here. And yeah, if they're able to kind of get those 2 early on, I mean, man, that would be devastating for Loops and some big points for Team Queso.
Big points out here. So circle number 1, besides that crazy little skirmish, Cloud9, they're going to be in South George Hospital. They're all to themselves. I mean, they got Mount Everest pretty much blocking them from the rest of the lobby. So
yeah, and Loops didn't go. Loops didn't go to crates this time.
Yeah,
you know, so
interesting, right?
That's a definite change for Loops right here. Not sure exactly, you know, what kind of went into their mindset to go for this strategy in particular right here. But yeah, that's going to give Cloud9. I mean, it didn't pay off, that's for sure, because not only did they lose, you know, all that loot from crates, but they're also losing an insane positioning considering where this first circle went.
Yeah, I mean, it might be something that they go back tonight, they look at the VODs, and they opt not to do again, you know? I mean, it might be just because the plane path, we're checking in over here. Who was that with the X suit? I just saw someone with the X suit. Looks like Uneven trying to get theirs as well, but X suit equals +5 aim.
Oh, yeah. You know, the better you look, the better you shoot. And that's just a fact right here. So you can definitely see these squads trying to use any advantage they could possibly get. We saw Pittsburgh Knights. They, you know, they, of course, like to drop in that Gatka area. And right now they're just kind of picking up all the loot from these small buildings and getting on the rotation.
I believe on the desk, they talked about, like, total kills, all that good stuff. Cloud9, I think they're sitting at 37 total kills so far.
Wow.
Out of the games here today. So they've been doing really well. And then Footballless, last game, definitely propelling them up there when it comes to the total kills, sitting at about 28. So yeah, it's been a pretty great day for some of these teams. And, you know, just to think at the end of this match, you know, some of these teams are going to have so many kills, the momentum coming into tomorrow, because after this game, there's only 3 more days left. And then at the end of that, that's 100K. So it's like the momentum carrying on over, very important for these teams.
Could you imagine? I mean, just 6-figure payday just
in
like
4 days.
In 4 days work. I mean, that's a screaming deal hourly rate right there. That's the dream. That's the dream. That's for sure. And I mean, if you look at it right now so far, you know, Cloud9 have gotten the jump start on the rest of these squads considering where their points are. But man, we've seen some teams definitely, you know, be able to, Nova. I think they're the big surprise, I think, today, coming out with just banging with 74 points on the board right here. Footballless, with that last chicken dinner they got, that propelled them up to 3rd place with 70 points on the board. So, I mean, it's still anybody's game, of course, because we still got 3 days left to go. At the end of the day, though, I mean, with this kind of lead here, that's going to fare super well for them going into the rest of this tournament. I mean, 4th place is wild card with only 57 points. So they have to have some major games that they want to catch up.
Yeah, and, you know, this might be their game. You know, wild card Severny all to themselves. They're going to be able to get that nice, sweet...
Like the whole North Island to themselves. Look at that.
They can go to shooting range. They can do whatever they want up there. And only for a little bit, though. I mean, we got Unique. We got Konya Power. We got Team Queso. Loops all out there on that east side. And they're going to, you know, start to close on in and start to make their moves on into the circle. So,
this is always a sketchy one. This is always a sketchy circle, I think, because, you know, you never know if it does hard shift to that North Island. Oh, man, it's just devastating for these teams because there's only so many bridges you can cross. But right now we're looking at Umbra catching Yala on the drive over. Will they be able to catch these tires from these buggies? Looks like they won't be able to.
Not able to, hopping in that Dacia, and it looks like they're gonna maybe pursue this one, trying to get a little closer, repositioning onto the other mountain to maybe cut them off here.
Ruins, yeah, just trying to get another spot as they can. Loops on the rotate. UDR with a DP, just trying to thread the needle between those trees. Doesn't catch Loops yet. Oh, bad driving.
Tire.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, it crashed in the buggy. That's not going to be able to be used anymore. And UDR, they just might have Loops kind of pinched down on that bridge. Federal all the way out there was able to make it on over the opposite end of that bridge.
Umbra got caught by Yala.
Got what they wanted. They were chasing down Yala. They were chasing them down, and the 2 members that tried to make that pull on up and try to catch Yala off guard, well, they found out firsthand.
Not today.
This is Yala. Don't mess with Yala Esports.
No, sir. No, sir. Yeah, they wanted a fight. They definitely got it.
They got it.
Yeah, they may have wanted to, you know, win that fight, but not today, says Yala Esports, as they were well prepared for that. And look at Federal just putting down pressure on opposing teams right here. This was just a really insane play considering Loops. I mean, they were running 4-car strat, and it was just chaos at the bridge. You know, just so many different crashes. And just like that, that just got Loops stuck out right here in this position.
Like that, looking like a snack out here. So yeah, I mean, Loops, they lost 2. They lost 2 vehicles. That is on that bridge, and 3 vehicles. Wow.
2 UAZs, 2 UAZs, and a buggy, just like that.
So they're just what are they? Just north of
Ducks,
east of Rosshawk. I mean, if this next zone goes to the west, like, their utility when it comes to vehicles is just one car. So yeah, they're gonna have to probably think about some type of game plan on how to make it on foot. We'll see if that will be the case as the next zone is going to shift here in just a second. Okay, so they don't have to move very far. But yeah, not having those vehicles in their arsenal is definitely going to play a factor in where we see they go next.
Yeah, they don't have to move far, but look how many teams are surrounding them now. They're completely gate-kept. They can't move out from under that bridge. There's just no cover there. So Loops are in a really tough spot right here going into this match. Just goes to show you how just one misplay, one bad rotation could just make it so much more difficult. And it looks like they're just forced to run out in the open trying to make plays. And it looks like Dadden, he's got his good shoes on. Is he able to make it out alive?
Has good shoes on. Looks like Nano was spotted in the process. So UDR looking to maybe get that revive. Loop's going to be keeping them pinned down for now. Loop's definitely not excited for UDR to be taking out 3 of their vehicles, and they're going to be, you know, stomping a flag right now in the ground to make sure
Look at those
that UDR, they know not to mess with them.
Yeah, and that was really, that was all in the back of Federal right there. He's the only one that had an angle to really kind of stop the pressure. And you can just see him with that single tap, just surgical with it, just putting on so much damage onto UDR. They really didn't get the opportunity to catch the rest of the members from Loops. And that just bought, you know, 3 of their members time to be able to make it safely. So look at this replay here. And yeah, this was Umbra and Yala. And just like that, I mean, Umbra was taken out quick.
I mean, Umbra, they had a 2-2 split going on right here. They had 2 members, Prez and Halls, looking to take a fight to Yala. Yeah, that one grenade definitely turning the tides. And then almost immediately, instead of the 2 members from Umbra pulling up to provide that support and maybe, you know, get their revives, they just sent it in their vehicles.
Yeah, just like that, taking out 2 members. 2 points on the board. We're looking at football as Lutz. Got his eyes on Carrillo right now. Carrillo. So good at snaking, but oh, when you get caught like an angle like that, not much you can do. So okay, now they know that this is Loops here. You know for a fact they want to get this thirst. And yeah, it's okay. Gonna get that confirmed.
Footballist versus Loops. I mean, these 2 teams have some bad blood for one another. Kowalski out there running out there in the distance.
Carrillo.
Yep, the jump man themselves. We saw them, in game 2, you know, jumping all over the place with those jump shots. Looks like Loops is going to have to scratch that one off. And Footballist looking to reposition right now. Very happy with that 1 point.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, with that extra knock as well, it's really, really solid. You get that complete thirst right there. And this all stems down from just that one misplay with those vehicles. You know, I think that Loops would have been in a much better position for the rest of this match. But just like that, it kind of turned that entire plan on its head. And yeah, now we're just moving over to some of the rest of these squads, just trying to find a spot for the rest of the zone.
Wow. Nova, AZ with the DP, with the 4 times. We'll be looking on 2 of the members from Team Queso. Axel trying to make their way on uphill and, you know, get the vantage point all the way up here. Overlook everybody. Sheepfan out there.
He doesn't like that house.
Yeah, maybe breaking that door to get a better sight line into there. So they're going to be in these yellows for the time being. For the most part, every single team has their nice little spot for now, but will that get flipped on its head as we go into the next circle?
It's totally possible. Where this next zone go? It's about to pop, and it goes off to the north.
That's a flip for me.
Goodness gracious right here. This is what I was talking about when it comes to these zones. If it goes to this North Island, it is just so tough for all of these teams, and it's going to be really great for Footballist, as now they have a really good position going into this rest of this match. Umbra, they've taken the bridge right here. Really great safe play from them. But just look at the South, Dave. Look at all these squads. We're about to see just a clash of titans go at it right here at this last match.
Not only that, it went to the North Island, but still 50-50 on where that next circle might go with that water, the Georgia Pool stream right down the middle. So this is one heck of a zone. We are going to be getting a nice little shot of that east side wild card, Alpha Legends, Footballist, all 3 of these squads right on top of one another.
Yeah, and you can see Alpha Legends on the rotate here. They need to put some big points on the board right here, right now. They're on the rotate, running for car. Umbra putting on that pressure. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch one of these members as, man, Alpha Legends, they are hitting the gas on the way to this next zone.
Pro Lord trying to take some shots. They only got 2 up. Talking about the crates, Konya Powers, Rob going to be bleeding on out. Toffee's making the crash right now with Verset as they are going to be making their way on in through the crates, trying to clear out every single corner.
You got the thirst. Oh, look at that vehicle swap right there. Fancy moves coming out from Toffee's. And, oh, looking to go for that vehicle explosion, just kind of putting the pressure on right here. This is a tough fight between Dream Eaters and Konina Power.
Not only that, we see B4 in the crates as well to the south of this. So right off the map, on that mini map, you can see them. So, yeah, Matic from Dream Eaters all the way out there. I'm not sure what they're doing. Maybe looking for a vehicle to make the pull-up and provide that support. But we have a lot of teams right on top of one another right now. And to make matters worse, Cloud9, they're also trying to get involved.
I mean, could you imagine? Loops has to be just kicking themselves right now, considering where this circle went. This is their normal drop spot right here. Could you imagine if Loops was just kind of protecting crates on their own? It would have just been devastation for so many teams right here. But yeah, just due to that kind of difference in drop locations, kind of changed the entire game from them. Look how many squads are camping out right here at George Bull Crates.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere to go. If I'm Cloud9, I might want to use the Georgia Pool Bridge. You know, might be that backup plan depending on where this next circle goes. But for now, I mean, B4, going to Power, Team Queso, they're all right on top of one another.
And Dream Eaters.
Dream Eaters.
Yeah, they're in the mix as well. I mean, this is what happens when you have such a crazy hard shift like we saw. At Cloud9, man, they've been just sipping tea, chilling, because they have not had to move since their drop spot right here. While all the rest of these teams inside crates, I mean, they're just shimmying right now, listening for any kind of footsteps to get any intel on where these squads are at.
Oh, sipping tea.
Oh, my goodness.
Spill the tea.
Woo, Zone 9, baby.
In that next circle. Not only that, all these teams in the crates, they can hunker down for the time being. They don't necessarily have to move, but we got about 7 squads all the way out there on the east side. They're all going to crash right on top of this location. This is going to be a bloodbath.
A bloodbath, because look at this zone as well. I mean, 60% of it is in the water. There's just no cover here. I wonder how many swim plays we're going to have, but right now, I mean, there's just only so many spots available, and they're all taken up.
Dude, not only that, there's 16 teams alive.
Are you
16 teams are still alive. 60%, like you said, Jukes, will be in the water.
Go Slicky! On the bike!
Going for that YOLO Sen, spraying right
so
behind
dangerous.
them. UDR killers eliminated.
Just like that, we're just starting to see teams. Wildcard, they're just putting the Serpentine strat to the best ability as they're trying to find a way into crates.
Oh, what is going on?
Out with the ejection. Oh my gosh,
Freak! Getting that sprayed out, trying to take down Team Queso. Not able to do so, but with the zone like this, I mean, the YOLO plays is the only play. And we saw last game Wildcard, they were playing that pacifist run. No damage on the board. They were able to get second place, but this time around just could not catch a break.
Goodness gracious, could you imagine if Spring would have gotten that playoff? Talk about a highlight reel of a play. Really surprised to see Wildcard just kind of full send it like that. A really bold strategy. Unfortunately not paying off there, but dang, did it look good doing it.
I mean, they're experimenting today. Today's the day to do it. You know, tomorrow, the next day, you want to have that strategy, you know, locked down. So right now, B4, they still got the whole squad up. They still got 4 members up. Looks like they're going to be trying to group up, you know, tighten it up a little bit. We see 2 members, 4 tempo in the crates as well. If I'm Levi, I would want to pull back to Pedro. You know, it's always better to run that 2-2.
I don't know about that, I mean, I don't know if it's experiment time. I think it's over. I think it's over. I think every single point matters big time if you're trying to get $100,000 right here. So there's no time to make any mistakes. I mean, we're playing 6 games now instead of 5. So I wonder if it's just a fact of, you know, like, hey, that extra time right here, you're going to start seeing some, you know, a little bit of weirdness come from these teams and some different plays come out. I mean, man, are we starting to see them?
Dude, talk about weirdness. We're going to see the weirdest end game right now. I mean, all these teams just on top of one another. Hopefully you got your smokes. Hopefully you got your grenades. Hopefully you got your mollies, because they are going to be coming in clutch right now as we see Spec currently using one of these smokes to heal on up.
Man, I mean, this is just...
Oh, and knocked again.
Right here. Oh, yeah, he did get knocked. Look at the immediate smokes coming from Tempo, and it looks like they are going to be able to try and get Spec alive. But, I mean, what do you do right here? Yeah, you got some knocks, but there's no way you're going to run out to try and get those finishes. It's just too risky, considering how many teams are surrounded. Loops done. Yeah, Loops. I mean, they just had the worst rotation right there due to them doing a different drop spot. And look at this. This is their zone. This is where they normally land. So, you know, they got to be really upset right now.
This is their house. You know, this is their
Not
house
anymore.
right now. Not anymore. What's taken from them? Levi will be seeing the push.
Next circle.
Or at least seeing one of the members from Tempo.
On to crates.
On across there. Okay, we're sending it to crates, baby.
Hey, time to move, Cloud9. Time to move for the first time this match right here. So Cloud9, they've been sitting pretty, but now they're going to have to get into the mix, and you know they're going to take that hill. So they're going to have some pretty big oversight on these. Oh, here they come driving.
Oh, Nova
right
trying
now.
to take the hill too. Nova trying to take the hill.
Oh, they don't want the hill. They want some crates. Here they come.
Get right on into the crates. Nova again caught off guard in the process from B4, and thankfully for Cloud9, they had these vehicles to work with. The spray down from HH with the
What a
TP.
rotation.
But now you know Cloud9 are there, but all of the members from Cloud9 still alive after that.
What an insane rotation. It looks like they had the Nova diversion right there. All those shots went onto HDL as he rotated in, and it gave just Cloud9, yeah, the perfect amount of time to be able to get into the zone. And they had this entire area of crates to themselves. So huge.
They got it. They got it. So we saw right there just a moment ago one of the members from Team Queso taking shots across the water, I believe onto Footballists and to the Knights. So, I mean, there are just a ton of teams, 12 teams to go. Footballists, they're not in the zone. They're going to be popping in their vehicles. Jagger right here on the coast, on the shoreline, seeing all the pull-ups into the water from Footballists, but receiving some shots themselves, forced to go on into the water.
Jagger got in the car.
Jagger in the car. Lutz in the car. Rome in the car!
What is going on here? I mean, just hanging out in their vehicles to avoid shots. Oh, and Lute's got Jagger in the water!
Oh, Lute's getting the grenade as well. The Dacia, more like the submarine right now. Raven trying to get the kills, trying to get the thirst onto the dynamite from Footballists. Lutz going to be tossing one onto Raven as well. Seeing the ripple in the water. Beautiful. Here comes Lavison trying to make the pull-up. Raven right on the other side.
Second thoughts from Lavison right there. Raven, it's all in his lonesome. Oh, but look at what is going on here? It's a battle at crates. Just so much action right here. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is one of those spots. This is George Pole crates. I mean, for the longest time, this was every single, team's favorite drop spot inside of like classic matches. What happened?
Look at that. They used the US to block the entrance to the warehouse.
Nice.
One of the entrances. Wow. I'm just and they're right in the middle as well. That is beautiful.
Setting it up perfect, and in worst case, they blow it up. They're going to have, that's a really unique strategy coming out from Team Queso, and it might just pay off perfectly for, look at that, he's got the Bob Barker.
The Bob Barker.
The MK14 and the 8X right there, trying to catch some people on this rotation.
Got the Miramar Metro Police out here as well on Tempo Storm with that Dacia. So, yeah, I mean, Tempo, they're safe for the time being. Team Queso, extremely safe, especially with their strategies they got going on right here. Umbra in the water. They might be spotted by Nova on the coastline. I mean, I think there's only one AZ, the last remaining member up. Cloud9 are receiving some shots in their direction as well. Here comes the push from Unique. They have to get on into this next circle because we did have a shift and they are not in it anymore.
I mean, I don't even know if you could say third party or no more. I mean, they're talking about fourth, fifth party. There's just teams everywhere right now. Oh, Axel!
You hear those
shots onto Unique. I mean, that thing is just screaming right now.
The terror right now. The terror. Axel just popping them off right now with the MK14. Unique sending 2 on up into the crates. They were able to make it. It seems like they're trying to get the revive. Cloud9 making some moves as well.
Look at all these players. Just grouped up here. I don't think we've ever seen an Enzo like there's still 10 teams alive. As right now they're just trying to hold any kind of cover they can. Smokes out everywhere. I mean, you gotta be hearing shots everywhere. Oh my goodness.
Index spotted. Axel, MK14. Do not be peeking your heads right now. Axel is out here looking to take off your head.
Man, Footballists, all these teams are going to have a hard time getting it. Axel's got the perfect position, the perfect amount of cover here, and they have locked that warehouse down right now. Team Queso are just doing really great here in this final match.
6 kills for Team Queso.
There goes Nova.
Eliminated. Team Queso, 6 kills. B4 still alive. Tempo still alive. Cloud9 still alive. 8 teams. I mean, Jukes, this is crazy.
This is just insanity right here. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, just straight pandemonium. This is how you start a World League Finals right here. I mean, it's just all these teams, all these top squads just having to go at it, watch their back. I mean, you got to be hearing shots, full steps, completely surrounding you right now. What plays do you make? It's all up to these players who just have those quickest flicks and are able to get these big shots off as Axel catches Rom on the rotation.
The paranoia levels right now have to be at a maximum. I mean, you're just hearing so many audible cues right now. Lavison, list. I mean, right on the edge, trying to heal on up in the blue zone. I mean, just too scared to even pop their head, especially with the Axel with the MK14.
Could you imagine what's going through these players' minds? They've already played 5 matches so far. This is their 6th match. The adrenaline throughout this entire tournament has to have been at an all-time high. And then you finish it like this right here. So, I mean, talk about, I mean, just an insane match so far.
Dude, I tweeted the other day, PUBG Mobile is 100% art, and I'm looking at art right now.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I got a single tear coming out my eye right now. Look at all these squads just hanging out in crates. I mean, this is just a phenomenal finish. This is the zone ending I think we've all dreamed of right here. And look at this. You got Cloud9, Tempo Storm, Gonita Power, Team Queso, Team Unique B4, all just kind of holding their respective sides. And it's really who sees who first, who's going to make the first move right here.
Yep, we start to see some smokes from B4. B4 looking to make some moves out here. Pedro
football is
in the ooh.
Oh my goodness!
One grenade to rule them all. Unique taken down at the hands of Beowulf and the grenade.
Talk about Bayo for 3 and then adding 3 points onto his score. And here he goes for another one, trying to catch out a member from Tempo Storm. Will he be able to get it? Oh, a little close right there. But man, Bayo's got to be feeling himself right now.
Dude, 1 grenade taken down. Unique. That is just crazy.
Oh, and here comes Cloud9.
The story that we see here at these crates because everybody's grouped up on top of one another. There's going to be a molly right there in the smoke. Cloud9 trying to make the push. Tensa,
can he get it?
Grenades, tossing a grenade.
Oh, he gets himself!
Oh no, Tensa, you did not let go of the grenade, and Cloud9 will be using this moment to make the push, to make the wraparound. Smokes are out. Nobody can see anything. Uneven. Bail, Adam, everybody's going to be knocked down right now, bleeding on now. It's only up to Pyra. Pyra, no kill so far.
Catman.
HP about 75%. Can we get it? Can we connect on to Rain right now?
Grenades everywhere.
Around the rosies. Grenades are just getting tossed everywhere. B4 trying to get involved. Looks like Rain attempting to get the revive. Pedro, I mean, it's crazy. Things are popping off everywhere.
Pyra, I thought he was going to hide in that crate and wait for the rest of his team. But yeah, Tempo decided to go for a disengage right here. And it looks like they're opting to get this person up. And it looks like Cloud9 is going to be able to get a full reset right now. But look at all these teams just going at it. Here we go. Gonita Power and Team Queso so close to each other as this circle just gets smaller and smaller, putting the pressure on all these teams.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Dream Eaters in this crate right behind Gonita Power.
They can't get out of there.
Blue zone as well. Marco on the opposite end.
They're going to eat it.
Well, Ayala, Marco, going to opt to get into the top of the crate. We're just firing at the wall. We're just firing at the wall. You hear the footsteps. Marco cooking a grenade, going for that ricochet onto Dixie. Oh my goodness, the close combat quarters right now is crazy.
I mean, just nades everywhere. Oh, that almost caught him right there. Team Queso have a really good third-party opportunity on Gonita Power as they're focused in so many directions. And then look over here, you got Cloud9 Tempo and B4. What is going on?
Crazy, man. I mean, Cloud9, Pyra got the reset, got the revive onto Uneven
players
Bayo.
up.
Same thing with Tempo as well. I mean, able to get those revives to have your squad mates in these final zones. I mean, that's going to play such a big factor. 7 kills right now onto.
Oh, they have to jump. They have to run out of the blue. Oh, and they wiped out the white to the blue zone.
Marco hearing those footsteps, seeing the kill feed pop off the blue zone.
He's like,
okay. Dream Eaters.
I guess there's nobody over here anymore. Just like that. Bayo with a big nade.
Oh,
and it connects.
Bayo, another nice clutch grenade right there.
Just like that right now, Cloud9 just being so difficult to finish as they've just been in so many resets, putting in so much work. That's why they're one of the top teams in this tournament right here. And look at all these squads. This zone is just starting to shrink on all of them. They got to make big plays. Where do you turn to? Where do you look? There's shots everywhere.
There's nowhere to go. 13 players still alive. 5 teams all together. Helmets. I mean, Marco, that's a luxury right now. Oh, Gonzo pop in the corner saying hello. See you later. Team Queso taken out right there.
Just like that. 4 teams alive right now. Gonita Power, B4, Cloud9 getting into it. Bayo is just sitting up on top, waiting. And look at this, Levi. First person right now. Oh, Tempo, they're hiding in a crate.
Bodies everywhere. Levi, extremely low. This is the time when you might opt to just pass off those meds to one person to maybe attempt to heal off right now. Bayo on the high ground right
Grenades.
now, on top of the crate, tossing some grenades, tossing some smokes. We see grenades just whizzing past everybody's head. I mean, there's nowhere to go. Grenade Power across the way, looking to make the push as well. This is the final zones. It's coming down to it. 9 teams up, 9 teams
Tempo
alive.
B4.
Spec getting taken down right there from a grenade from Levi. And Tempo Storm taken out.
That's it. Quinina Power B4. It's just Quinina Power and Cloud9 right now. Bayo just sat up on top and waited to see what's going to happen, and it looks like it's going to be all Cloud9. Bayo, can he do it?
Smokes.
He's got the Uzi. They know where he is.
2v1. Pyro's got him locked down. We're locked down. We are locked down, and they're going to be making the push, making the lean into the crate, trying to get the confirm, and
that's it!
It's taken down, but we're able to get the dub. Cloud9 winning it at the end of the day. The madness in the crates, they're getting the chicken dinner.
Cloud9, what a day performance for them, and what a match to be able to get a chicken dinner on. I mean, this is by far one of the most difficult matches I have seen in competitive PUBG Mobile. That crate ending so many squads, just having to go at it. I mean, where do you even look? Could you imagine having to be in that kind of situation? And Cloud9 knocked almost down and out multiple times, able to get the chicken dinner out of there? Wow. I mean,
Hail with the grenades. We saw so many smokes there. At one point, it was the crates and 13 teams. That's it. That's the story. The crates and 13 teams. Actually insane. It was a toss-up for sure.
I mean, what a way to end here the first day of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Finals. Guys, I mean, hey, we're the real winners here, being able to get to see such insane matches. I'm Hot Jukes here with Mustache Dave. That's going to be it for us today. Let's see what the desk has to say. Have they wrapped up this insane day of matches after this quick break from our sponsors?
What a ridiculous way to end off our first day here in our finals. A containers finish. Was it 13 teams? The Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave were saying in that zone. Ridiculous. Honestly, we had no idea who's going to win that one with how it played out. There was no way you could predict how things would finish.
Yeah.
All I know is I'm very deaf in both ears from Glitter screaming, "Come on! Yeah!" Just out of nowhere.
Oh man, I was so close to just getting the one win for the day. I was really hoping the B4 boys could pull it out for me, but that finish was just insane, Seven.
It was. I've gotten close to seeing them finish like that, but nothing like actually in crates. And props to Cloud9. They were able to recover after having just one player left alive, being able to reset in a way. They didn't reset with the full 4 players because they ended up losing Adder to the fight with Temple Storm. And luckily for Cloud9, Temple Storm, especially Tensa, ended up grenading himself. And once they saw that, they just went on full-on push. But what a finish. That was definitely nuts.
Yeah, Tensa didn't want me to win a 4th chicken dinner of the day. Let's take a look at our stats here, our match results from that last game of the day. And Cloud9 get themselves the chicken dinner. Honestly, I'd say desperately needed, considering the results they've had after the first 2 matches or first 3 matches of the day. But then Quinina Power Glitter, they got themselves a 2nd place finish, as well as B4 get a 3rd.
Yeah, no, this is good. We saw Konina Power kind of pick it up here at the end of the day, which is nice to see, especially after their strong first match of the day, and then they kind of dipped. So I think this is really, really good for them right now. What's crazy is that all top 3 teams have 7 kills. 4th place team has 8 kills. So many of these squads were kind of like popping off right in the end there, and just we saw so many strong nades coming out of Cloud9, coming out of Team Queso, and helping them kind of secure a lot of this damage and those kills. Tempo Storm able to at least get some more placement points. They had a few kill points on the board for themselves, and then Footballists, Unique, and Dream Eaters following suit there towards the end of the first page. But B4, I know I had said it before we went into this, they were struggling all day today, and I think that this is at least going to help kind of pick up some of that maybe down mentality from the first half of today.
And with B4, before this match, they actually had, no pun intended there, they actually had 24 points, and in the last one, they were able to collect 17 points. Almost, if they would have gotten that win, they would have more than doubled their points that they got in the previous 5 matches. And as we're going here towards the second page, we see all the other teams. Yala Esports, 6 points, Space for Nice, 4 points, and then we just keep going down, and then we start seeing some that are interesting here.
Yeah.
Wildcard Gaming, 2 points, and then I think the most shocking one here, honestly, is Loops Esports. Not sure. I know they got a win today. They got me a win, so thanks, Loops. But what is going on with Loops Esports here, Jason and Glitter? Because this is, I believe, the 4th time now then they end up in 14th or higher. This is not looking like Loops I'm used to.
It is. I think they started off with 15th, then they got you the win, which was nice.
You picked them at the right time.
And then they had right that I think they had 3rd place, but then they went back down to 14th, 16th, and then our final match today. This is not at all the Loops we thought we were going to see.
It is kind of the Loops though that we saw in the Super Weekend, I'd say. Like in some of those days, this is kind of replicating what we saw with that, and also even League play coming in on the 3rd week of that one. So definitely some rough times. Hope they can figure some things out as we go into our final 3 days of the finals. But let's take a closer look though at Cloud9 and the stats they're able to pull off in that last match. 1,400 damage. Honestly, the healing in this one I feel like is totally understandable considering how much damage was being thrown out by every team against every team here, Seven.
Yeah, and it was due just to the area. There was just crates all over the place. People were shooting you, and even if you were able to get knocks, we were being able to see there, they got 11 knocks, and they only ended up with 7 kills. We saw them knocking a lot of people. We even at one point saw Beowulf just absolutely demolish. I believe it was B4 with a grenade, but those are kills that you're not able to go after, because you don't know what's going to be on the other side of that container. You don't know who's going to be waiting, which full team is just going to be staring at you waiting to pass by. But overall, I think with the heals, in regards to the heals, as I mentioned earlier, they were able to recover really well whenever they had most of their players down, and it was only Power just still alive. I think it was a great performance there from Cloud9, and a great way to finish the day as well. They won the first game. They kind of had some good performances there, and then they slowed down a little bit. They dipped, and then on the last one, you ended up with a win. That is a great way to kind of come back here to this scene.
Definitely bounce back within your first day, though. Let's take a look at our top 4 players from that last match and see how bad we are going to be in our prediction game as well. We are going to see a couple players here from Konina Power. We got Axler in there. We got Gonzo. We got Beowulf rejoin us yet again. Axel as well. A couple of names maybe, at least in the terms of Axel, we haven't seen in quite a long time. I don't even know who's MVP, honestly. I'm getting a little bit. I'm gonna go be a little wild here and go Gonzo.
Okay.
Gonzo. Okay.
Interesting.
Litter, who you got?
I want to say Axel.
All right.
I mean, they did
I got Beowulf. I got Beowulf just because of how much damage he was able to do.
Okay.
It's going to be Axel, and we're all wrong.
Let's see. Who is it? Production. Switch it for us. Who's that MVP?
Oh,
it's Axel. Nice.
I mean,
not bad. Good job.
I gotta get a win in somehow,
exactly.
Okay?
That's what I was gonna say. I didn't want to be harsh, though. I'm glad you did to yourself. But yeah, Axel, we talked about him a lot when it came to normal play into the league play, but he's definitely quieted down from the initial opening weekend, but it's nice to see him really bounce back here when it matters, Glitter.
Yeah, it's not only is it important for him as an individual player, but it's just going to be important for Queso moving forward. We called them out repeatedly during league play as not necessarily giving us the type of performance that we knew Queso was completely capable of doing. So now that we've seen them have not one, but a few stronger showings. They've had 2 4th-place finishes so far, not counting the finish that just happened here in this match. So they're starting to kind of pick it back up. They're starting to get themselves some more kills. And the fact that we've seen Axel, I believe this is the 2nd time up here now today, it's just really lending itself to the fact that they're kind of fixing whatever mistakes had caused them to struggle a little bit earlier on during the league play. And then looking down the rest of the list, we do finally see some Konina power players up here in Axer and Gonzo, and Bayo making it up here, I believe, yet again as well for himself today, 7.
Yeah, I think you hit it spot on. I think with Team Queso, a team that we kind of seen the whole tournament be in 9th to maybe 12th place. I think for them to be able to stay within 4th place, I think you said 2 times, and then in this one, a 5th place. This is good for that team. They want to go ahead and stay within that striking distance. And this is something I've been saying all day. You don't want to play catch up on the later day. Try to maintain yourself in that 5th to 7th spot, because if you're able to maintain yourself there, then you might actually be able to strike towards the top 3 towards the end. And we see a lot of matches come close. We see a lot of league plays, a lot of super weekends come really close. We saw a 3-way tie at some point, so take any points you can get.
Yeah, and actually, let's even take a look at or do moments from that last match, because there's a lot of things, honestly, that we can really talk about when it came to that last match in particular. One thing I kind of want to talk about was actually Tenza. I feel like if he didn't nade himself there towards containers at the very end, I feel like Tempo definitely would have had a strong chance, because when I interviewed him for the MVP of week 3 of the Super Weekend, he even said to me, I mean, he basically was just a DM warrior, a deathmatch warrior, and that would have been the perfect time to really showcase his skills.
It would have been. And I think even going a little bit farther with the nade, it would have knocked more than likely 2 players from Cloud9. And it would have just completely shifted tables. Now, his grenade that he threw, and I hope we get to see it at some point here, not only did he get knocked from it, but I believe one of his other teammates also ended up getting hurt from it, which it ended up helping out Cloud9 in just such a huge way, as we're being able to see here why Axel was that MVP, picking people apart left and right, making sure he didn't let anybody get close to that warehouse that he was on. And overall, what a crazy ending. I think this is definitely one of the craziest endings I've seen. And for everybody watching, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, let us know what is some of the craziest endings you've seen, because this one this one's the one for me. And something that we also mentioned, Glitter, when we were watching this game in the back, we were saying how towards the end, some players didn't even have a helmet. You couldn't really go loot anywhere because of the position you were on.
And the worst part is we saw, and we might see in some of these highlights here towards the end, all of the teams that were up in that final zone just started putting down so many smokes. So not only were the containers creating these blockages to your sight lines, but then there were also smokes that you're trying to contend with. And then through those smokes, we saw Bayo right here. This will be a perfect example. You know, we saw those frags coming out as well, and you never knew if the nade was coming through that smoke or not. You never knew who was going to be peeking down one of those small little hallways in between the containers or not. So you couldn't risk to go look for extra loot, and you just kind of had to hope that you weren't going to be the next person that was pushed. I mean, we see B4 try to take tempo there as they were holding out that one edge, but Konina Power was ready in front of that, and then we also had seen Bayo getting this height advantage, the better angle on the rest of those teams while all of that was happening.
Yeah, and I think the height advantage there definitely ended up working out for him. They ended up getting the extra kills there with Byron and Beowulf, and they ended up just working together and finish off that last player there from Konina Power. So overall, just a great performance from Cloud9 in the last match. And as we were mentioning, it was just so crazy. It was just such a crazy ending. Every single time you took a turn, there could be another player there waiting for you, and we saw that in those highlights.
I mean, I might be showing my age a little bit here, but that felt like I was watching a game of Bomberman, with just the amount of nades being thrown out, with the positions people were holding. Oh, come on, Glitter. I know you know what Bomberman is.
I have no clue what Bomberman is.
I'm going to talk with you after the show about this one. Let's take a look at the total damage.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that game where you used to click and you would find out if there was like a little bomb right there.
Minesweeper?
Is that what you're talking about?
Is that Minesweeper?
Minesweeper, there you go. There it is.
I mean, a little bit of a...
Oh, look at Queso!
Damn, Queso? Holy cow. That's by far maybe their most damage we've seen this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that might actually be it. It's 8 kills, almost 2,500 damage. That's impressive. Then we have Cloud9 with 777. Ooh, love to see that. Hey, it's Stone Worlds Gaming. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. And then we got Kanina Power there with 1,800 damage. B4 1,600. And with B4, I think I'm happy to see B4 there because they started stepping it up towards the end of the day here. Remember, they just didn't have the best performances. One of the reasons why we didn't pick them, I think it's the first time in a while that we don't pick them for Miramar, but it's good to see them starting to come back as we see some of the other teams here, Glitter, and we see Wildcard and Loops Esports with 1 or 0 kills.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a struggle for this team, seeing how strongly they started out the day, but 2 teams that I am happy that they're starting to get a few kills on the board are Yala and Pittsburgh Knights. We can see them being super efficient with their damage versus the amount of kills for that damage as well.
Yeah, and I don't know what to say. Like Loops, I mean, they had the damage done, but no kills really to back it up. I mean, again, we're kind of harshing on them quite a bit, but I feel like we almost have to because this is not the team we expected going into the finals. But also, what's up, Seven?
I was going to say, this is the 3rd match today that they end up with 0 kills. The first match, it was 15th place, 0 kills. The 5th match, it was 16th place with 0 kills. And then this last one, it was 14th place, again with 0 kills. This is not the Loops we're used to seeing. We're used to saying, oh, there goes Loops again with the top 3 and 10 to plus kills. What's going on with them?
They won the 50K.
Nah.
I mean, they won 50K, but they want the 100K, right? And they also
I know, that's what they should want.
And the only thing is they also won the MVP. Carrillo, he had it 2 out of 3 times. Let's see where he currently stands, though, in an overall MVP from this first day. Keep in mind, if you take yourself first place here, you win yourself 10,000 extra bucks. And we see 4 players of Cloud9 currently Beowulf in first place.
No, you don't even see Carrillo here.
I was just going to say that, not a
kind of
single
performance.
player. Oh.
No, this is the performance that you see now at Loops Esports, that not even one of their players is in contention for MVP ranking. But kudos to Beowulf. Beowulf being in IGL, and on top of that, having the most kills, I think, out of everyone, competing there with SoulK with 15 kills, 14 kills respectively. And then, actually, more surprising than anything, for me, has to be Uneven. He has had one of the maybe worst tournaments that I've seen him have, and for him to bounce back, especially on the league finals, this is huge for him. So if you're watching this Uneven, keep that up, man. Keep that performance up because you are a big key to Cloud9 as we go down and just kind of see more here with Adder and Pyra. And then we got HH24 as well. Nice.
He has the most damage out of anyone day 1. I think that's massive for him because we talked to him before, right? He was having some internet problems. It looks like that's been sorted. When it came to last week, he was definitely their worst performer on the team. But it seems like he's really been able to step up today. We were even talking about him earlier on in our first game of the day where he was the damage leader as well. So it's nice to see him have a strong game. Obviously, Tenza as well make it into the top 10. And we've seen Tempo start to come back a little bit here, which is really refreshing considering that 3rd Super Weekend could have been their downfall.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I might have seen Tixie there too, towards the bottom. No, I can't remember right off the top of my head, even though we just saw it. I got Dory memory, all right? But if Tixie is in there, that could be scary too, because that was one of the top players when we first started this tournament too. We saw him in contention for MVP races throughout the week as well. So it would be scary if Kanina Power just continues on this trend.
Yeah, very
He's in 8th place. I'm being told he's in 8th place. So yeah, Tixie, that's one to look out for me.
And we haven't seen him in a very, very long time as well. So it's nice to see him. And we talked about earlier on, we have these shiny new bells and whistles for the show. We also have a daily report for you guys who might have missed some of the earlier games today. And we can kind of compare some statistics so you can see who's done the most damage, the most kills, the most healing, most knockouts, and most damage received. Pretty crazy that Cloud9 have all the best positive stats.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you necessarily want to be on most damage received unless you are also on the most damage output side of things, right? Because then it explains why you've received so much damage because you're getting in those engagements. But to only have one and not the other, might want to work on that a little bit.
Yeah, especially with most heals. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And in regards to Cloud9 with most kills 44 and then most knockouts 50, I think that was just in that last match that discrepancy kind of separated because they just had so many more knocks that you just weren't able to finish because of the zone itself, of all the containers and everything on the way.
I mean, they did have like 2 matches. Was it match 4 and match 5? They really struggled on. They were really low in the rankings, but it doesn't seem to affect them too much when it comes to the overall rankings, which we'll take a look at now and see where they currently do stand. And obviously with that last chicken dinner going their way, they should be easily in first place, and that is a very big gap between first and second here, guys.
That's a nice lead. That's what, 2 chicken dinners almost? I'm not gonna try to do math because I'm gonna go ahead and pull a Jason, but 119 points. That's pretty good. And then you got Footballers. Hey, Footballers was super quiet at the start of the day. They got that win, and then they started they were performing consistently in regards to kills. I do have to go ahead and give them credit for that. Their kills was a bit more consistent than their placement, but it's good to see them here in second place. Then you got Nova Esports with my boy Shefan, Cat, and the hashtag Nova Strong too. That's great to see. And then you got Kalina Power. Just so many surprises here. Look at Loops Esports currently in 8th place, and then you got Team Kessel even outperforming them. What's going on?
Honestly, I don't know. I think it is important to note that I think Kalina Power, I could be wrong, but I think they were around 10th place last time we checked in with them, and they're now, after the game they just had, up in 4th. So that's a huge leap for them before trying to climb themselves back up onto that first page of the leaderboard. And then taking a look here, we see Alpha Legends only able to get 1 more points to their total. And then Yala Esports and Team Unique also there at the bottom with them. And I'm kind of surprised by the current state right now of Alpha Legends. We know and we've seen some very, very strong performances out of them, and they just did not deliver today with those. So hopefully moving forward into the next 3 days of these finals, they can kind of change or fix whatever they need to and perform back to some of these older performances that we've seen out of them.
See, I'm even kind of sad to see UDR Killers currently in such a rough position, because when we saw Cloud9 not playing in the 3rd Super Weekend, they really started to excel. Even in league play, we saw them really start to excel when it came to the 3rd week. But speaking about excelling, we need to take a look at our talent prediction scores and see who's excelling currently between all of us. And we're going to pull it up on your screen right now, and we're going to see who's currently in first place. And what a surprise,
7.
Mr. Kaplan himself. Not by that much, though, to be fair, because he did have a 0%.
You got lucky. All right, yeah, you got lucky. I decided to go ahead and mess up there with my double wildcard pick. They've just been performing so good. I was actually going to go ahead and pick Tempo Storm in that last one, so we would have ended up picking pretty much the exact same teams throughout the whole day. But overall, you got Glitter there in 3rd place too. Hey, not bad.
I'm
and
not
then
in 3rd place.
The list.
That's Cameron. That's Cameron.
Oh, okay. Cameron's
been crushing it.
Damn. Yo, Cameron was last time. Yo, Cameron, you're doing great. Keep it up, brother.
I mean, come on. He wasn't last. Mustache Dave was last. Don't throw him under the bus there. And like I just threw Mustache Dave under the bus, I just realized. Anyways, no, we've obviously had some pretty good predictions here or there. Some rough times for Hot Jukes. Again, the IDK pick. And then, I mean, we see like every time someone picked Loops that wasn't in that second match really got messed over in points, which honestly, with how Loops has been playing, it's kind of a surprise to see that happen.
It's going to be interesting tomorrow to see how our picks change.
I was just going to say that.
Especially after today. Because I know tomorrow I might be a little bit cautious with some of my picks. And I might go in different ways than I'm used to. But, what a day. It feels good to get 3 chicken dinners, Jason, doesn't it? I just feel like I could go lift some weights.
I mean, I got my daily intake of protein from that. I would go lift weights, but it's around 1 a.m. here, so I'm probably just going to go back and sleep. I don't know about you guys. I think Glitter, you're probably going to go stream after this, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, 7. You're probably going to go.
I'll be streaming my weekly Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports recap. So if you guys want to come hang out, talk about some PUBG Mobile Esports, maybe interview some of the players, come hang out. The Sun Worlds Gaming.
Well, you know what? Maybe you guys should go do that after the show is done, which is funny enough, right now, actually. So 7 and Glitter, thank you again very much for breaking down everything we had today, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So you have a good night's rest, because our prediction games need to be on point if we want to be the best here in our talent predictions. Come on, commentators, forget them. It's all about the desk.
Bye-bye.
Bye, man. Bye. All right, well, you guys all watching at home, like we said, that does wrap up our first day here of the PUBG Mobile World League West season. 0 League Finals. We still have 3 more days to come, and of course, tomorrow at 11 a.m. PDT, we'll be continuing our journey to find our #1 team in West and who takes themselves $100,000. We'll see you guys tomorrow.